Entering Forge the Universe, Hanfei summoned the Green Jade Bridge. This sea-controlling shell was strong in defense. However, the water immortal once said that it would only take a moment to shatter it. But now they were fighting for time. This moment might affect the battle result in the Waterwood world. It was not until this moment that Hanfei realized that the white-armored Emperor had really gone crazy. He even abandoned his companion spirit. On the Green Jade Bridge, Hanfei had already decided to reverse time. Yes, when he fought Old Demon Chu, he was only an advanced peak level. Venerable. Now, he was already a half-king. Old Demon Chu could reverse time. When he was a half-king. Why couldn't he? In Forge the Universe, 1 second could be used as 16 seconds. On the steps of the Green Jade Bridge, Hanfei set his great Tao as time warping, which would enable him to enter a timeline similar to reality. When Hanfei walked to the steps, he felt that the pressure was more than twice as great as before. However, Hanfei was no longer the same as before. He walked past 6 steps in a row. At this moment, Hanfei's legs were shaking, and he used almost all his strength. It seemed that copying other people's great Tao required proficiency and understanding. It was difficult for him to comprehend such a powerful great Tao of time out of thin air. Sure enough, when he reached the 7th floor, Hanfei lost his balance and the Green Jade Bridge collapsed. Huff dash. Again. This time, Hanfei went up to the Green Jade Bridge again. The great Tao that Hanfei wanted to copy was the power of Old Demon Chu that could reverse time infinitely. Seeing that this road was blocked, Hanfei walked 7 floors in a row. Although he had reached this point, he seemed to have reached his limit and couldn't continue to climb the 8th floor. In the end, the Green Jade Bridge collapsed for the 2nd time. For the 3rd time, Hanfei continued to cross the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Because there was no concept of time on the Green Jade Stone Bridge. Therefore, it basically wouldn't consume time on the bridge. This time, Hanfei smiled self-deprecatingly. Old Demon Chu probably didn't reverse time infinitely. He must do it with a condition. And this condition was either to consume spiritual energy or chaotic qi. This was because in the venerable realm, this was all he could consume. As for the power of the soul, this shouldn't have anything to do with the time technique. It was a spiritual power exclusive to cultivators. This time, Hanfei's plan was to reverse time with a condition. Sure enough, unlike the previous 2 times, when he paid a price, this Jade Stone Bridge was much easier to walk. Although the pressure was still huge, Hanfei managed to walk down the 8th floor. At that moment, countless questions about time filled Hanfei's mind. From this moment on, Hanfei was also a freak who could reverse time. Hanfei knew that copying other people's great Tao required continuous polishing and understanding. For example, although he was much stronger than Old Demon Chu, Old Demon Chu's comprehension of the great Tao of time was at least 2 levels above his. However, Hanfei's current power of time was enough. Hanfei asked, "Old Yuan, how long has it been outside?" The old turtle asked in confusion, "Not even 1 second. What power did you acquire on the bridge?" Last time, Hanfei walked on the Green Jade Bridge and comprehended the great Tao of time, which shocked the old turtle. Was the cost of comprehending a great Tao so low? Therefore, this time, the old turtle was mentally prepared. As soon as Hanfei heard that, he appeared outside. At this moment, Queen Life was still bombarding the sea-controlling white shell. She didn't know where Hanfei went. However, no matter where Han Fei went, what ability did he have to leave this sealed space earlier than her? Buzz. However, a second later, Han Fei suddenly appeared. Queen Life, hurry up. Help me. At this time, 5 wisps of chaotic qi in Han Fei's body suddenly shattered. The tremendous power of the Great Tao directly shattered Han Fei's body, turning it into a faint blue light. The next moment, Han Fei appeared outside the sea-controlling white shell. Queen Life was stunned and exclaimed, "The Great Tao of Time." Han Fei held the void with one hand, and a complicated oriented teleportation array was being carved. Han Fei said, "Junior sister, you owe me a lot this time. I can block the white armored emperor for 100 seconds. Hurry up and kill the sea controlling white shell. By the way, you must give me a share of his shell." Ka ka ka. The moment a complicated array appeared, Han Fei stepped in. In the next moment, Han Fei disappeared. Queen Life. The old turtle was equally shocked. What was Han Fei's Jadestone Bridge? If Han Fei had been capable of that, he wouldn't have waited so long. Therefore, the old turtle was quite sure that Han Fei's Jadestone Bridge was extremely monstrous. It had only been 5 seconds since the White Armor Emperor left and Han Fei drew the oriented teleportation array. The White Armor Emperor was fast, but not to this extent. Han Fei was quite anxious, and the old turtle said, "Fortunately, this is a barren land. The kings here have limited means. Otherwise, he would have arrived in just 5 seconds." Han Fei didn't have time to ask the old turtle anything. With a swish, he appeared at the flying feather division of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Han Fei's clone was shattered into nothingness when it saw Han Fei. Han Fei was holding the vast ocean navigator. When the vast ocean navigator pointed at the Dark War port, Han Fei drew an array again. Outside the Dark War port, countless people were preparing for a great battle. And Queen Life was arranging for that just now. How could Queen Life not know of the super battle between Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor? However, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree had to be well prepared. At this moment, the 72 venerables from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, the 15 venerables from the Yin-Yang world, and the 4 venerable level sea demons from the Demon Subduing Tower were guarding the area. Among them, outside the Dark War port, almost half of the combat power of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was poured in. This must be the battlefield between the White Shell Royal City and the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Although they could fight in other places, the Dark War port had a route through which people could quickly go to the other 3 battlefields. Therefore, it was no surprise that there were the most soldiers in this critical place. In fact, the Sea Demon army had already retreated. In the past 3 months, everyone in the Waterwood world had been exploring the sea area and looting resources. Just now, under the command of Queen Life, everyone outside returned. Luo Xiaobai was a very strict commander. She knew that Han Fei came here to communicate and fight, not to lead these people to hunt treasures. Therefore, when many people in the Waterwood world went out to hunt treasures, no one from the Yin-Yang world went out. Although some people complained about Luo Xiaobai's harshness, they didn't lack resources. Since they couldn't get out, they could only cultivate. Fortunately, there were constant battles in the dark waters outside the Dark War port, so they could find some resources here. Suddenly, the voice of Patriarch Thug spread out. "All human beings of the Yin-Yang world, return to your positions immediately." Everybody was shocked. Someone's heart stirred. Huh? Are we going to war again? brothers, abandon the dark waters and fight our way out. Someone grinned. We haven't fought for 2 months. I wonder how many sea demons will come in this time. I'm waiting for you here, shoals. The hidden fishers from the Inyang world all rubbed their hands in excitement. They were still immersed in the illusions when the law enforcers had already rushed to the periphery of the Dark War port. Outside the Dark War port, countless people had been prepared to receive the attack of the Sea Demon army. But suddenly, Ning Jing, Insect King, Patriarch Thug, and the others changed their minds and shouted, "Retreat!" Perhaps influenced by Han Fei, Ning Jing stood proudly in the void, and her voice spread tens of thousands of kilometers away. Everyone, retreat to the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Hurry up. After that, a spear appeared in Ning Jing's hand. She gathered her momentum and burned her essence blood to push her strength to the peak. At this moment, she didn't have time to think whether she would die or not. The White Armor Emperor was right in front of her. Li Daxian appeared beside Luo Xiaobai and said solemnly, "The Sea Demon King is here." Luo Xiaobai was stunned. Who? Luo Xiaobai seemed to be in disbelief. She couldn't understand why this person came. Wasn't the White Shell Royal City blown up by Han Fei? Just now, Queen Life shouted and disappeared. It seemed that she was going to intercept the White Armor Emperor. But now, Han Fei didn't appear, nor did Queen Life, but the White Armored Emperor appeared? She couldn't help but wonder what happened. If both Han Fei and Queen Life were killed, the Waterwood world would be doomed. It would make no difference whether they escaped or not. In front of a king, who could escape? However, it was too late for Ning Jing and the others to discover it. When they found the king, the White Armored Emperor was already 50,000 kilometers away. When they shouted to inform others, no one would have a chance to run anymore. Ning Jing felt that she had never been so serious before. She had already been prepared. If she died heroically, someone might remember her bravery in the future. Ah! Ning Jing shouted and activated the Great Tao of Space. Her body flew thousands of kilometers, and the spear mark pierced through the void and was about to collide with the White Armor Emperor. However, just at this moment, buzz! An array appeared in the sky, and a figure broke out of the array and shouted, "Jinger, retreat!" While countless people were wondering why they were ordered to retreat, the sky was torn apart, a huge array appeared, and Han Fei had already stepped out of the array. Jinger's spear had already been thrust out, and Han Fei extended his hand and drew a saber out of the void. The saber tore through the void and cut through the night sky, as if it tore a gash in the night. How is that possible? The White Armor Emperor was shocked. In order to trap Mu Wuhua and Han Fei, he sacrificed his companion spirit and sealed it with his Great Tao, to buy the time of 100 seconds. The White Armor Emperor believed that if the venerables of the Waterwood world dared to fight, within 100 seconds, he could slaughter more than half of them. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle could wipe out all the creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. The White Armor Emperor was going to show Queen Life that when a king was angry, millions would die. He wanted Queen Life and Han Fei to regret offending him. However, the White Armor Emperor didn't expect Han Fei to come so quickly. However, when Han Fei appeared alone, although the White Armor Emperor was surprised, he was delighted. If Han Fei died, he would win. He was not afraid of Queen Life, nor the 4 major races of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. What he was afraid of was Han Fei, a peerless heavenly talent. This kind of person would have no limit when he grew up. Now, he could fight a king. Maybe he could pass a king-level tribulation in a few days. The White Armor Emperor casually threw out a spear, and Jinger's spear shattered instantly. Jinger was horrified, but not surprised. Other people didn't know the difference between a venerable and a king, but she did. That was the difference in the life level. As soon as one became a king, he could even awaken a special technique that was related to his own level. It was just like the defense power of the White Armor Emperor and Queen Life's life spring water. Han Fei knew that the gap between a venerable and a king was huge. How could Jinger resist the White Armored Emperor? Therefore, Han Fei drew out a saber the moment Jinger thrust her spear out. This saber cut across the sky. It contained invincible saber intent and was magnificent. Clang! The White Armor Emperor's spear shattered, and Han Fei slashed with all his strength, causing terrifying ripples that swept more than 8,000 kilometers. Huff dash. Han Fei took a long breath. Fortunately, it wasn't too late yet. If he had been one step slower, Jinger wouldn't have survived. Han Fei shouted again, "Everybody, retreat 100,000 kilometers." Jinger was stunned to see that Han Fei had shattered the attack of the White Armor Emperor. However, she had no time to think and quickly stepped back. "Everyone, retreat for now." Li Daxian jumped over only to see Han Fei rush towards the White Armor Emperor from a distance, and he was shocked. Li Daxian roared, "Han Fei, can you handle it? That's a real king." Behind Han Fei, the infinity water triggered huge waves in the sea, which were thousands of meters high, and slashed at the White Armor Emperor like a blade. Han Fei replied without looking back, "I know I'm fighting a king." Li Daxian. Bang! 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 In an instant, Han Fei and the White Armored Emperor collided. This might be the first time that Han Fei had fully used the great Tao of invincibility, which he didn't know well yet. Because he didn't know it well, he didn't use it much. But now, Han Fei was shining like the sun in the night sky, lighting up half of the sky with his power. Knock, knock, knock. Boom, boom, boom. The White Armor Emperor was good at close-quarter combat. Seeing Han Fei didn't retreat even in the face of death, he wanted to kill Han Fei even more. Although Han Fei's strength was beyond his imagination, he found that Han Fei's strength was weakening and he was retreating. Behind Han Fei were the billions of creatures on the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. If he retreated, what would happen to them? The White Armor Emperor was sure that Queen Life couldn't come over. He wondered how Han Fei escaped from his sea-controlling seal. However, Han Fei was alone. How could he resist him? Therefore, Han Fei must die in this battle. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Han Fei couldn't hold on anymore. Even a terrifying combat skill like Monkey King's 3,000 sticks was repelled by the shield. This caused Han Fei to retreat again and again. After 10 seconds, he had retreated 6,000 kilometers. At that moment, Han Fei was exhausted. Ning Jing, Insect King, Insect Queens, Wushang Shui, Li Daxian, and the others were all shocked to see Han Fei attacking the White Armor Emperor. To be able to block the White Armored Emperor for so long with the power of a venerable Han Fei must be the strongest person under the King realm. The White Armor Emperor roared, "Han Fei, you haven't become a king yet. How can you stop me?" Since you overestimate yourself and insist on fighting, just die. Boom. The White Armor Emperor's hysterical voice was filled with madness and fury. Countless people stopped and looked at the sky. Ning Jing shouted, "Han Fei, retreat." But Ning Jing felt that she was too late. She saw that Han Fei's breath disappeared in the terrifying explosion. In the next moment, a blue halo circulated, and Han Fei appeared in a blue light curtain in an instant. At this time, Han Fei's strength had returned to its peak. However, Han Fei wasn't very happy, because he found that the longer he reversed time, the more chaotic energy he consumed. On average, he would have to consume a wisp of chaotic chi to return to 1 second ago. If he wanted to hold on for 100 seconds, it meant that almost 100 wisps of chaotic chi would be gone. If he fought the white-armored emperor in the wild, no matter how much chaotic chi Han Fei had, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Han Fei couldn't help thinking of old Demon Chu's methods. It seemed that even if old Demon Chu comprehended the great Tao of time better than him, the amount of chaos energy he consumed was also massive. The great Tao of time? The white-armored emperor was a king anyway. No matter how remote the place he lived was, he knew the time great Tao. In fact, almost every king had considered practicing the time great Tao. However, who could really comprehend the great Tao of time? Anyway, he couldn't. Therefore, seeing that Han Fei's strength instantly returned to its peak, the White Armor Emperor couldn't feel worse. Han Fei roared, "White Armor Emperor, since you can't kill me, go back. Bring your army of sea demons and attack again. Or, if you have the ability, release the army in your body now. I'll kill them all." Humph. Maybe you know the great Tao of time, but so what? I don't believe you. Can reverse time infinitely. Bang. 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 As they talked, the White Armor Emperor and Han Fei collided again. This scene stunned Ning Jing and the others. Li Daxian looked at this scene in shock. Reverse time? What kind of magical ability did Han Fei learn? That was the great Tao of time. With Han Fei buying time, the army of the Dark Warport was retreating frantically. No one was an idiot. Judging from the sound, it seemed that Han Fei and the White Armor Emperor were fighting fiercely. Thousands of kilometers away, a wisp of power that was released in their battle could sweep in all directions. A bug hummed, "Can Han Fei fight a king now?" A member of the Sky Clan said, "Han Fei's original body is a member of our Sky Clan." A human said, "Come on. Han Fei just turned into a bird once. How can you count him as a member of your Sky Clan?" Someone asked worriedly, "Why is Han Fei fighting the Sea Demon King? Where is the Queen?" Someone said, "The Queen was here a moment ago. Maybe she has something important to attend to, so Han Fei fights the king first." As for the humans of the Yin-Yang world, they sighed while fleeing. Someone exclaimed, "Marshal Han is only one step away from becoming a king. Now, he can already fight a king." Someone laughed. That's right. Who is Marshal Han? He is a peerless heavenly talent that hasn't appeared on the Scattered Stars Island for tens of thousands of years. The big clans have existed for tens of thousands of years. But Han Fei has easily crushed them all. The people from the big clans all had complicated feelings. In the crowd, Yang Diu said, "Sister Nanchi, I think you'd better not take revenge on Han Fei this life. He's already fighting a king. Do you know what realm he's in?" Yang Nanchi snorted. Of course I know. I'm as talented as him. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, shut up. How can you be so naive? Yang Nanchi, if you want to bring disaster to Han Fei, there is another way. That is to find a way to marry him. Then he'll be doomed. Ha ha ha. Chu Qingyan's expression was ugly. Is there no hope for revenge in this life? Beside Cao Qiao, Cao Jiaran said lightly, Qiao won't lose to him in the future. Cao Tian didn't speak, still looking simple and honest. A trace of struggle appeared in Cao Qiao's eyes as he muttered, the bloodline of the god of war, why do I have to become the god of war instead of him? Becoming me? Bang! After dozens of seconds, the insect queens all started chattering. An insect. Queen said, is the great Tao of time so terrifying? Han Fei has been destroyed 5 times, but he can still reverse time. Seeing that Han Fei was so good at fighting, Li Daxian simply accepted the request of Luo Xiaobai and the others and led them to the sky. The corners of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched and he said, how is it possible for us to catch up with him? Lu Renquang said, I don't know. Maybe I can catch up with Fei Fei after swallowing the white-armored emperor. Li Daxian squinted at Lu Renquang. It's useless even if you swallow 100. Chu Jinnan looked at Ling Yuan. Is that the knife technique senior brother taught us? Ling Yuan shook her head. I can't see how they are fighting at all. What's the use of asking me? As for Ishiyen and company, they looked eagerly at the void, trying their best to extend their perception range to the max. However, it was useless. How could they watch a battle between kings? In the rear, hundreds of thousands of human beings who had retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers suddenly shouted, Marshal Han, Marshal Han, Marshal Han. In the distant void, Han Fei reversed time again, stood in front of the white armor emperor, and shouted, White armor emperor, if you can't kill me today, in the future, I will tear off your shell and forge a weapon with it. At this moment, Han Fei needed to use chaotic qi to fight and reverse time. He had never felt that chaotic qi was so important. In fact, Han Fei already knew that the chaotic qi was equivalent to the compressed power of the great Tao, which could stimulate his own great Tao. Now, when he really used it, he realized that it could never be enough. Queen Life hadn't returned yet. The white armor emperor's face, which was calm at first, became twisted and he looked a little crazy. Han Fei realized that this guy might go crazy. Sure enough, when Han Fei reversed time for the 6th time, the white-armored emperor pushed Han Fei away. In the void, a huge shell appeared and spat out. And then 50,000 soldiers and nearly 100 venerables appeared. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He roared, White-armored emperor, the half-kings of the White Shell Royal City are not here. You're asking to be killed if you attack now. Buzz. 2 projections appeared out of thin air, and 5 white armor emperors appeared in the void. Han Fei looked at them. Half-venerable realm? This guy actually used half-venerable projections in the battle with him? The white armor emperor roared, Han Fei, since I can't kill you, let's see if I can kill these people. Then, the white armor emperor roared, everybody in the White Shell Royal City, attack with all your strength. Kill as many as you can in 50 seconds. At this moment, Han Fei knew that the white armor emperor was crazy. When fighting Han Fei clearly felt that the white armor emperor was weakened by about 20%. After all, he had just produced 5 half-king clones. It was not hard to imagine that back then, the black evil Conch King's loss was probably much greater than the White Armor Emperor because he had lost 3 half-king clones in the Yin-Yang world. However, since the White Armor Emperor was weakened by 20%, he couldn't suppress Han Fei anymore. Whether it was speed, strength, or defense, the two of them were now equal. Even so, if they fought for a long time, Han Fei's great Dao could only last a little longer. Han Fei didn't really have such strong power all the time. Fortunately, it would be fine as long as he fought until Queen Life returned. This meant that Han Fei didn't need to consume his chaotic qi anymore. The moment the White Armor Emperor released these people, Jingler, Insect King, Wushang Shui, and Li Daxian, a total of 13 venerables, jumped out. Among them, only Jingler and Insect King were in the half-king realm. There was also a half-king of the Sky Clan. The others were either peak-level venerables or advanced ones. Just when Han Fei felt that the Waterwood world might not be able to resist 5 half-kings at the same time, 22 insect queens rose into the sky at the same time. The insect queens formed a large array, and someone shouted, "Leave the remaining 2 half-kings to us." At this moment, the old turtle said, "This kind of projection is the most meaningless kind of projection. It will consume the power of the original body. But at this moment, it is indeed very useful. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor is weak, so it's the best time to kill him." Han Fei was lost for words. How can I kill him? Even if he has produced 5 projections, his strength is still comparable to mine. Obviously, he has planned everything. How would he give me a chance to kill him? The old turtle pondered for a moment. Let me prepare. My emperor-level soul can shake him. However, there's only one chance. I can't guarantee it. Besides, my attack this time will definitely damage my soul. I need to swallow at least 10 advanced venerable soul power. Han Fei's heart stirred. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just 10 advanced venerables. Once the White Armored Emperor dies, all the venerables in the White Shell Royal City will be ours. The old turtle said, although I can shake his soul, it will only take 1 second at most. Can you break his defense within a second alone? Do you want to wait for your junior sister to come? Gritting his teeth, Han Fei looked back. The Waterwood world could narrowly block the 5 half-king clones, but the premise was that the Waterwood world had to pay 25 high-level combatants to block them. The remaining venerables had to face nearly 100 venerables from the White Shell Royal City. The Waterwood world was at a huge disadvantage. If there were venerables who maliciously massacred, the Waterwood world would suffer heavy losses. And now, there were still at least 40 or 50 seconds before Queen Life returned. She had to rush back after breaking the array. Han Fei couldn't help but shout at Jingler, is it really impossible for the Cloud Sea Divine Tree to attack? Ning Jing gritted her teeth. She had explained this question to Han Fei before. The Cloud Sea Divine Tree could attack, but it could only protect itself. Besides, the power displayed by the Cloud Sea Divine Tree wouldn't be very strong. Its main power was to maintain the existence of a world and provide the habitats of billions of creatures in the Waterwood world. Because of the different direction of evolution, its effects were naturally different. The old turtle said, I suggest we wait. Han Fei gritted his teeth and said, Old Yuan, can't you use the secret method twice in a row? The old turtle was lost for words. Then he buzzed. I only have one soul. If I use it twice in a row, I'll fall into a deep sleep. Then I don't know when I can return. Hanfei was lost for words. I can summon part of your soul with the demon king contract. The old turtle said leisurely, my soul is all here. It has been suppressed for too long, and most of my soul has been obliterated. I can only use this wisp of soul and my body. Unfortunately, I can't summon my body. The old turtle had a lot of uses. He still needed to use the old turtle a lot. Besides, when he left the Inyang world, he would need the old turtle to provide him with various suggestions. So, let the old turtle sleep? Hanfei certainly wouldn't agree. But now he seemed to have no choice. The white-armored emperor had obviously given up on the entire White Shell royal city. He was trying to buy some time to crush the Cloud Sea divine tree. The white armor emperor roared, you want to kill me? Then die with me. At the moment when the two parties collided, Hanfei suddenly shouted, Old Yuan, do it. The old turtle didn't know what Hanfei was up to, but no matter what, he was not in a hurry. Hanfei's potential was beyond doubt. It didn't matter even if he was delayed in the Inyang world or the Waterwood world for a while. For the old turtle, even if Hanfei failed to kill the white-armored emperor now, it would only delay some time. In the sky, boundless black gas suddenly emerged. Swish. 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 12 black chains were attached to the white armor emperor. At that moment, the white armor emperor's eyes turned black. Seeing this scene, Hanfei knew that it was time. Twin divine technique. His white mist body and black mist body attacked at the same time. Because he had been prepared, he easily activated the power of time again. Then he grabbed the time and entered the void. A half-king clone of the white armor emperor was horrified and shouted, Dodge. Hanfei. However, Hanfei used the old turtle's only chance to attack. How could the white-armored emperor dodge it so easily? Even Hanfei, who had activated the twin divine techniques, could easily kill a half-king. Therefore, Hanfei approached the projections of the white armor emperor in an instant. Pooh. 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 2 projections were killed. Because it wasn't the white armor emperor's true body, there was no blood rebirth, nor would there be great Tao cracks in the sky. Therefore, when the 2 half-kings were killed, they were simply killed. As for the other 3 half-king clones, they had already begun to flee the moment Hanfei attacked. But Hanfei's black mist body was invisible, so the white armor emperor couldn't avoid it. At this moment, Hanfei only had time to attack the 3 projections of the white armor emperor. Or, when the black mist body turned to the 3rd projection, Hanfei's figure broke out of the void with a buzz. With the thought of him, the strength of his white mist body was greatly reduced. However, in the void, 4 different projections of Hanfei appeared in different places. Together, with Hanfei's white mist body, 5 Hanfei in the peak-level venerable realm appeared. Even if the strength of Hanfei's projections was only at the peak of the venerable realm, they were not weak. Under the void descending art, everyone heard boom. Boom. In the sky, 5 consecutive great Tao cracks appeared, appearing almost at the same time. The great Tao cracks were crisscrossed in the sky, looking very weird. Li Daxian muttered to himself, as expected of the future master of the heavenly palace. Ning Jing, Insect King, and the others were already at war. They were both delighted and horrified at Han Fei's move. Wasn't Han Fei too strong? 5 peak-level venerables had died at the same time. And Han Fei had even killed 3 half-king projections of the white-armored emperor? Han Fei was about to kill a few more venerables with his black mist body when the old turtle said, "The time is up, hurry." Crack. As soon as the old turtle said so, the 12 black chains shattered. Seeing this scene, the twins combined and all the projections were broken. Supreme Yin Yang painting. He could do a lot of things in 1 second. For example, the scale of victory that decided a super battle. The White Armor Emperor already knew what happened. Unfortunately, the moment he broke free from the soul restraints, a black and white picture appeared and pressed against his body. Sizzle. Ka ka ka. Under the Yin Yang Great Tao, the White Armor Emperor could hardly break free from the soul restraints. All he could do was to resist. However, he knew that with the destruction of his 3 half-king projections and 5 peak-level venerables, not only a half-king, but also 22 venerables from the Cloud Sea Divine Tree were freed. This caused the peak combat power of both sides to return to balance. The White Armor Emperor's heart was bleeding. The situation was hopeless. If the combat power in the venerable realm was equal, he wouldn't be able to win. Quickly. This put the White Armor Emperor in a dilemma. Queen Life was coming back. Han Fei was like a piece of plaster, fighting to the death without retreating. He had no time to take the people of the White Shell Royal City away. And now, the White Armor Emperor knew that if he didn't leave, the consequences might be that he would be suppressed by Queen Life and Han Fei together. At this moment, the demonic Great Tao swallowed his heart, and the White Armored Emperor seemed to understand why Xue Fan sacrificed so many people to help him become a king. Because no matter how many people he nurtured, it was not his own power. Then, why didn't swallow them all? In this way, he could become an extremely powerful king. Unfortunately, he understood the truth of the evil Tao too late. At this moment, he had to run. The White Armor Emperor said telepathically, "All venerables, flee." After that, the White Armor Emperor broke into the void, and Han Fei followed him in. However, the White Armor Emperor turned around and ran. Yes, a king ran away. At the moment when the White Armored Emperor escaped, Han Fei was stunned. Do you know that if you escape, the White Shell Royal City will be gone? More than half of the venerables in the Royal City will be annihilated. When the White Armor Emperor tried to escape, Han Fei's first reaction was not to stop him, but to speak to Ning Jing and Insect King, block the White Armor Emperor's projections. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei turned back and attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Han Fei's sky-hanging mirror reflected the sky. The White Armored Emperor of the White Shell Royal City fled in defeat. Everyone, let's kill our way into the sea. The venerates of the Waterwood world, hold back the sea demon venerables. Ning Jing added, hold them back. Don't let any of them escape. If the commander fled, the army would be devastated. No matter what the situation was, it was the same in a pitched battle. Therefore, when Han Fei shouted that the White Armored Emperor had escaped, the entire Waterwood world went crazy. Kill. Buzz. The overwhelming number of insects flew out, some flying into the sky, and some fleeing to the seabed. The swarms of the Sky Clan almost covered the sky and rushed into the sea too. The humans from the Yin Yang world roared, "Marshal Han is invincible," and rushed into the battlefield. In just a few seconds, the two half-king projections of the white-armored emperor was killed by Han Fei. Ning Jing turned around and asked Han Fei, "Where is the queen?" "She'll be back soon." Ning Jing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. Then, she charged angrily at a sea demon venerable. Han Fei and his 9 peak-level venerable projection chased the sea demons into the void. The old turtle must have consumed a lot of energy to control the white armor emperor just now. He had to replenish his energy. After all, the old turtle was his servant now. At the moment when the white armor emperor had no choice but to flee, it had been only less than 80 seconds since the battle between Han Fei and the white armor emperor started. Queen Life returned 18 seconds after the white-armored emperor escaped. This meant that Queen Life must have paid a heavy price to return 10 seconds earlier. When Queen Life returned, after only dozens of seconds, there were great Dao cracks in the sky one after another. On the way, Queen Life killed 2 venerables from the White Shell Royal City. The white-armored emperor escaped, and the army of the 50,000 soldiers of the Royal City began a large-scale battle with the cultivators of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. However, the king of the White Shell Royal City had already fled, and the venerables had scattered and were being chased crazily. The army of the White Shell Royal City lost their morale and scattered. However, unexpectedly, apart from a few venerables hunting down some explorers, no one touched the sea demons below the explorer level. When Queen Life returned, less than 10,000 of the 50,000 soldiers had escaped. Queen Life roared, "All venerables, listen up. Don't hunt sea demons below the explorer level. These sea demons will be the whetstone for the rise of Waterwood World." The perspective of the strong was naturally different. The Waterwood World won. Billions of creatures slaughtered their way into the sea, and the sea demons left behind couldn't escape. Those who could escape certainly wouldn't dare to retaliate in the short term. They didn't have the ability or courage to do that. After all, even their king had been defeated. Half a day later, somewhere 500,000 kilometers away in the Waterwood World, in a secret array, Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, have you recovered?" The old turtle said, "Not so fast. Even with these venerable corpses, it might take 10 years. Han Fei sneered. "Can't you enter my calabash? You can just cultivate there." The old turtle said, "I can only see that world, but I can't enter it." "That's your world. Only with your permission can outsiders enter it." Han Fei wondered if he could let the old turtle enter Forge the Universe. This time, something strange happened. Han Fei realized that after the old turtle became his servant, he could directly absorb the old turtle into Forge the Universe without consuming a massive amount of resources. Han Fei immediately realized that it seemed that only by acknowledging him as master could the old turtle come in. However, if he reduced the 10 years to about half a year, the old turtle would be able to control the White Armor Emperor again. Then, the White Armor Emperor would be doomed. Therefore, Han Fei was not in a hurry. In the sky above the Waterwood World, when Han Fei returned, he saw that Queen Life seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Queen Life threw a huge piece of broken shell to Han Fei and said, "The sea controlling white shell detonated itself. This whole piece of shell and some broken flesh, except for the thousands of kilograms of flesh given to Jinger, Suzhen, and the Golden Crow, are all here." Han Fei accepted it. "How many venerables have died?" Han Fei knew that a total of 42 venerables had died. If he guessed right, they were all sea demon venerables. Queen Life, 24 venerables from the White Shell Royal City, died. 2 junior venerables and 1 intermediate venerable from the Waterwood world were killed. Queen Life seemed quite satisfied with this number. Han Fei, on the other hand, frowned and said, 3 venerables of us died? It seems that there were a lot of subsequent battles. Are there still nearly 60 sea demon venerables left? Queen Life said, I've confirmed the hidden places of some of them. In the coming year, at least 10 to 20 sea demon venerables will die. As for the rest, we'll search slowly. Anyway, this sea area is only so big. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, I'll solve 10 venerables. I'll find them myself. Oh? Queen Life didn't know how to look at Han Fei now. When they first met, Han Fei was pitifully weak and could be squeezed to death with 1 finger. Now, even she probably couldn't kill Han Fei. And Han Fei was only a half-king. If he became a king, there was no way she could defeat him. Queen Life said, unfortunately, I came too late. As long as the white-armored Emperor is alive, the Waterwood world can't explore the outside world. Han Fei smiled. Half a year. Give me half a year, and I'll find the white armor emperor. However, the corpse of the white armor emperor should belong to me. Han Fei didn't ask for much. With the death of the white armor emperor, the hundreds of millions of creatures in the Cloud Sea Divine Tree could go out. The sea was huge and had countless resources. They would enter a period of rapid rise. However, he couldn't give all the benefits to the Waterwood world. Therefore, Han Fei wanted the corpse of the white-armored emperor. Queen Life was lost for words. You want the corpse of the white-armored emperor? Aren't you afraid that he will blow himself up? The power of a king's explosion may be beyond your imagination. Han Fei said, the white-armored emperor is very timid. How many strong masters did he abandon just to survive? Such a person weighs the pros and cons too much. Can he blow himself up? However, if he does, the Waterwood world must allow the human beings of the Yin-Yang world to come and cultivate. After all, the death of Xue Fan and the white-armored emperor is all because of me. The Yin-Yang world should get some benefits. Queen Life smiled casually. Okay. I have no problem with the connection between the 2 worlds. Just as you said, what we need to deal with next is the crisis in the cage. But the half-kings are not allowed to come to the Waterwood world. Of course, Han Fei knew the danger of the cage. However, hearing that Queen Life seemed to acquiesce to the connection of the 2 worlds, he immediately said, okay, the day the white-armored emperor dies will be the day the 2 worlds are officially connected. As for whether the half-kings could come to Yin-Yang world or not, it didn't matter. With old Han gone, Yin-Yang world only had 2 half-kings. Half a year passed. Han Fei quietly came out of Forge the Universe. Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and the entire Thug Academy didn't have the time to pay attention to him. This was because everyone was busy entering the sea to kill enemies and hunt for treasures, to cultivate and make breakthroughs. Naturally, no one had the time to pay attention to him. Because too many powerhouses had died in the Waterwood world, the spiritual energy here was richer and richer. Of course, there were also a lot of resources scattered here. In Han Fei's words, where there were sea demons, there were resources. Luo Xiaobai and the others had gained a lot in the past 6 months. The reason was simple. None of the venerable level sea demons dared to come out. Once they came out, they would be killed. Therefore few people could resist Luo Xiaobai and the others. 8 years had passed in Forge the Universe. In the past 8 years, Han Fei had learned the Heavenly God's Stab and the 10,000 Dao patterns. Of course, Han Fei had also deduced the indestructible overlord body. However, after deducing it in the demon purification pot, he got a new technique that made Han Fei very conflicted. This technique was as follows. Supreme Mystic Divine Body, Venerable Level, Divine Quality. Introduction. This technique is the deduced art of the indestructible overlord. Body art. You have to comprehend it on your own. This technique can help you cultivate your Tao body by fusing chaotic qi into your body. This technique ranks 5609th in the body refinement technique in the infinite ocean. Its strength is immeasurable. Deduced art, unable to be deduced. First of all, what Han Fei could be sure of was that this supreme mystic divine body was definitely not a simple technique. The old turtle had said that there were millions of races in the infinite ocean. Ranking the 5000th was enough to prove the power of this technique. But Han Fei despised it. If you give me a top 100 body refining technique, I can try to cultivate it. However, you're giving me a body refining technique ranking behind the 5000th? Even if I practice it to the highest level, it's impossible for me to rank among the tops among the thousands of species in the sea. Therefore, Han Fei decided not to cultivate first. Have you finished your cultivation? Behind Han Fei, the voice of Queen Life suddenly sounded. Han Fei said casually, well, it's about time. It's time for the white-armored emperor to die. Queen Life said, are you sure you can find him? It's actually very difficult to find a king who hides himself. Besides, you killed 5 half-king projections of the white armor emperor. His strength should be greatly reduced. Now, it will take him 100 years to come out of seclusion. Han Fei grinned. How dare you let a king lurk in this world? Queen Life. Let's go. We have to try. Nobody knew where Han Fei and Queen Life were going, not even Ming Jing. Ming Jing was sent out by Queen Life to hunt the sea demon venerables. Half a day passed. Han Fei and Queen Life came to the Vortex Sea, where Han Fei entered the lightning prison. Han Fei had felt that this place was weird the first time he saw it. This place could be connected to the lightning prison. Could it be that these vortices were actually connected to one place? Han Fei made up his mind that he would try exploring this place after finishing killing the white armor emperor. Is it this sea? Queen Life said in surprise, I've been to these vortexes before. Back then, there were many vortexes here, but they're gradually dwindling now. Those who can be explored have basically been explored. The rest are mostly problematic. None of them should be useful. Han Fei was puzzled. Is there a problem? Queen Life, some vortexes are connected to shattered small worlds. Once you enter them, you may accidentally fall into the endless void. Han Fei frowned slightly. However, when Han Fei used the vast ocean navigator, there would be no mistake. And it pointed exactly at the vortex that led to the lightning prison that he had been to. At this moment, he knew where the white-armored emperor was. Han Fei said, since I found this place, I can be sure that this road is absolutely clear. Let's go. With that, Han Fei stepped into the vortex. Queen Life was naturally not afraid of the vortex. She knew this place, which meant that she had been here more than once. When the two of them were deep in the endless void, Han Fei was still rushing. in a direction. This made Queen Life rather curious. Why was Han Fei so sure that this place was safe? A moment later, when a white light appeared, Queen Life was surprised. An exit? Han Fei grinned. Yes. Swish. A moment later, the two quickly left the exit. In the next moment, dozens of thunderbolts bombarded them with bangs. Queen Life was stunned. It's the power of lightning. It's not heavenly tribulation, but pure lightning. The power of the great Tao it contains is limited. Where is this? Han Fei didn't explain. In Forge the Universe, the vast ocean navigator didn't spin as he expected. Han Fei grinned. Follow me. Queen Life was suspicious. Han Fei seemed to be familiar with this place. The two quickly left the lightning prison through the teleportation array. When they reappeared, Han Fei found that the teleportation entrance to the forbidden level secret realms in the White Shell Royal City was gone, and there were no traces of arrays. Obviously, the White Armor Emperor had destroyed the entrance to the forbidden level trial ground. Without the seal, Han Fei didn't know how he got here. Fortunately, Han Fei found another entrance to the lightning prison. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find the White Armored Emperor. In the Godfiend Sea, the White Armor Emperor was lying there. In the corresponding cage, the old sheep moved. He was guarding this place personally. Who knew what the purpose of the person opposite him was? After more than half a year of recuperation, the White Armor Emperor's fury was finally appeased. However, he made a decision that even he himself found terrifying. He was determined to take another path, a path of blood sacrifices, to devour creatures. In this battle, the White Armor Emperor discovered that his methods were too merciful. All this time, he had thought that he was smart, strong, and capable enough. However, after seeing Xue Fan, he didn't think so anymore. Xue Fan's courage to swallow an entire race shocked him. If Xue Fan triggered the evil thoughts in the White Armor Emperor's heart, then Han Fei was a fuse. This fuse ignited the White Armor Emperor's thirst for power to the point where he could do anything for it. However, this desire had just been aroused. Buzz. The White Armored Emperor, who was cultivating, suddenly came back to himself. The next moment, the White Armor Emperor looked surprised. Han Fei. Mu Wuhua, the White Armor Emperor was very surprised by the arrival of Han Fei and Queen Life. However, he quickly reacted. He looked at Han Fei and the corners of his mouth twitched. So, it was because of you that the seal on the Godfiend Sea had something wrong? Han Fei grinned. Oh, did you find out? The White Armor Emperor drew a round scimitar with one hand and held a shield in another, ready for battle. Han Fei grinned and two white scimitars appeared in his hands. However, these two knives were not ordinary weapons, but the blade of hope that wouldn't be damaged. After all, he was facing a king, and he was only a half-king. Snowmorn should be easy to damage. Although the embroidery needle wasn't weak, it wasn't something he was best at. Then, the blade of hope became the best weapon. Queen Life said leisurely, White Armor Emperor, do you know that you will have this day? The White Armor Emperor chuckled. Heh. Do you really think you can kill me? Just by joining hands? Bang. The White Armor Emperor took the lead to attack. The shield flickered with blue light, as if infinite power was pushing the seawater into huge waves. Pooh. 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 Demon plants and vines were growing under the whole God-fiend sea. In an instant, the raging sea was covered by demonic plants. On the side of the cage, the old sheep shouted, "Retreat, all of you, retreat. Give up guarding this place. There are kings fighting here." Old sheep was speechless. What had Han Fei done outside? It had only been half a year. Why? Was there a king-level battle here? Lightning said in shock, "Old sheep, will this place collapse? Are you sure that there are kings fighting here?" The old sheep shouted, "Of course. How can I not know this?" Bang! The surrounding void was suddenly torn apart by countless void cracks. Bear Handsome and the other people guarding here looked at each other in bewilderment. Fierce Lion exclaimed, "How can the aftermath be so powerful with this space? In between? Are kings still human?" In the God-fiend sea, the two parties were fighting fiercely. The white-armored emperor had lost 5 half-king projections earlier, so his strength was at the same level as Han Fei's now. For the first time, Han Fei saw that the combat weapon of Queen Life was a small stick about a foot with a half-inch long branch on it. However, this small stick was completely controlled by Mu Wuhua with the power of her soul. In a second, she struck 800 times in a row, and the power made the white armor emperor keep retreating. After all, Queen Life was in her best state, while the white-armored emperor hadn't recovered yet. After fighting over 50 seconds, Han Fei didn't even use the Great Tao of Time. Under normal circumstances, Han Fei could still maintain his peak state for another 50 seconds. Even if the time was up, he could still restore his peak combat power by reversing time. Han Fei asked, "Old Yuan, when are you going to attack?" The old turtle said, "Wait, the energy in this space is limited. We have to consume all the energy in this space so that he can only use his reserve power." Huff dash. Han Fei opened his mouth and swallowed crazily. What the old turtle said was easy to do. With his current body, even the power of the entire God-fiend sea wouldn't be enough for him to absorb. The white armor emperor's face changed drastically. As if he had made a decision, he roared, "My shell." At that moment, the sky above the entire God-fiend sea was covered by a white shadow. Haha. Han Fei, you destroyed the seal on the God-fiend sea. Have you ever thought that this is my final trump card? This is my origin sea. Hiss. Queen Life exclaimed, "Not good. My power is being sealed." Even Han Fei felt an inexplicable power obliterating his power. He felt that the power of his great Tao couldn't even last 50 seconds. It would collapse within 10 seconds at most. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Origin sea? What should I do with it? The old turtle said, "Don't panic. As I said, although he can do many things in his origin sea, he is not absolutely invincible. In this space, he can attack indiscriminately and unrestrictedly. However, don't forget, the origin sea is also his great Tao. You just need to cut off his great Tao. Your little calabash can absorb my great Tao, so it can definitely deal with the white armored emperor. Besides, even in the origin sea, I can still freeze him as long as he shows up." Han Fei said, "Demon purification pot, absorb." Han Fei's wrist was heating up, and he felt that surging spiritual energy, mixed with a bit of chaotic qi, was entering his body. Sure enough, the old turtle had a deep understanding of the demon purification pot. He knew that the demon purification pot would attack under such circumstances. Queen Life looked at Han Fei in surprise. How could Han Fei crazily grab power In someone else's origin sea? Buzz. With a thought, the White Armor Emperor separated Han Fei and Mu Wuhua. He just wanted to interrupt Han Fei from swallowing energy. However, as the old turtle said, as long as he appeared, it was a chance for the old turtle to attack. Han Fei roared, "Old Yuan, soul lock, dash." Ka ka ka. The 12 chains clutched the White Armor Emperor again, freezing him in midair. In an instant, Han Fei flashed and appeared in front of the White Armor Emperor. The power of his soul controlled the infinity water to enter the White Armor Emperor's body and spread out. Knock on the heavenly gate. Heavenly God stab. Draw. Slash. Crack. Boom. The barrier that blocked Han Fei and Mu Wuhua was opened. On Mu Wuhua's side, it had completely turned into green and winding vines. Seeing that the barrier was opened and the White-Armored Emperor was nailed to the void, without hesitation, Mu Wuhua held a longbow and shot a wisp of dark green liquid at him. Withering arrow. Bang! A film-like crust on the White Armor Emperor's body began to decay. Mu Wuhua roared, "His armor has been broken. Now let me break his body." Han Fei was briefly stunned. Seeing that the old turtle's soul-locked chains were cracking, he roared, "Explode." Boom. Crack. At that moment, the God-Fiend Sea, which was the origin sea of the White Armor Emperor, was full of cracks. The White Armor Emperor's body was dripping with blood and riddled with holes. In 1 second, the situation was reversed. The White Armored Emperor was dying, but he was still alive. But at the last moment, a small branch extended out of Han Fei's glabella and clasped this space. With a jerk, it took out a shell phantom and pulled it back into Han Fei's glabella. Mu Wuhua stared at the center of Han Fei's eyebrows in shock, and the old turtle roared, "Go, go. His great Tao has been snatched by the calabash, and his origin sea is about to collapse." Han Fei grabbed the White Armor Emperor with the void lines and shouted at Mu Wuhua, "Run! Rumble! Rumble!" Above the Waterwood world, covering the entire Waterwood world, a blood-colored great Tao crack stretched across the entire sky. The sky seemed to have opened up a huge crack. At this moment, the White Armor Emperor died. The most important reason for the White Armor Emperor's death was that this guy thought that he could control everything by sealing Han Fei and Queen Life in his origin sea. However, he didn't expect Han Fei to have the help of the old turtle and the demon purification pot. From this, it could be seen that the origin sea wasn't necessarily safe. 4. Example, the origin sea of the Divine Sun was also occupied by Xue Fan. Of course, the death of the White Armored Emperor was also caused by the dazzling arrow of Queen Life. The corrosive power on the arrow even broke the defense of the White Armored Emperor, which showed how poisonous it was. The God-Fiend Sea was the border between the origin sea of the White Armored Emperor and the Space Valley in the cage. Therefore, when the White Armored Emperor died, although there were no exaggerated great Tao cracks in the cage, above the Space Valley, there was a shadow of a shocking great Tao crack. Of course, only the venerables could see this. The entire Waterwood world was in an uproar. It had only been half a year. Although a venerable would die almost every month, the shocking great Tao crack was unprecedented. Someone exclaimed, "Who died? Why such a huge uproar? It's even louder than the death of a half-king." Someone sneered. "Have you ever seen a half-king die?" Someone said, "But this is indeed the greatest great Tao crack we've ever Scene. Only a few venerables looked at the void and sighed with mixed feelings. Ningjing murmured, "This must be the legendary death of a king." Li Daxian was chasing a sea demon who was at the peak of the advanced venerable level. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. A king died? The white-armored emperor is dead? Luo Xiaobai and the others were exploring the old site of the White Shell Royal City. Seeing this scene, they looked at each other in shock. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Did Feifei just kill a king?" Lu Renquang asked, "It's been only half a year. How could it be possible?" Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "How could it be possible? It's entirely possible. I even believe that he can become a king tomorrow, not to mention killing a king." Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "Don't worry about him. The ground veins of the White Shell Royal City are still here. This time, we'll intercept the ground veins and improve our strength to that of peak-level explorers. Next, we should hunt sea demons and prepare to advance to the level of a half venerable." As the Godfiend Sea collapsed, the channel to the Godfiend Sea disappeared. However, the entrance to the other 3 forbidden level trial grounds was still there. Han Fei looked at the entrance of the demon-subduing tower and thought, this entrance was filled with void storms last time. I wonder how it is now. The corpse of the White Armor Emperor was collected by Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Queen Life and said, "Go back to the Heavenly Palace to deliver the message. Now we're going to greet a golden age that will last for tens of thousands of years. I still have something to do." Faced with Queen Life, Han Fei was no longer as cautious as before. Queen Life was no stronger than the White Armor Emperor, so Han Fei was not afraid of her at all. This was the confidence of a strong master. And Han Fei knew that once he became a king, his level would be at least comparable to the old turtles, much stronger than the white-armored emperor. And Queen Life. Queen Life glanced at the forbidden level trial grounds, but didn't pay much attention. The white-armored emperor had died. So what if Han Fei was given these secret realms? From then on, the entire Waterwood world would have no enemy. On the sea Cloud Divine Tree, billions of creatures would quickly rise. Okay. After Queen Life left, the old turtle said, "That white-armored emperor is a little weaker than I imagined. However, his strength is not bad. An existence like him is the most common kind of king in the infinite ocean. It's not that he's not strong, but he's just ordinary. If they survive the long time, they might have a chance to become an emperor. However, they won't be very strong. And such a person has almost no chance of becoming an emperor." This time, after the White Armor Emperor died, the old turtle explained the White Armor Emperor's status among the millions of races in the infinite ocean to Han Fei, probably to let Han Fei know that the White Armor Emperor was just an ordinary king, and it was not a big deal to kill him. Han Fei nodded and summoned a peak-level venerable projection. The peak-level venerable projection directly entered the demon-subduing tower. On the 7th floor of the demon-suppressing tower, Han Fei's projection looked around and found no suppressed sea demons. However, in the blink of an eye, a silver light stabbed over. Clang! Han Fei's projection had independent thoughts. The projection drew out a saber and blocked it. The attacker only attacked once and didn't attack again, but Han Fei felt as if he was fighting against himself. It was a very strange feeling. Yes, his projection saw an identical version of Han Fei standing opposite him, as if looking at himself. Han Fei's avatar issued an order in his heart, and the peak-level venerable Projection dissipated. Then, a wisp of soul and surging energy was absorbed by the avatar. With a crack between the eyebrows of his avatar's strength suddenly broke through and reached the half-venerable realm. Han Fei grinned. I didn't expect to complete the last step of the breakthrough in such a way. Hiss. My original body is already a half-king? F***ck, it's a whole realm higher than half-venerables? Han Fei's avatar looked confused at this moment. All these years, he had been fighting, comprehending, and making breakthroughs, but he always lacked some opportunities. Therefore, Han Fei immediately figured out the key. After absorbing the projection, Han Fei, who was in the demon suppression tower, understood what had happened over the years. The big clans were wiped out, there were 4 major powers in the cage, and the White Shell Royal City was annihilated. Everything seemed so simple and natural. In addition to his experiences of these years, there were also some new great techniques and combat skills, which Han Fei's avatar all obtained by reading his memories. He learned some knowledge that he didn't know before. Immediately, an idea popped up in his avatar's mind. His original body was going to explore a new world. Yes, Han Fei still stayed here after killing the White Armor Emperor just to release his avatar. Otherwise, even if his avatar could come out in the future, he would have to face the Vortex Sea area. That wasn't something ordinary half-venerables could tackle. Han Fei waited outside the entrance of the demon-subduing tower for about half an hour, waiting for his avatar inside to absorb the memories and power of the projection. At this point, taking the spot where his projection just landed as the reference point, Han Fei thrust his spear out. Bang! At the same time, a void turbulence appeared in the passage of the demon subduing tower. As the turbulence surged out, a figure holding double knives and stepping on a large array struck over with clangs. At Han Fei's current level, with the power of his great Tao, he could display the power of a king for a short time. So he could clear the passage of the demon-subduing tower. When his avatar appeared in front of Han Fei, strangely, Han Fei's thoughts began to synchronize with his. The combat experience and combat comprehension of his avatar in the demon-subduing tower appeared in Han Fei's mind. And Han Fei's combat experience and combat talent also appeared in the mind of his avatar. In fact, when the two of them stood together, they didn't look like two different people at all, but like a man and his mirror image. Almost in a few seconds, the memories of the two were completely synchronized. At this moment, Han Fei discovered another problem. His avatar couldn't have 3 great Daos at the same time, but could only choose one. Han Fei frowned slightly. He had passed on his understanding of the power of the great Daos to his avatar, but it remained to be seen which great Tao his avatar would take. At this moment, the great Daos that Han Fei could use was the great Tao of heaven enlightenment, the great Tao of time, the yin-yang great Tao, the great Tao of invincibility, and the great Tao of metal swallowing of Jin Changhai. The great Tao of the White Emperor armor had been absorbed by the demon purification pot. Apart from that, his original body's great Tao of producing something out of nothing couldn't be inherited by his avatar. Han Fei thought for a moment. In the end, he decided to let his avatar study the great Tao of space, based on the near-at-hand technique. Han Fei felt that as long as he was given time, he could master this great Tao. The problem was that he had so many great Taos, so he didn't have the time to study the space great Tao. How great would it be to let his avatar master this great Tao? Then he would Just master it by fusing his memory with his avatar's. His avatar had just broken through to the half-venerable realm and needed to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, the tremendous resources in Forge the Universe could also provide for his avatar's cultivation. He hadn't left yet, so he wouldn't release his avatar for now, so as to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Half a month later, Han Fei and Queen Life summoned most of the people scattered outside the sea. That was Han Fei's opinion. Compared with temporary gains and losses, the connection between the two worlds must be put on the agenda immediately. Han Fei was eager to become a king. At this level, he knew that only when he became a king would he feel safe. Otherwise, he would forever be a caged bird in the cage of the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world. In the past half-month, Han Fei had tried to find a way out of this cage with the vast ocean navigator. Unfortunately, this time, the vast ocean navigator didn't give an answer. Han Fei even discovered in shock that he couldn't find the way to the cage from the Waterwood world. Earlier, Han Fei and the old turtle had guessed that it would be more difficult to enter the cage as one became stronger. It was almost impossible to enter the cage when one reached the king realm. Jiao Shanglong could enter it probably because tens of thousands of years ago, the cage was not as powerful as it was now. The Waterwood world was already of no use to him anymore, so Han Fei was about to return to the Yin-Yang world. He still had some things to arrange. After finishing those matters, he would have to find his way to become a king. The Yin-Yang world was booming now. The City of Justice had become the second largest city in the Yin-Yang world. The experts in this city even exceeded the 1,000-star city. Although Han Fei wasn't around these past few years, Xue Shenqi took Han Fei's place in dealing with the related matters. For example, independent teleportation arrays were built between the 36 towns and the Scattered Stars Island. So were between the 36 towns and the 1,000-star city. There were also as many as 36 long-distance teleportation arrays established between the 1,000-star city and the Scattered Stars Island. It could be said that Xue Shenqi's main job all these years was to repair roads. Han Fei was the one who proposed that. When the teleportation arrays were all opened, it was unbelievably convenient to travel among the 1,000-star city, the 36 towns, and the Scattered Stars Island. Before, the teleportation cost was quite high, but now special subsidies were provided. Therefore, people could travel among these places freely. Of course, development would also bring some problems. There would also be some special situations, such as the strong bullying the weak. Although Xue Shenqi had tried his best to register the entrances and exits of various places and reorganized the law enforcement teams in various places, these kinds of problems were still endless. It could only be said that in a world of cultivators, the strong could always despise the weak. Therefore, this world was still not safe. In terms of the system, there were a lot of loopholes to exploit. However, this didn't affect the rise of most people in Yin-Yang world. At least, the rise of fishing masters and great fishing masters was dozens of times easier than before. On this day, on the Scattered Stars Island, fishing boats were coming and going in all directions. There were people fighting on the coastline of the Scattered Stars Island. Some needed resources, and some needed to rise. People from the City of Justice came and went, taking missions from the mission hall. Boom. 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 In the sky, there seemed to be a drum beating like thunder. Countless people on the Scattered Stars Island looked up, only to hear nothing. However, the drum beats lasted for hundreds of seconds. On the west side of the Scattered Stars Island, countless people who were hunting were horrified. Someone exclaimed, "What is that? Those flying in the sky. Those are insects. So many insects." Someone was horrified. "There are birds. My sea god. So many birds." Buzz. The sky curtain suddenly opened in the sky. Seeing the sky curtain, many people were relieved. In recent years, only Marshal Han liked to use the sky curtain. The appearance of the sky curtain meant that Han Fei was not far away. Sure enough, in the sky, there were nearly 200,000 human beings who spread their wings and flew in the sky like heavenly soldiers. Beside the human race, countless big birds were flying, covering the sky. On the other side, densely packed beetles of various colors were flying with buzzing sounds. On the backs of many beetles, there were some tree demons poking their branches. Some insects that couldn't fly were marching on the sea. Someone was hunting on the surface of the sea. Who could have expected so many terrifying insects? These people looked at the sky in shock. In the blink of an eye, a dense mass of insects rushed over on the surface of the sea. They bared their fangs, waved their claws, and marched on the waves, looking really scary. When the insects passed by them, they circumvented them and looked at the people blocking their way now and then. All these people could hear was buzzing sounds, and an insect buzzed. Is this Inyang world? Sure enough, ugly people everywhere here. The spiritual energy here seems to be scarce. A bug replied, "Spiritual energy is only one aspect. We haven't met any enemies here. It seems very safe." A bug said, "I heard that there are islands flying in the sky here. Where are they? I don't think I see any." There were also insects, who shouted to the passing crowd, "Humans, hello. Humans, have you had your dinner today? Humans, don't look at us with that expression. We don't eat humans." In the sky curtain, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai appeared on the back of a big insect. Han Fei shouted, "All compatriots of the human race in the Inyang world, I'm Marshal Han. More than 3 years ago, I led an army on an expedition. During the 3 years, under the leadership of Commander Luo Xiaobai, the 250,000 soldiers of the Inyang world fought bravely and killed a king, dozens of sea demon venerables, and hundreds of thousands of sea demons in the battle. Now we have returned." Han Fei said solemnly, "In more than 3 years, more than 60,000 people were injured or died in our expedition. They created a glorious era for us. They're worth honoring." With their efforts, 32 people in the expeditionary army became explorers, 13,568 became law enforcers, 58,624 became peak-level hidden fishers, and the rest were at least intermediate hidden fishers. This is a sign of prosperity for our human race. Hiss, dash. In City of Justice of the Scattered Stars Island, the moment Han Fei reported the numbers, countless people gasped. How could they not know what an explorer meant? There weren't many explorers on the Scattered Stars Island in the first place. Now there were over 30 more of them? How enviable. More shockingly, now they had over 10,000 law enforcers more because of this trip? Was it so easy to become a law enforcer now? Someone exclaimed, "More than 10,000 law enforcers. It's only been more than 3 years. What kind of godly place is Waterwood World? Just 3 years and more than 10,000 law enforcers have been produced?" A hidden fisher, who didn't go, was horrified. Is the probability of a breakthrough so high? It seems that I should have gone there. Otherwise, I might have become a law enforcer. Chen Sanbai and Shueishenqi stood in the transverse mountain, quietly watching this scene. Shueishenqi said, Elder Chen, the two worlds are connected. Chen Sanqian nodded slightly. This is a good thing. According to history, we once joined forces with that side. However, it's been too long, so long that people have forgotten about it. I never expected to see such a grand occasion again today. Chao Tianji watched the scene from a distance. When he saw that Chao Qiu and the others were fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chao Tianji was shocked by the news that Han Fei had slaughtered a king. Although most people were surprised at Han Fei's slaughter of a king, they didn't know much about kings. After all, old Demon Chu had once claimed to be a king, but ended up being killed by Han Fei. However, Han Fei declared that he had killed a king as if he killed a venerable. However, Chao Tianji was different from Tang Yen. He thought this news might be true because it had been admitted by Han Fei. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be fake. He could just ask someone. Han Fei continued, everyone, the people around me, are the allies of the Waterwood world. They are the insect clan from the Waterwood world who are very powerful yet friendly to us. Whenever the insect race army marches, all creatures will make way for them. When Han Fei introduced them to this point, countless insects couldn't help but raise their horns and flap their wings proudly. The buzzing sound was even louder. Countless insects thought to themselves, Han Fei was really good at wording. Whenever the insect race army marches, all creatures will make way for them. Which sounded so domineering. Han Fei said, and the Sky Clan. They are the overlords of the sky and have unparalleled speed and air combat ability. After all, as the first races to come to the Yin-Yang world to communicate. Knowing that there were almost no Sky Clan here, the Sky Clan enlarged their bodies. Each of them was extremely huge, covering the sky and sun. Han Fei continued. And the demonic plants. They are born manipulators, the tree men waved their vines and echoed the atmosphere. However, the tree men were more like curious babies, waving their tentacles wildly, unable to show any momentum. In the end, when the sky curtain fell on the bodies of the humans of the Waterwood world, including Shu Xiaoman and the others, everyone on the Scattered Stars Island exclaimed. Damn, aren't they too beautiful? F***ck, are they really humans? I think they are, fairies. A female cultivator said in shock, wow, so handsome. Is that really a man? Why is he more beautiful than a woman? Countless people couldn't help but smile stupidly. Someone licked his lips. I admit that I'm tempted. The people of the Yin-Yang world were excited, while the people from the Waterwood world were all amazed. They were also curious about human society. In the Yin-Yang world, when they flew past the sky of the Scattered Stars Island, Luo Xiaobai and the others were all puzzled. Han Fei, why are you still flying? Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei. You'll be leaving the Scattered Stars Island if you keep going. People on the ground and in the sky were all puzzled, wondering where Han Fei was going with these people. In the sky curtain, Han Fei walked thousands of kilometers with each step. Stepping on the void, Han Fei walked to the south of the Scattered Stars Island and stood on the shallower waters. Han Fei shouted, human beings of the Yin-Yang world, I announce that in half a month, I will open a channel between the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, and the two worlds will be connected. Now, please allow me to waste some time. Han Fei stood still in the air, and a white lotus suddenly appeared in his hand. Everyone was wondering what kind of a treasure it was. Han Fei waved his hand and threw it into the void. The white lotus slowly grew larger and larger in midair and gradually bloomed. When the white lotus floated thousands of kilometers away and fell on the sea, it shattered with a bang. Buzz. In the next second, the seabed was shaking slightly. In the void, mist swirled, and mountains seemed to appear in the mist. Everyone's eyes were full of shock, and they saw a large number of mountains emerging. Bang! On an extremely tall mountain, there was a storm raging, and 9 huge snake heads extended into the sky. On the other mountain, there was a huge vine that reached into the sky, its vines swaying between the clouds. There were cone-shaped grasses all over the mountain dancing in the sky like hundreds of swords with swishes. It was Sky Survey Sisal. Han Fei shouted, "From now on, another place will be built outside the Scattered Stars Island, which will be used as the connection area of the 2 worlds. And this place is called Grand Myriad Mountains." There would always be an uproar when something big happened. The return of the expeditionary army was definitely a big event. In the entire Scattered Stars Island, those who should go out to accept missions were basically not out at this moment. Many people wanted to go to the Grand Myriad Mountains. In a moment of impulse, Han Fei released the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. However, the problem of the death aura in it hadn't been resolved yet, so people still couldn't live in it for now. However, this didn't hinder the status of the 1,000-mountain ancient realm. Soon, it would be the place where the major races were most willing to stay. As for the subsequent matters, they were all left to Luo Xiaobai. For 7 consecutive days, Luo Xiaobai didn't sleep at all. Luo Xiaobai didn't take a break, neither did Han Fei and the others. They were all helping to plan the new layout for the Scattered Stars Island. Finally, on the 7th day, Luo Xiaobai asked the people who had been to the Waterwood world to act as guides, leading the various races of the Waterwood world to enter the Scattered Stars Island. As soon as they entered, the Scattered Stars Island immediately became a place where the major races converged. Although the human beings from the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world were both human, due to the difference in their appearances, they were still considered another race. Since then, the 5 major races had gathered, and the whole city of Justice was very lively. And during this period of time, the trading business became prosperous. Both worlds had their own specialties. The City of Justice had many combat skills. Although there were not many resources, everyone had different resources, which didn't affect the exchange of resources. Because there were too many races, the arena naturally grew. The merchants of the Million Gold Town developed their business onto the Scattered Stars Island. All kinds of living facilities for cultivators were being built. However, the land on the Scattered Stars Island was limited and every inch of it was precious. Even so, the related departments were popping up like mushrooms after a rain. 7 days passed. In the Thug Academy, the 4 of them, plus old Jiang, were preparing to cook. Oh, there was also Li Daxian. At this moment, he was dealing with the death aura of the Grand Myriad Mountains. There was too much death energy there, suitable for Li Daxian to cultivate. When he finished absorbing the death energy there, the Grand Myriad Mountains would be officially open to the public. At this time, there were only 6 people from the Thug Academy in Yinyang world, and the others including Old Bai, Xiaozhan, Wenrinyu, Jiangqin, Yang, Xia, and Su Daiji were all left in the Waterwood world. For them, the Waterwood world brought them an explosive period of cultivation. In fact, for the expedition army who returned, there weren't many who really wanted to come back. However, under Han Fei's command, they had to come back. In Han Fei's words, they came back to serve as the bridge between the two worlds. The 200,000 people were shocked. I've become a bridge? Since they were given such great responsibility, many people thought that they were very important, and had even been involved in the course of making history. Therefore, almost all the people who could return had returned. Those who didn't come back simply couldn't be found. Anyway, Old Bai and the others all used this excuse. At this moment, Lu Renquang was preparing barbecue and Luo Xiaobai was preparing spiritual fruits and drinks. Old Jiang was preparing his dumplings. Zhang Xuanyu didn't want to do anything and said, "Fei Fei, you must have collected some high-end ingredients, right? Give us some venerable level seafood to taste." Cough, cough. Old Jiang rolled his eyes. These be asterisk stards. Venerables are not your food. Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Quang Quang is roasting one." Lu Renquang was unhappy to hear that and said, "Fei Fei, what kind of meat is this? It's so tough. I've already brushed half venerable level fish oil on it several times." Han Fei said carelessly, "This is the meat of the white armored emperor. It may be tough, but it should still be edible." Puff dash. Clang. Shoot. Luo Xiaobai spat out the spiritual fruit in her mouth and stared at Han Fei speechlessly. Old Jiang was so angry that his beard was raised. He roared, "You spendthrift! How can you just give a king's flesh to this little fatty to roast? Give it to me. I'll do it myself." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened, and he swallowed. Can we eat this?" Han Fei laughed and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. That's the flesh of the half-king level sea controlling white shell. Each of you can eat about 5 skewers. Let's eat hot pot as the main food. Make it with a lobster. At the junior venerable level I caught, huff dash." Everybody was relieved to hear that. A king's flesh? They almost peed in fright. 2 hours passed. Next to the hot pot, everybody chewed the clam meat with difficulty. Zhang Xuanyu said, "If we eat this thing every day, we'll probably become venerables in a year." Luo Xiaobai said, "You're exaggerating. It will take 3 years." Lu Renquang was speechless. Is there a big difference between 1 year and 3 years? However, he glanced at Han Fei and was immediately discouraged. Okay. The difference seems to be huge. When they were full, Luo Xiaobai and the others stopped eating. Only Han Fei and Old Jiang were still stuffing themselves. Luo Xiaobai said, "Han Fei, where are you going next?" Luo Xiaobai and the others could guess what Han Fei was thinking. Han Fei was never the kind of person who would stay in one place for a long time since he was a child. Now, the Yinyang world was peaceful, the big clans had been cleared, and the Sea Demon Royal City on the Waterwood world had been destroyed. Now, it had almost become a paradise for adventurers. With Han Fei's strength, only Queen Life could be his opponent in the two worlds. Old Jiang said, "Han Fei, when can we go back to the central holy city?" Han Fei said, "The problem of the Yinyang Heavenly Palace hasn't been resolved. The Heavenly Tao Dharma Eye is still there. Next, I have to find a way to leave the Water-Young world and the Waterwood world? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, are you going to the cage? Luo Xiaobai keenly realized something. Are you going further out of the cage? Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Fei. He grinned. I'll try if I can get there. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Go out of the cage? It was a brand new world. What awaited him there might be a crueler environment than the Yin-Yang world. And the Waterwood world. Han Fei said, I'll stay here for the next few days. From now on, Xiaobai. You'll still be responsible for the Scattered Stars Island. Luo Xiaobai said. I'll manage it for you temporarily. Han Fei grinned casually and took out a few star beads. These are star beads. Of the Chu sect, the Chao family, and our Thug Academy. Among them, the Chu sect star beads are the best. This is why the Chu sect had been able to do whatever they wanted those years. Luo Xiaobai and the others were surprised. 9-star star beads? No matter how good the star beads are, we can't use them, right? Han Fei took one out and held it up. This star bead is very safe inside. The time ratio inside to outside is 10:1. In other words, 10 years pass inside, but only a year passes outside. Hiss. Old Jiang grabbed the star bead and said, really? Isn't this something that can only be done by the great Tao of time? Seeing old Jiang looking at the star bead up and down, Han Fei said with a smile, even the great Tao of time can't do this. This kind of great Tao rule has already exceeded the power of ordinary kings. Therefore, let's keep this star bead for ourselves. Old Jiang, Luo Xiaobai, and the others all nodded. Who in this world was truly selfless? Of course, Han Fei had his own selfish motives, so did Luo Xiaobai and the others. Besides, there was only one such star bead. Only by holding it in their hands could they help the human race rise. If he released it now, there might be a big problem. 3 days later. In the past 3 days, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping with Luo Xiaobai and the others, Han Fei only wandered in the City of Justice. Occasionally. Even Han Fei couldn't believe that he had created such a prosperous era. It would be a lie to say that he didn't have a great sense of accomplishment. On this day, Luo Xiaobai was dealing with the problem of opening a passage between the two worlds when Han Fei suddenly appeared. Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. What's wrong? Han Fei said, look at the sky. In the sky curtain opened again. Yes, the public didn't know how many times they had seen the sky curtain opened. Basically, whenever the sky curtain opened, something big would happen. When Han Fei was in position, this became a tradition. Therefore, when the sky curtain opened, people put down what they were doing and looked up. This time, Han Fei, dressed in green, said unhurriedly, my fellow soldiers on the Scattered Stars Island, I, Han Fei, have swept through the 10,000 Demon Valley, annihilated the army of the Black Evil Conch King, and raised the big clans in the 1,000-star city during my 9-year reign. And I've established a friendly relationship with the neighboring Waterwood world and slaughtered a sea demon king. Today, I'm very glad to see the City of Justice, the 36 towns, and the 1,000-star city, peaceful and prosperous. The people on the Scattered Stars Island seemed to realize something and became solemn. Han Fei said, however, there is one last thing that I need to do for the Yin-Yang world. That is to break the rule that the Yin-Yang world can't have a king. I don't know how many years it will take me, so I'll pass on the Position of Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island to Luo Xiaobai, who was also the commander of the expedition army. Hiss. Countless people were shocked. Someone shouted, "What? Marshal Han wants to quit? It's only been 9 years." Someone sighed. "What do you know? The position of the Supreme Commander has clearly limited Marshal Han's development. Marshal Han wants to become a king." Someone exclaimed, "Although I knew that Marshal Han might retire early, I didn't expect it to be so early." Someone asked, "Is it really appropriate to pass on his position to his junior sister?" Someone sneered. "Do you know who Luo Xiaobai is? She's from the divine manipulator family of the Thousand-Star City and has mastered the Luo family's divine technique. She's a heavenly talent of the Thug Academy and has reached the peak of the Explorer realm. It's said that she's about to become a half venerable." Someone was surprised. "How do you know that?" The man said with a smile, "The news has spread secretly in the expeditionary force. Many people know about it now." The man was puzzled. "Isn't she still much weaker than Marshal Han?" The others all looked at the person who spoke as if looking at an idiot. "Marshal Han, how can he be considered a normal person?" The former Supreme Commander, Shueishenqi, was also an explorer when he took the position. "How old is Luo Xiaobai? With her monstrous growth speed, she would become a venerable soon." For a moment, everyone was talking and chattering. Luo Xiaobai looked at Hanfei in surprise. "You?" Hanfei smiled in the sky curtain. "I didn't practice nepotism. Luo Xiaobai is much better than me in management, strategy, and planning. Her strength has reached the peak of the explorer level. It will only take a few years for her to become a venerable. As the saying goes, every generation brings forth a talent. In the future, if a heavenly talent catches Luo Xiaobai's eye, he may become the new Supreme Commander of Scattered Stars Island." With that, Hanfei grabbed the 13-star badge and handed it to Luo Xiaobai through the air, saying with a smile, "I'm done being the Supreme Commander of the Scattered Stars Island. Next, I'm going to become a king." He didn't formally bid farewell to Zhang Xuanyu and the others, because these days with them at the Thug Academy were already a kind of farewell. After Hanfei closed the sky curtain, he chatted with Luo Xiaobai alone. Giving Luo Xiaobai a sun moon shell, Hanfei said, "These things are for the Thug Academy. They have nothing to do with the people of Yingyang world. We deserve them. Don't donate them." Luo Xiaobai glanced at him and her eyelids twitched. "Okay. When will you leave?" "Now." Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, "Come back soon." Hanfei grinned. "I'll try my best." "Right, there is one more thing, Luo Xiaobai?" The void trembled, and another Hanfei appeared. This Hanfei's skin was slightly fair, so he was naturally Hanfei's avatar. His avatar said, "I'll stay." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but say, "This is." Hanfei's voice came from his avatar. "I'm the avatar of my original body, and I'm now a half-venerable. Avatars have exactly the same souls as the original bodies. You can take this avatar as one of my trump cards." Luo Xiaobai smiled. "A dummy?" The avatar immediately said, "What are you talking about? I know everything about you, okay? As I said, avatars are the same as the original bodies." Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but smile. "Then stay. We happen to need manpower. You are my guard from now on." Hanfei Of course, Luo Xiaobai made a joke, but Han Fei still shattered the void and left. In the Sunmoon shell, Han Fei left behind a half-king, 10 sea demon, venerables, and more than 30 ultra-quality divine weapons. As for how to deal with them, it was up to them. Leaving the Scattered Stars Island, Han Fei appeared on the back of the cloud whale 30,000 kilometers away. Han Fei sat cross-legged and grabbed the corpse of a venerable level C demon. Would you like to eat this? Tang Yen said, just with a venerable, you want me to help you guard the Yang world? Isn't it too cheap? Han Fei asked, it's a peak-level venerable, and you just need to watch the Yang world for me, for several years. Is it too much? Tang Yen simply said, what if Chao Tianji suddenly launches an attack or tries to forcibly transcend the king-level tribulation? Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Even if I weren't here, would you dare to transcend the king-level tribulation? To be honest, even I wouldn't dare. Tang Yen paused for a moment. Are you sure you can leave this cage? Can you enter the wall of death now? Eve. Han Fei said, I can try, but I didn't lie. Although that cage looks extremely tough and even a king can't break it, maybe it's really about to collapse. Oh? Tang Yen continued, I know a little bit about the outside world. The 36 mystic worlds is not a simple place. Take care. Han Fei smiled and suddenly asked, where is Tang Gu? Why isn't he out yet? Tang Yen, actually, he's already out. Huh? Han Fei asked in surprise, when? Why didn't I know? Tang Yen said indifferently, he has experienced some things and is almost a half venerable now. However, his perception of himself has some problems. Perhaps he doesn't know how to face you, so he went to the 1,000-star city. Han Fei said casually, was he torn about who he really was? Tang Yen nodded. For now. However, he has to get over it. Oh, by the way, he has found his sword Dao. After a brief stun, Han Fei smiled. That's good news. After chatting with Tang Yen, Han Fei was about to leave for the only exit. Suddenly, the time ring in Han Fei's hand flickered for no reason. The next moment, Han Fei felt that the time around him had changed. Now, Han Fei appeared in an independent timeline. Hiss dash. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. He was already so powerful, yet he was taken to another timeline by time. Dragon Carp's time Great Dao, before he realized what was going on. And this space was the Coral Sea where little time was in the abyssal chasm. At this moment, Han Fei saw Xiaosei standing not far away. Beside Xiaosei, there was a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old. Adorable and chubby. There were a few faint blue lines on the girl's eyebrows. And her eyes were watery as if she had inherited the purity of fish eyes. Big brother. Han Fei grinned. Oh. Little time. You have grown so big? However, Han Fei was shocked. Little time could already transform into a human shape although she was so young. Sure enough, the information reading ability of the demon purification pot didn't work at the moment. Therefore, Han Fei didn't know to which extent little time had grown up. How did she suddenly transform into a human shape? Little time staggered over and said awkwardly, Big brother, are you here to bring me food? Han Fei thought to himself, I do have some food. But now that the food you eat has been upgraded, I really don't have anything suitable for you. However, Han Fei took out a cup of spirit awakening fluid and said, Little time, I'll take you to eat something good later. Buzz. At this moment, the void trembled, and a big fish emerged from a blue light hole. Little Time immediately shouted, "Mommy, Mommy." The time dragon carp turned into a noble woman in a red robe with 2 horns on her head. The woman gently picked up Little Time into her arms and said, "Softly, baby, be good. You can go out now. Follow Big Brother out to take a look at the world. Eat and play to your heart's content." "Really? Can I finally go out?" The woman said dotingly, "Of course, provided that you don't abuse your time power. Baby, be good. I have something to say to your big brother. Play by yourself for a while." Little Time obediently ran to Xiao Sei and looked at Han Fei and his mother, who were enveloped by the blue light, curiously. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Senior, is it time?" The woman said, "At least, you are indeed unparalleled in this savage land. For a long time I have been paying attention to you. Although your personality isn't very good, at least you aren't bad to the people around you. Little Time will sign an equality contract with you. Promise me to help her become a king, okay?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Senior, I haven't become a king yet." The time dragon carp said casually, "If everything goes well, it's only a matter of time. As long as you leave this place, it won't be difficult for you to become a king. However, I suggest you become a king here." Taff. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what do you mean?" The time dragon carp said, "Here, all the luck of the world is on you. All the things here are more or less related to you. But if you transcend the tribulation in the outside world, you'll just be an ordinary king. However, if you do it here, you will carry the luck of this world and become a king. Of course, the effect is different." Han Fei was shocked. Really? Han Fei didn't intend to transcend the tribulation in the outside world. After all, he hadn't reached the end of his half-king path yet. Because he had basically reached the upper limit of all kinds of techniques, now his advancement was already relatively slow. If he could go out this time, finding Ener would be the most important thing. However, if possible, he still needed to polish his half-king realm to the extreme. For example, the technique of disassembling spiritual energy. Although he had accumulated a lot of power of faith, he didn't know how long it could support him. Because of this, Han Fei knew that this trip was very important. However, hearing what the time dragon carp said, Han Fei had made up his mind. If becoming a king in his own home was better than doing it outside, then why did he become a king outside? Han Fei immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior." The time dragon carp said, "I won't let you bring my daughter to the king realm for nothing. You should have walked the great Tao of time, right? I can use the great Tao of time in exchange and help you improve your great Tao of time by 2 levels. In addition, you can learn all the time techniques my daughter uses. As long as you can comprehend them, you can learn any of them without any limit." Han Fei was secretly shocked. He knew how powerful the time great Tao was. 2 levels higher than now. Then wouldn't he be able to enter other timelines? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Little Time. "Senior, is Little Time growing fast?" The woman smiled. "It will be beyond your imagination. My baby hasn't stayed here for tens of thousands of years for nothing." Han Fei nodded. "Okay. No problem." Han Fei thought to himself, as long as she grew fast, it would be fine. If she grew fast, he could ask little time about the great Tao of time in the future. But if she grew too slowly, the roles might be reversed. He couldn't be a babysitter for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years, could he? As for the great Tao of time, with the ability of his green jade stone bridge, he actually didn't need the time dragon carp to help him improve by 2 levels. The woman said, besides, you can't use the great Tao of time easily. It's the same case for my daughter and you. The stronger the great Tao of time is, the less you should use it. Remember my warning. If you have to use it, you must be careful and make sure no one will notice you. Hanfei couldn't help but ask, why? Hanfei instinctively felt that this matter was not simple. And in Hanfei's heart, a voice suddenly said, Try God Palace. Suddenly, the time dragon carp looked at Hanfei's chest. It turns out that this is an ancient turtle that knows these secrets. Hanfei was stunned. He knew about the Trigod Palace. The old turtle had once explained it to him on the Forbidden Island. Since the old turtle had mentioned the Trigod Palace, one of them must be the so-called Time Temple. The woman said, this isn't something you should know. The ancient turtle in your heart should know the danger, so I don't need to elaborate. Hanfei should have considered the pros and cons when it came to the Trigod Palaces, but according to the old turtle, his Emperor Sparrow was no less dangerous than the Trigod Palace. Hanfei thought for a moment. Anyway, he just needed to help little time reach the king realm. The old turtle had once said that being a king was just the beginning of the great Tao. There were countless kings in the infinite ocean. As long as he was careful, there shouldn't be a problem. The main problem was that when little time became a king, it meant that the time great Tao he mastered might be beyond his imagination. After all, little time could travel the river of time. Hanfei cupped his hands. I know. Senior, don't worry. I will never use the great Tao of time easily. Even if I have to, I won't use it in front of many people. The woman said, as long as you don't use a heaven-defyingly powerful time technique, it won't be a problem. For example, no one will pay attention to a time reversal that consumes chaotic chi, even if it's already very rare. After confirming that Hanfei understood, the woman waved her hand, and a large amount of blue light emerged around Hanfei. Some insights on the great Tao of time poured into Hanfei's mind. It was not the first time Hanfei signed a contract. Besides, this contract was just an equality contract, which was equivalent to Hanfei leading a sister. The relationship was just that of a brother and a sister, without any master-servant relationship. Xiaosei had no objection. He had already experienced Hanfei's uniqueness. However, after the contract was completed, Hanfei and little time were connected in heart. For a moment, information popped up in Hanfei's eyes. Name, Time Dragon Carp. Introduction, a mysterious creature living in the river of time, born with the great Tao of time. It was born with heaven-defying talent in the time great Tao. Time Dragon Carp is extremely rare because it's good at fighting. With time, it has often been hunted by supreme existences since ancient times. Level 1. Quality mysterious, great Tao time. Contained chaotic chi greater than 1,000 strands. Food omnivorous. Battle technique, time reversal, time armor, time change, time travel, time displacement, time bind, time change, time steal. Remarks, time dragon carps are extremely rare. You'd better not use it easily. Oh my god. Hanfei was shocked. F*ck, she's only level 1. The amount of chaotic chi that little time contains has reached 1,000 wisps. Is this a joke? In addition to chaotic chi, the combat skills she had were also shocking. He seemed to only know one of the 8 or 9 combat skills. Even though big time had given him some insights on time great Tao, Han Fei had only mastered the time steal and time displacement and was no match for little time in this respect. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help swallowing. If he learned all the time techniques, his strength would probably soar by several levels. His escaping ability would definitely be first class. Even if he encountered a king, he wouldn't be afraid at all, because the other party couldn't kill him at all. As if knowing what Han Fei was surprised about, the woman said, "Don't be surprised at the fact that there is so much chaos chi in my baby. You'll find out soon. Don't let her use the chaotic chi easily." After that, the time dragon carp comforted little time and said dotingly, "Baby, be good and follow Big Brother from now on. Don't enter the river of time easily, and don't use complicated time techniques easily, understood?" Little time said cutely, "Okay. Mommy, aren't you coming with us?" The time dragon carp sighed. "Baby, I have a lot of things to do. When you become a king, you can find me." Little time immediately clenched her fists. "Then I'll become a king tomorrow." The time dragon carp stroked little time's head, chuckled, and looked at Xiao Sei. "You've accompanied little time for a long time. Now you're free. If you're willing to follow my baby, you can follow her. If not, you can leave on your own." Xiao Sei hurriedly said, "I have watched little master grow up. It's been so many years. Please let me follow her." The time dragon carp nodded slightly. She pointed her finger, and runes like weird lines that looked like binding ropes appeared on the surface of Xiao Sei's body. When the binding ropes shattered one after another, in Han Fei's eyes, Xiao Sei's realm was soaring. Nas. From a hanging fisher to a hidden fisher, then to a law enforcer, an explorer, a junior venerable. Finally, his strength stabilized at the intermediate venerable realm. Han Fei was surprised. He didn't know that Xiao Sei was so strong. Han Fei certainly knew that it was not the time dragon carp that helped him upgrade, but that she removed the restraints on him. At this moment, the intermediate venerable realm was nothing to Han Fei. However, Han Fei suddenly had a thought. Since Xiao Sei could serve little time, he should also be cultivating the great Tao of time, right? Considering the great effect of the great Tao of time, he could at least escape from a peak level advanced venerable. So Xiao Sei was not weak. However, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Xiao Sei would make no difference. Since Xiao Sei wanted to follow him, just let him. Anyway, it was equivalent to having a guard. It just so happened that he couldn't fully reveal his strength in the outside world. Otherwise, if a king-level expert went to the glazed glass world, would others suspect him? At that time, he could pretend to be a descendant of a big clan. Han Fei couldn't help being secretly delighted. Forget about the time temple. It would be worth it if he could learn the time great Tao of little time. In the end, the time dragon carp said, "Okay, you can go now." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Senior, well, I still don't know little time's name." The time dragon carp said indifferently, "Her name is Nyener, Shiguang." Nyener. However, you'd better just call her Han Nyener. That doesn't matter. Oh. Okay. Okay. After the time dragon carp left, Han Fei felt that the space around him was dissipating. When he reappeared in the normal timeline, he was still in the place where he disappeared, near the Scattered Stars Island. However, as soon as he arrived outside, he heard a crack and saw little time make a breakthrough. Han Fei was stunned. Why did she suddenly make a breakthrough? Crack. Crack. Hiss. Han Fei was lost for words. Little time would make a breakthrough every several seconds. And soon, she became a fishing master. Han Fei was still surprised when Xiao Sei said, "Little master's body contains too much power." The place where she was before was the place where space and time converge, so her body is neither real nor fake. She can carry more power. In this state. Now, once she appears in the outside world, she will make breakthroughs. Crack. Crack. Nyener didn't stop at all. In less than half an hour, she became a great fishing master. Not only had she become a fishing master, but she had also grown about 5 centimeters taller. At this moment, Nyener looked at Han Fei and said eagerly, "Brother, I'm hungry." Han Fei realized that she was making breakthroughs. It required a lot of spiritual energy. Han Fei casually threw out a large mass of spiritual spring, which enveloped Nyener. The spiritual spring was being consumed at a visible speed. The sound of breakthroughs didn't stop at all. Han Fei finally understood what the time dragon carp said just now. Why did Little Time's body contain so much chaotic chi? Nyener had clearly reached the venerable realm in some respect. But in reality, she was only at level 1. Now that she had left the place where time and space converged, she would inevitably make breakthroughs crazily. After another half an hour, Nyener's strength was crazily increased to that of a dangling fisher. In another half an hour, Nyener's strength had reached the hanging fisher level. An hour later, Nyener became a hidden fisher. Han Fei almost had a breakdown. This little thing was even more monstrous than the Emperor Sparrow. A day later, when Nyener's strength reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, she finally stopped making breakthroughs. Because at this time, she needed to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Nyener must have had a premonition, so she stopped here. However, it seemed that she was still comprehending her realm. After all, she had crossed too many realms. One day earlier, she only had the strength of a baby, but a day later, she had extraordinary strength like Superman. However, after all these breakthroughs, Nyener didn't look as cute as before. When Nyener was only 1 meter tall, she was still a cute little girl. Now, she was more than 1.3 meters tall and looked like a teenage girl. And this was because she didn't transcend the tribulation or continue to make breakthroughs. Xiao Sei said, in a short period of time, Little Master's strength should remain in this realm. Next, Little Master has to learn a lot. She needs time. Although I have taught you a lot, she has never interacted with anyone. There are many things that she doesn't understand. Please take her with you and slowly teach her. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay. Sure enough, although it took him 1 day, it was only 1 day. It only took Nyener an hour to slowly adapt to her current strength. And her voice changed slightly, becoming a little crisp. After Nyener adapted to her body, the first thing she did was look at Han Fei again. Brother, I'm hungry. Han Fei grinned. Don't worry. I'll find you some snacks. Han Fei took out his fishing pole and cast it away. Swish. 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 Big fish, crabs, lobsters, starfish, sea urchins, lobsters, clams, conchs. Han Fei caught hundreds of them in a row. Han Fei said, "Nyener, be good. I need to cross an area, so you need to stay in another space for a few days. When I cross that area, I'll take you out." "Nyener, will it take long? I want to stay outside." At this time, Xiaosei said, "Little master, the place where Master Han Fei is going to cross is very dangerous. Your strength is not enough. Therefore, you do need to wait for a few days." Nyener immediately said, "All right. I'll go." Han Fei naturally sent Nyener and Xiaosei into the sea-quelling painting. He also made a lot of crisps for Nyener to kill time. When he was prepared, Han Fei quietly appeared on the Scattered Stars Island. He didn't find a way out in the Waterwood world. When he returned to the Inyang world, the first thing Han Fei did was to find the way to enter the cage. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't turn, which made Han Fei's heart sink. In the Inyang world, Han Fei tried to find a way to the outside world. To his surprise, he found it. And this road was the bottomless pit in the transverse mountain. The bottomless pit of the transverse mountain had been studied by countless people throughout history. Some people even tried it themselves. But none of them came back. Therefore, gradually, this bottomless hole became extremely mysterious. Over time, no one dared to enter it again. At this moment, Han Fei didn't inform Shueishenqi. After all, he had said that he was leaving, so there was no need to say anything. With Han Fei's current strength, as long as he didn't deliberately expose himself, no one would discover him. After confirming that the vast ocean navigator was pointing at this bottomless hole, Han Fei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and found that the marker fell on the ominous. Han Fei took a long breath. "Let's go." Han Fei leaped and let his body fall freely. His body kept falling for an hour and still didn't reach the bottom. After only dozens of seconds, Han Fei was surrounded by darkness. At this moment, he could still get out. After another 100 seconds, Han Fei felt a force spinning out. A few wisps of spirit awakening fluid would float past here, and Han Fei certainly didn't have the time to grab the spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei was thinking about a question. Did the appearance of the spirit awakening fluid mean that a king had died here? At first, Han Fei suspected that this bottomless hole was connected to the sky city, but he later confirmed that it wasn't. Spirit awakening fluid was formed by the Daoruns of kings. It either came from living kings or dead kings. Why was there no king in Inyang world, but spirit awakening fluid was never lacking? It seemed that many kings had perished in the Inyang world. When the spinning power appeared, Han Fei still could go back. Although there was only endless darkness around, Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator. However, Han Fei had already made up his mind. How could he give up halfway? It was just an ominous divination, which was no different from an auspicious divination for him. After another hour, the spinning power became stronger and stronger, but after thinking about it carefully, Han Fei found that the pressure he felt was even stronger than the spinning power of this void. At this moment, the pressure coming at him was getting greater and greater. Those below the venerable realm couldn't resist this pressure at all. Han Fei had been sensing everything around him. An hour seemed to be a time node. After this node, the external power would change slightly. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the power was no longer spinning outward, but sucking inward. Besides, in this space, not only spiritual energy was absorbed, but also energy. There seemed to be some death energy, mixed demonic energy, and residual power of the great Tao. There were also some energies that even Han Fei couldn't recognize. This feeling reminded Han Fei of the array of the heaven and earth array. In the forest of terror. He had only seen such chaotic energy there. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Old Yuan, do you feel a sense of déjà vu?" The old turtle said, "Sort of. It might be related to the super array in the cage." As the suction force became stronger and stronger, it gradually reached the point where it was difficult for a beginner, an intermediate, or even an advanced venerable to escape. In the end, it was as if he had passed through the void. Under this terrifying suction force, Han Fei didn't resist, but let this force suck him in. Bang! About half a day later, the suction power around him suddenly disappeared, and Han Fei seemed to have entered a vacuum. However, Han Fei found that something was obviously wrong. The energy in his body was flowing away. In Han Fei's eyes, a weird huge millstone appeared. It was like day and night were changing, like black and white swirling around. What else could it be, if not the yin-yang symbol? However, it wasn't a natural yin-yang symbol. Han Fei could vaguely tell that. There were yin-yang images that were separated and revolved like two fish. As for the impurities in the outside world, they were immediately crushed by the millstone when they were sucked into it. The impurities were discharged from the middle, but the essence disappeared. Hiss! Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. 3 array eyes? The yin-yang array in the cage has 3 array eyes. And this is the outer eye of the array, the array eye that jumped out of the array and suppressed the entire array. This array eye suppresses the 2 worlds. Oh, no, it absorbs energy from the yin-yang world, the waterwood world, and the outer domain and gathers it here too. Polish the essence energy. Is this array really made by my mother? If this thing was really made by his mother, why didn't she inform him in advance? Even old Han didn't tell him anything about it. The old turtle said, "Not necessarily. If your mother reached the longevity realm and created such a huge and complicated array, it would be reasonable. But if she's just in the sea establishment realm or the sky opening realm, it's extremely difficult to create such a huge array. I don't think I can." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "It doesn't matter whether my mother can create it or not. Although this array eye has been found, it can't be destroyed. Besides, I'm sure that I can't destroy it now. This place is like a vacuum. What I feel is not the suction force, but the impure energy outside. It seems to have fallen into some sort of spatial depression and flowed over spontaneously. This was a bit like the gravity space of a star." Han Fei thought that an array combined with the great Tao of space was definitely not something he could destroy now. The old turtle said, "This is the array of your yin-yang world, but it might not be created by your mother. However, since she took out the heaven and earth array, this array must have a lot to do with her. If you want to go out, you have to find a way. The energy absorption here is extremely fast. If it weren't for your strength, you might have been exhausted." Han Fei certainly knew. With a flip of Han Fei's palm, the vast ocean navigator appeared. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the vast ocean navigator pointed at the yin-yang millstone. Han Fei's face turned green. This was a millstone that could crush countless kinds of impure energy. If he went in, would he be crushed? This time, Hanfei was still scared, although he was guided by the vast ocean. Navigator. Hanfei's body trembled, and he activated the twin divine technique. Hanfei rushed in with his white mist body, but something unexpected happened. As soon as his white mist body entered, it was crushed into smoke. His black mist body wanted to fuse with his white mist body. But this time, instead of pulling the white mist body back, the black mist body was pulled in. Buzz. Damn the space great Tao. Hanfei was crushed directly in this space. At this moment, Hanfei's consciousness was clear. He wasn't sure if it was his idea or his body's spontaneous choice. The supreme yin-yang wheel was activated automatically. Then, Hanfei entered another void. After a long time, Hanfei felt that his head was dizzy. In the haze, he saw two light spots appear in the void. This situation was like looking for a way in the endless void, but there were two exits. One of the paths seemed to have a strong suction force, trying to pull him over. However, Hanfei sensed danger and subconsciously calculated. Hanfei immediately had a bad feeling. He wondered if it had been a day since the last time he used the 9-palace luck ruler. Without thinking, Hanfei took out the 9-palace luck ruler and began to test his luck. However, it showed the impasse. Hanfei shivered in fright and quickly adjusted his strength to drill into another exit. However, Hanfei didn't know how dangerous this exit was. Fortunately, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator. Halfway through, Hanfei issued an order in his heart, point to a safer exit. The vast ocean navigator didn't disappoint Hanfei. The path he chose this time was indeed safer. However, when Hanfei entered the second path, in the next moment, Hanfei began to bleed from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and his body was unsteady. At that moment, the terrifying suction force seemed to pull Hanfei from one space-time to another. Hanfei felt that there seemed to be some power acting on him. Immediately afterward, Hanfei felt excruciating pain all over his body. The power in his body seemed to be restrained by a mysterious power. With this restriction, Hanfei's realm dropped from the half-king realm to the junior venerable realm, the kind that he had just entered. Shoot. Before Hanfei could ask what was going on, the old turtle said, "I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. The moment you left here, a huge power suddenly poured into your body. This power is so much that even you might not be able to withstand it. I had to suppress this power and seal it here temporarily with my soul. The result is that your realm has temporarily fallen." Hanfei was shocked. Could it be the backlash of the 9-palace luck ruler? He couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Is this power good or bad?" The old turtle said leisurely, "It's a good thing in the long run. These powers can slowly improve your body." Hanfei's face changed slightly. "How long will it take?" After a moment of silence, the old turtle said, "Not very long. 10 years or so. Do you think it's long?" Hanfei's face kept changing, but he managed to hold himself back. "Fortunately, it will only take a few months in Forge the Universe." The old turtle said, "Also, there's bad news." Hanfei's face changed slightly. "What is it? Is there any news worse than this?" The old turtle said, "Why don't you feel your own body?" Only then did Hanfei notice that there seemed to be a huge mountain pressing on him, as if a million times more power was pressing on him. Furthermore, behind him, there was a power trying to suck him back. Han Fei immediately sprinted towards the periphery, but his strength was no longer at the half-king level. Therefore, his speed was only equivalent to that of a hanging fisher or a junior hidden fisher. Immediately, Han Fei activated the near-at-hand technique, only to find that the space here was also triggered. Therefore, the near-at-hand technique was not much faster than normal swimming speed. Han Fei, who was used to traveling thousands of kilometers in the void, couldn't bear it. His face changed greatly. "Where are we?" The old turtle said, "If I've guessed right, we're only outside the cage." "You're right. The millstone is indeed absorbing power from the three worlds, but mostly from the outside world. Therefore, this terrifying suction power is caused by the suction force it exerts on the outside world." PL. Han Fei asked, "Then, how long do I have to swim like this?" Old Yuan said, "I don't know. The millstone can absorb the power of perception, so I can't extend my perception out. But I think that since the Inyang world and Waterwood world are so large, the millstone sucking range in the outside world should be at least 10 million kilometers." Han Fei. Han Fei's face turned green. With his current speed, how long would it take for him to swim tens of millions of kilometers? This was not a simple swim. He had to swim with all his strength, or he might be sucked back. Even if he used the power of the Great Tao, he would only be as fast as a hidden fisher. Han Fei seemed to be in a vortex. It seemed that this vortex had a great impact on space. Even if Han Fei wanted to enter Forge the Universe, he couldn't. However, as long as it was a vortex, the further away he was from its center, the less suction force he would be subject to. Therefore, as long as he persisted, his speed should be faster as time went by. But at this moment, old Yuan said, "Well, I have a great technique here. You should be able to learn it." Han Fei said grumpily, "Why don't you finish it all at once?" "What's the great technique?" The old turtle said leisurely, "No hurry. You'll learn this technique sooner or later. You can use this time to practice it. This technique is called Great Shift." Great Shift? He couldn't enter Forge the Universe, nor could he restore his strength now. Since the old turtle proposed to teach him a great technique, he might as well learn it. The so-called Great Shift was supposed to be a great technique that traversed the void in the sea establishment realm. Everyone knew that cultivators could step into the void when they reached the Explorer realm. However, most people could only enter the void the moment the void cracked. Or, they could use the spatial cracks produced as a special attack method. However, the real void technique involved a certain amount of space techniques. In this world, there were some abilities related to the void that one could learn without having to dabble in the great Tao of space. Just like this great shift, which was also known as void shift, it was the simplest space teleportation technique. With this technique, one could travel between the heavens and earth even if he didn't master the great Tao of space. It was indeed a heaven-defying technique. The old turtle said, "In the age of gods, this technique can actually be used by venerables. However, it consumes a lot of energy, so see establishers use it more." After learning about the Great Shift, Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how far can I teleport with this technique? Is it farther than my teleportation array?" The old turtle thought for a moment. "It can't be compared with the kind of super long-distance complicated teleportation array you made." Han Fei asked, "What about ordinary teleportation arrays?" The old turtle said, far better than those. Generally speaking, even the weakest king can teleport 1,000,000 kilometers away. According to the strength of the king, the distance of teleportation is also different. This technique is said to be able to teleport a sea establisher 5,000,000 kilometers away in one go. Besides, it's within 1 second. If it's an emperor, you might not believe it, it can even transport him to a star. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What, you mean go to space? Space? Han Fei explained, didn't you say that it could transport an emperor to a star? Have you been there? The old turtle said, yes, I've been there. However, there's nothing good on the big stars. Besides, once you go deeper, you may get lost. Most importantly, forget it, come on, tell me. The old turtle said, it's not too late to learn some things when you're strong enough. All you need to know is that the Great Shift is one of the most powerful techniques in the sea establishment realm and sky opening realm. So far, I haven't found a better teleportation technique than Great Shift. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what about the longevity realm? The old turtle thought for a moment and said, monarchs have many more methods. They should have stronger techniques. As far as I know, monarchs seem to prefer the method of descent. I haven't seen a monarch rushing on his way. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that the old turtle is not particularly powerful in the emperor realm. Otherwise, he should know something about the longevity realm. But now, it was obvious that he didn't know much about it. 3 days later, Han Fei tried the so-called Great Shift technique. To test how far he could teleport, Han Fei also used the Twin Divine technique. Buzz. Han Fei felt that this was an advanced flash technique. However, unlike flash, with the flash, one could only teleport hundreds of meters away, but this Great Shift. Han Fei was amused. Old Yuan, I only teleport 100 kilometers? The old turtle said leisurely, it's mainly because of this suction force. Otherwise, you could have teleported 1,000 kilometers away at least. Han Fei was lost for words. Is 1,000 kilometers a long distance? I can cross it in 1 step with the near-at-hand technique. The old turtle sneered. The near-at-hand technique is a kind of great Tao of space. In reality, there are countless ways to crack it. But the Great Shift is only related to space and doesn't require the power of the great Tao of space. Unless someone seals space, makes space collapse, or catches up to you in the void, it's almost impossible to break it. That's the difference. Han Fei smiled and said, you've already told me 2 ways to crack it. There must be many experts who can seal space or cause space to collapse, right? The old turtle said, you're not weak. Besides, this technique is meant to be used for traveling. You'll learn a lot of great techniques in the future. Why? Are you afraid? Han Fei thought for a moment. That's right. It's not a bad start to teleport 100 kilometers at a time. If he could teleport 1,000 kilometers at once, it would be easier for him to leave the sea area. Han Fei practiced for 7 or 8 days in a row. At first, he could only teleport 100 kilometers at a time, but now, he could move 800 kilometers at once. However, this technique consumed a lot of spiritual energy. It could consume half of Han Fei's spiritual energy just to use it once. Therefore, the number of usage every day was limited. Such days lasted about half a month. On a certain day half a month later, Han Fei suddenly said, Old Yuan, your strength has weakened. Han Fei was sure that his strength had weakened because his speed had reached the law enforcer realm. Of course, Han Fei's law enforcement realm was about the same as others. Explorer realm. This was indeed good news. In the first half-month, when Han Fei swam out, he would be exhausted, but not now. The old turtle replied, "You can release your perception now." Han Fei released his perception. After extending more than 400 kilometers, he finally couldn't hold on anymore. It seemed that it would take him a few days to completely leave the sea area. Another hour later, Han Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. He grabbed a void blade and slashed out, killing a green light. Han Fei turned aside and watched a green light flash past him. Information popped up in his eyes. Name: Vortex Sea Emperor. Introduction: This is an exotic fish in the Vortex Sea that likes to swim hard. It can avoid water obstruction when swimming, so its speed is extremely fast. The Vortex Sea Emperor likes to use geographical advantages to hunt. Its blade is as swift as light, has the effect of breaking armor, and is poisonous. Level greater than 85. Quality: exotic. Great Dao supersonic. Chaotic Chi, contained greater than 16 wisps. Edible effect: eating it can strengthen the bloodline. Collectible: Sea Emperor's Blade, Royal Scale Armor. Absorbable. Han Fei's pupils were constricted slightly. A random fish he encountered was already an intermediate venerable? Did this mean that he had already come to the outside world? However, was the outside world really so terrifying? The first creature he met was already so strong? Also, this guy contained 16 wisps of chaotic chi? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Can I absorb this chaotic chi? This tempted Han Fei. The demon purification pot showed absorbable. This meant that he could absorb the chaotic chi of this fish. In an instant, 3 terrifying blades came at him in a row. Han Fei pushed with one hand and destroyed the power of these attacks. This Vortex Sea Emperor had never seen such a technique. Seeing that Han Fei's strength was only at the level of a junior venerable, it thought that a feast was coming. However, it couldn't expect that this feast was so powerful that it actually broke its supersonic. At that moment, the Vortex Sea Emperor still wanted to roll Han Fei away with its body and kill him. However, Han Fei casually drew a knife from the sea and cut it into 2 pieces. Immediately afterward, the Vortex Sea Emperor felt that its soul was suppressed, invaded, and controlled, and the chaotic energy in its body was being absorbed uncontrollably. At this moment, the Vortex Sea Emperor was stunned. It had never encountered such a terrifying enemy since it started cultivating. Who was this guy? Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't give it a chance to ask. After Han Fei absorbed its chaos chi, he threw away the corpse of the Vortex Sea Emperor and let it be sucked into the infinite abyss and turned into the energy of the yin-yang mill. For the first time, Han Fei discovered that the demon purification pot's absorption ability had returned. He was overjoyed. As for the old turtle, his heart was trembling. This calabash was simply terrifying. He knew that this calabash could cut off other people's great daos and destroy their souls. But now, he found that it could also absorb other people's chaotic chi? What kind of divine calabash was this? Rumble. Rumble. When the thunder rumbled in the sky, Han Fei suddenly realized something and said in surprise, "Old Yuan, after this venerable level demon died, no heavenly Dao cracks appeared." Why? The old turtle said, "It's simple. The space on your side is too small. It's not easy to give birth to a venerable, let alone a king. Therefore, when a venerable dies, there will be a great Tao crack. But where we are now, this is the outside world. In the age of gods, even if a king dies, the sky wouldn't change much. It's not strange. This shows that there are many strong masters outside. Han Fei. Half a day later, Han Fei discovered that he seemed to have swum out of the terrifying suction abyss. The outer sea became clearer and clearer. Han Fei felt a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, and messy power pouring in. One day passed. Han Fei's speed returned to the explorer realm. It was not until this moment that Han Fei met the second creature, a big fish with a crescent-shaped head and a mouth full of sharp teeth. This big fish was a half-venerable, named Dark Moon Wolf Fish. Its information was shown as followed. Named Dark Moon Wolf Fish. Introduction: This is a wolf fish that can unleash extremely fast attacks. It has the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast and likes to swim towards the moon. It can swallow the essence of the moon and has powerful spiritual power. It's good at piercing souls and confusing enemies. While it has powerful spiritual power, its teeth are almost indestructible and can bite through high-quality divine weapons. These teeth can temper divine weapons. The pearl of the dark moon between its eyebrows can enhance the power of the soul. Level greater than 79, half-venerable. Quality exotic. Great Tao supersonic. Spiritual energy 169,808 points. Edible effect: it can increase soul power. Collectible: Pearl of Dark Moon. Absorbable remarks: eating Pearl of Dark Moon can enhance the power of the soul. Buzz. Han Fei activated the Great Shift and appeared in front of the Dark Moon Wolf Fish. The latter was shocked by Han Fei's sudden appearance. After all, it was a powerful half-venerable creature and knew that Han Fei was not simple. Therefore, when Han Fei suddenly appeared, the Dark Moon Wolf Fish knew that something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. However, how could Han Fei give it a chance to escape? A moment later, on the turbulent sea, Han Fei put a crescent-shaped crystal into his mouth. After swallowing the Dark Moon Pearl, Han Fei checked his soul power, which increased by about 50 points. Hiss. Han Fei's eyes widened. A half-venerable could increase the power of his soul by 50 points? That was incredible. At his current level, Han Fei was already satisfied that the Dark Moon Pearl could provide him with more than 10 points of soul power. But this thing provided 50 points at once. This meant that as long as he killed 200 of them, his soul power could be increased by 10,000 points. Han Fei grinned. Although his level had temporarily dropped, there was still a pleasant surprise for him. There were too many powerful creatures in this world, and it was all about hunting and being hunted. At this moment, Han Fei was a hunter. 2 days later, Han Fei hunted about 50 Dark Moon Wolf Fish. This thing was relatively rare, not as many as he imagined. Besides, Han Fei discovered that not every Dark Moon Wolf Fish could enhance his soul power by 50 points. The lowest was only more than 30 points. In 2 days, Han Fei's soul power increased by about 2,000 points. This effect couldn't be said to be slow. After all, if Han Fei visualized and forged the universe, it might take him a year to increase so much soul power. Grinding a chopper would not hold up the work of cutting firewood. Han Fei's Current soul power had reached more than 190,000. As long as he hunted here for half a month, his soul power would probably be able to touch 200,000 points. Han Fei could afford this little time. An hour later, while Han Fei was hunting, suddenly, his soul power exploration encountered a soul collision. Han Fei was intrigued. Someone is here? The collision of souls exposed him, but he also locked onto his target. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. Han Fei didn't believe that after he came out, he could easily meet a king. Besides, the soul power of the person just now didn't seem very strong. And Han Fei needed someone to understand the outside world. Therefore, Han Fei didn't retreat but went straight up. A few seconds later, Han Fei bumped into 3 women. One of the 3 women was holding a dark moon wolf fish, and the other 2 were glaring at Han Fei ferociously. In terms of appearance, these people were much worse than the people of Water Wood World. They were no different from ordinary humans. One of the women said, "A junior venerable? Who are you?" Han Fei glanced at these 3 people. The strongest was an intermediate venerable, and the 2 others with him were half-venerables. Even if Han Fei was only a junior venerable now, he could easily kill these 3 people. To be honest, although Han Fei's level had temporarily dropped, in the venerable realm even a half-king might not be able to catch Han Fei. However, what puzzled Han Fei was that the people outside were generally so strong. 3 random people he met were 2 junior venerables and an intermediate venerable. A younger woman said, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb?" Han Fei chuckled. "Little girl, don't be so brutal. Be polite to an old man." The 3 of them were stunned. "Is this person very old?" "He looks very young." Another girl said, "How old are you?" Han Fei said leisurely, "Well, I'm more than 4,000 years old." The 2 girls asked in surprise, "Then are you going to die?" Cough, cough, dash. Han Fei was embarrassed, and the intermediate venerable roared, "Shut up. Don't mess around." The intermediate venerable leaned forward. "Where are you from? Which route did you take? Where is your boat?" Han Fei was stunned. It seemed that a boat was needed to get here. Besides, what was the route? Han Fei said unhurriedly, "I can travel anywhere in the world. I don't need boats. Where there is delicious food, where I am." However, as soon as Han Fei said so, the 3 girls' faces changed. One of the 2 half-kings shouted, "Liar." Another person shouted, "Sister Fan, be careful. He must be from another pirate team." The intermediate venerable attacked Han Fei. The power that suddenly erupted was extremely powerful, far exceeding ordinary intermediate venerables. Han Fei was surprised. "A pirate team? Are there pirates here? Let's capture these people first." When Han Fei took action, he discovered, to his surprise, that the people outside were stronger than those in the Inyang world and the Waterwood world. Logically speaking, if their realms were the same, there should be only difference in the polishing degree of strength. It could only be said that the people here had better aptitudes and potential than in the cage. Han Fei waved his hand and the great Tao of gravity descended. The intermediate venerable undulated up and down. She still wanted to break it with force. However, in the next moment, the woman was dumbfounded. This person's Tao was so tough. He could completely crush her, although he was only a junior venerable. Pfft. In the great Tao of gravity, the woman suddenly turned into a shadow, shook the void, left Han Fei's attacking range, and appeared beside the two half-venerables. Han Fei smiled casually. "Little girl, I've told you that you should respect the elderly. Come on, tell me about." Swish. Just as Han Fei was about to speak, he saw that the woman crushed something in her hand. In the next second, the three people were rolled up by the void and disappeared. Han Fei moved very quickly and instantly arrived in front of the void with the near-at-hand technique. However, the other party still ran away. Han Fei. The old turtle couldn't help but secretly smile. After all, here is not the savage land that you're from. There are more means outside. The one they used is just a small means, a treasure that can instantly change space. Teleportation can only reach 10,000 kilometers at most. If you look carefully, you should be able to find them. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Find them? Han Fei shook his head. From the questions they just asked me, I can tell that there are conditions to appear in this place. First of all, there must be a boat. Secondly, there must be a route. Otherwise, if my identity is unknown, I will only be suspected and won't be accepted. They won't tell me much about the outside world, but will only doubt my background. What Han Fei didn't say was that the girl asked him if he was from another pirate team. This meant that they were pirates too. And pirates had never been kind-hearted. Therefore, Han Fei needed to recover some strength. With a thought, Gue Sanqing appeared outside. Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, cultivate outside for a few months. Let me recover some strength first. If the ordinary people outside are all so strong, I'm afraid my strength in the junior venerable realm isn't enough. I have to improve a few levels." Okay. For the old turtle, a few months was nothing but a drop in the bucket. He happened to need time to polish Gue Sanqing's body. Now, he had some time. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Han Fei appeared in the sea. Quelling painting. In the painting, where Earth 9 was, Nyanner was playing hide-and-seek with a few rabbits, giggling. When Han Fei appeared here, Nyanner immediately shouted, "Brother, you're here? Let's play a game." Han Fei smiled and said, "No, Nyanner, be good. You may have to stay here for a year. The outside world is a little dangerous. When I settle the matters outside, I'll immediately let you go out." Nyanner hummed in response, but there was no disappointment in her eyes at all, because two cats were sticking their heads out of a hole in a tree and staring at her with widened eyes. Although she was talking to Han Fei, her heart had already flown away. Han Fei was lost for words. So, was his worry unnecessary? He thought that Nyanner was desperate to go out. However, she was obviously having a great time here. Maybe because she hadn't been in contact with the outside world for tens of thousands of years, she was already very happy to have such a fresh world to live in. Next to him, Xiaosei asked, "Do you need me to go out to help you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, not for now. Just take Nyanner to play. This world is not small. It's not bad to walk around and appreciate the scenery of the land." After talking with Xiaosei, Han Fei went to forge the universe. It would take him 10 years to recover and forge the universe. This made Han Fei a little speechless. What he hated most was cultivating in seclusion. If only time could fly. The old turtle said, "By the way, you can also improve your spiritual energy. Disassembling degree. After all, it can change your capacity for the great. Tao. Maybe you can recover a year or two in advance. Han Fei immediately said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" With the old turtle's reminder, Han Fei directly activated the power of faith to disassemble the spiritual energy. 3 months later, Han Fei's spiritual energy was disassembled at 92%, only a little bit away from 93%. However, the power of faith had been used up. So, Han Fei could only spend some time disassembling it. He had no concept of time when he was cultivating in seclusion. 5 years later, Han Fei had returned to the peak of the advanced venerable level and was about to break through to the peak level venerable realm. Suddenly, old Yuan shouted, Han Fei, I'm being watched." When old Yuan asked him for help, Han Fei was a little stunned. "Wait, you're an emperor. Why are you being targeted?" Han Fei woke up from his cultivation and frowned. "What happened?" The old turtle said, "Someone found me when I was making a breakthrough. Those people have already found me and will arrive in a minute." Swish. Han Fei immediately appeared outside Forge the Universe. When he looked at Gue Sanqing, he was surprised. "You broke through to the advanced venerable realm so quickly?" The old turtle said, "Although this sea area is dangerous, there are indeed many good things outside. Apart from the dark moon wolf fish, there are also some extremely rare Dao querying fish. I came into contact with those humans when I was catching the Dao querying fish. I didn't expect them to find me." Han Fei couldn't help rolling his eyes. It sounded like old Yuan robbed them. Otherwise, why would he be tracked when he was making a breakthrough? Han Fei was helpless. Although his strength hadn't returned to its peak state, it would be restored soon. With this strength and his various means, as long as the other party wasn't a half-king, it shouldn't be a problem. A moment later, Han Fei saw a black shadow appear. However, the black shadow was too big. It was clearly a big ship nearly 100 meters long, and it was a sailing ship that was very fast. On the big sail of the sailing ship, there was a picture of a giant shark. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth and its eyeballs were red. And the bow of the ship was like a shark head. The big ship braved the wind and broke through the void. In this turbulent sea, it was like walking on flat ground. Suddenly, the boat disappeared. Immediately afterward, Han Fei felt the void tremble. In the next moment, a big ship appeared 100 kilometers away from Han Fei. When he looked closer, he saw that there were arrays around the hull. The array shape was like a sharp knife. This thing could actually break through the void and travel in the void. Interesting. The old turtle was making a breakthrough and absorbing tremendous spiritual energy. However, the old turtle left a wisp of soul in Han Fei's heart, so they could still talk. The old turtle said, "Well, there shouldn't be any strong masters on this ship. The strongest one is only an advanced venerable, and the remaining one is an intermediate peak level venerable, an intermediate venerable, and 2 junior venerables. The rest are 6 half venerables." So many venerables? Swish. 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 The void trembled, and 3 people appeared dozens of kilometers away from Han Fei. These people were wearing heavy armor with many barbed spikes on it. Han Fei could keenly see that there was poison on those saw teeth. The poison that could be smeared on the body by a venerable was probably not ordinary. In their hands, they were all holding serrated scimitars, which were drawn by spiritual energy chains and looked like a standard weapon. In Han Fei's eyes, they were not regular weapons, but were as strong as high-quality divine weapons. A man in the advanced venerable realm said ruthlessly, "It turns out that this turtle demon has an accomplice. Brat, how dare you snatch our pirate team? You must be tired of living." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Oh? Resources belong to whoever gets them. Are all the good things in the world yours?" The advanced venerable narrowed his eyes. "You're quite bold. Do you think you, a mere advanced venerable, can protect the turtle demon? Besides, when did human beings get together with sea demons? Are you a merman?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did these people know about the merman tribe? It seemed that after he left the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world, even the merman tribe had appeared. This was indeed the outside world. Han Fei grinned. "It seems that you know a lot." The three people's faces changed slightly, and the middle-aged man raised his hand. Retreat. However, Han Fei had already come out. How could he let them retreat safely? Han Fei took a step forward and appeared directly beside the middle-aged man. Poison teeth. The middle-aged man's original intention was to give the other two a chance to escape. He pounced on Han Fei with his soul as a tooth, which was clearly poisonous. Han Fei certainly wouldn't swallow such a weird poison. Roar. At that moment, the 100-beast soul devouring erupted and shattered the poison-tooth soul. Han Fei counterattacked with AS. Pfft. The middle-aged man vomited a big mouthful of blood, withstanding Han Fei's soul-stirring spike, and wanted to retreat. However, Han Fei had already appeared in front of him and pressed a palm on his chest. Bang! In an instant, this person's battle suit shattered, and his ribs were all broken. The middle-aged man was horrified. This guy is so strong. In the same realm, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. This kind of person was definitely not ordinary. The middle-aged man wanted to secretly crush a pearl, but Han Fei had been tricked once. How could this flash stone-like thing work on him again? As he drew his saber, the man's hand fell. Han Fei grabbed the pearl easily and looked at it, and information appeared in his eyes. Name: Escape Pearl. Introduction: This is a one-time consumable. It can break through the void and help you escape. As long as you crush this pearl, you can randomly appear somewhere within 10,000 kilometers. The pearl can break through the sealed void. This is its only advantage. Remarks: A basic escape type. Treasure, of ordinary quality. ASU. Han Fei put on a smile. I thought it was something special. However, while this thing might be useful in a battle of equal strength, it was almost impossible for those who were crushed by the other party in strength to escape. In the next moment, Han Fei punched the middle-aged man and shattered half of his body. The void lines had already attached to him. Han Fei seemed to have just solved an insignificant opponent. After solving the middle-aged man, Han Fei said casually, well, this person's strength is not bad, his defense is quite strong, and his reaction speed and soul attack are good too. However, he can't be called a heavenly talent at all. He must be really old to be so strong. The old turtle, the other two escaped. Han Fei smiled. It's just an array. Let me see how powerful the boat array outside can be. Holding the middle-aged man in one hand, Han Fei came to the big ship of the pirates. When Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique, he found that it failed. Was the level of this array very high? Suddenly, Han Fei felt a sense of crisis. He saw a light surging on the bow of the ship. Immediately afterward, a spiritual energy shock wave comparable to the half-king realm spewed out of the shark's mouth, which contained a lot of great Tao power. Sacrificing punch. Rumble. Rumble. A terrifying explosion swept nearly 1,000 kilometers. Han Fei was knocked back nearly 100 kilometers. However, in the end, he still stood in front of the old turtle. Even the middle-aged man in his hand was intact. However, many people on the pirate ship exclaimed. Someone shouted, "How is it possible? This person, with the strength of an advanced venerable, actually blocked a half-king level energy cannon head-on? Is he even human?" On both sides of Han Fei, the seawater was like a waterfall, and behind him, it was calm. Han Fei shrugged and stretched his body solemnly. F***ck, it's just a 100-meter-long ship. How can it be so powerful? How can this ship withstand the attack of a half-king? No. It's because of the array. There's an array that can unleash the power of a half-king. Interesting. I have to study it. With that, Han Fei disappeared again. Although the shark's mouth seemed to be charging, Han Fei had already punched it. The invincible fist mark bombarded the ship, but the boat array flickered and an energy shield protected the entire hull. This energy shield armor contained a trace of great Tao power, so Han Fei's invincible fist mark couldn't shake it at all. However, how could this be a problem for Han Fei? How could he expect to defeat his opponent with one punch? Bang! 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 With the power of the great Tao added to his body, Han Fei's strength suddenly soared. He punched dozens of times in a row, causing the ship array to rumble and the entire hull to tremble. Some places had already cracked. Han Fei thought to himself, if I have this ship, I can form a one-man pirate team. After all, pirates were from the outer sea, and nobody would doubt his identity. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Sir, don't go too far. Do you really want to become our enemy? If anything happens to us here, the fourth king will definitely retaliate against you." Fourth king? Han Fei thought to himself, I don't care about the fourth king or what. I'm never threatened by anyone. Knock, knock, knock. Crack. Although Han Fei guessed that this was probably just one of the pirates' ships, he had offended these pirates, so he had no scruples anymore. When the hull was blasted apart, Han Fei performed a star teleportation and appeared on the hull. The scene could be imagined. Han Fei's strength was comparable to that of a half-king. He defeated all those venerables quickly. The remaining half-venerable looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this guy so reckless? The predators can't even scare him away. Han Fei reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man back. The old turtle was still making a breakthrough on the sea, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Han Fei sneered. Everybody, wait here. If anyone makes any moves, hee. As the #1 thug on the Avenger, Han Fei was definitely no joke. He certainly wouldn't lose to these people in terms of robbery. Therefore, those people didn't dare to move at all after Han Fei snatched their ship. After all, the only advanced venerable on the boat was easily taken down by Han Fei. Half an hour later, the old turtle broke through to the advanced venerable realm and came to the ship unhurriedly. At this moment, the old turtle really wanted to swallow these people. How dare they hunt him? Han Fei said, help me watch them. I'm going to see this man's memories. Although Han Fei rarely used the soul-searching technique, it was useful at critical moments. For example, at this moment, Han Fei knew nothing about the outer domain. The only thing he knew was the name of the 36 mystic worlds. When Han Fei entered the middle-aged man's soul, he found that this person was also from the 36 mystic worlds. Apart from his growing experience, Han Fei quickly found a lot of useful information. First of all, Han Fei could confirm that the area he was in belonged to the infinite ocean. Yes, it was different from the infinite ocean in general. Generally, infinite ocean meant infinite ocean without end. However, the infinite ocean here was in a narrower sense. It had a range, space, and routes. For example, the infinite ocean was divided into inner and outer waters. People called this place Raging Sea. Just like the name of the cage, some people called the cage Raging Sea. Maybe this name was spread by Golden Boy and the others was a Le Sea. What distinguished the inner and outer waters was a vast sea area where one couldn't tell the direction. If one didn't have a precise route, they would be lost if they entered that sea area from the outer waters. According to the middle-aged man's memory, there were a lot of ferocious beasts living in that sea area. Even if there was a route, they would be vulnerable to attacks, not to mention that there was no route. The difference between the inner and outer sea areas was that the outer sea area was full of energy, and the spiritual energy there was not as rich as in the inner sea area. Furthermore, terrifying hurricanes often happened there. Once these hurricanes were formed, they would be very unstable and unfavorable to cultivation. However, in the inner sea, there was rich spiritual energy. Although the energy was violent, humans had their own means to isolate the chaotic energy. Just like the islands in the cage. Apart from that, there were abundant resources in the inner sea. Although there were mermen and other undersea races living there, human beings were as powerful as those marine races. Therefore, danger and opportunity coexisted. Although the environment was cruel, it was also very easy for people to grow up. After knowing this area was named Infinite Ocean, Han Fei clearly knew the human forces in the inner sea. In the inner sea, there were following human powers: supreme clearness, chaos, infinity, golden crow, dragon subduing, glazed glass, immeasurability, 9 palaces, sword god, dream weaving, supreme mystic, medicine king, and soul ceiling, which are collectively called 13 worlds in the inner sea. And the human powers in the outer sea were thunder, fire, ice, snow, 5 elements, spirit refining, netherworld, mad corpse, blood fiend, wraith, 100 flowers, blue cloud, million poison, wind slashing, and Sanskrit music. They were also the 13 major powers, collectively known as the 13 worlds in the outer sea. Yes, in the entire 36 mystic worlds, only 26 worlds remained in the Raging Sea. As for the other 10 worlds, they disappeared without a trace. These 10 worlds were respectively, yin-yang, water-wood, mindless, silver, moon, beast king, parting grief, flying feather, 10-color, white cloud, and ashless. Han Fei knew about the yin-yang world and waterwood world. However, the remaining 8 weren't with the yin-yang world and waterwood world. Of course, apart from the human heavenly palaces in the Raging Sea, there were also a few super forces that couldn't be ignored here. Among them, The 10 great pirate groups were top forces that even human beings and sea demons couldn't ignore. Why were they called the 10 great pirate groups? In fact, this middle-aged man knew that there were more than 100 pirate groups, and there were thousands of pirate groups in the entire raging sea. They had already become a super force. In the raging sea, there was a city of pirates that everyone knew, named Martial Emperor City. It was said that this city was protected by a monarch. Although there had never been a monarch in the raging sea, there was a legend about Martial Emperor City. It was said that the 3 kings of the supreme clearness, chaos, and infinity had tried to subdue the Martial Emperor City. However, after they returned, they each went into seclusion for 10,000 years. And in Martial Emperor City, pirates were still coming and going. Besides, it was said that after that battle, the Martial Emperor City not only allowed pirates to come and go, but also expanded its business to the 36 mystic worlds. In fact, many people knew that the 3 kings were probably beaten up. Later, the Martial Emperor City became more and more mysterious, and the business of the Martial Emperor City was booming. The Martial Emperor City had no principles. This was a paradise for pirates. They could trade with humans and sea demons. In fact, pirates and sea demons often traded. The Martial Emperor City was a special existence in the raging sea. Since it was established, no one could shake its status, whether it was the sea demons or the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, it was not without reason that pirates abounded here. After all, the Martial Emperor City provided shelter for them. In the Martial Emperor City, the major pirate forces enjoyed absolute safety. No one dared to cause trouble in the Martial Emperor City. Those who dared to cause trouble were basically dead. After searching the soul of this middle-aged man, Han Fei even saw what the Martial Emperor City was like. It was a huge black city built in mist. Outside the city was a piece of land that stretched for less than 1,000 kilometers. And the most peculiar thing was that this Martial Emperor City was half on the land and half in the sea. Han Fei quickly remembered the names of the 10 pirate teams, because these 10 pirate teams had kings guarding them. These 10 pirate groups were respectively, the Undead Pirates, the Divine Sect Pirates, the Peace Pirates, the Predator Pirates, the Merman Pirates, the Misfortune Pirates, the Gale Pirates, the Azure Pirates, the Crimson Fire Pirates, and the Devil Girl Pirates. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. According to the strength of the pirates, the Predators seemed to be ranked 4th among the 10 great pirate groups. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he didn't kill these people now. Otherwise, if a king came because so many venerables died here, what could he do? In the middle-aged man's memory, the captain of the Predators was known as the Mad Fourth King. Just like his name suggested, this person was quite crazy. Besides, this guy really wanted to enter the top 3. Unfortunately, he couldn't get in. Hearing this name, Han Fei knew that this guy couldn't be a good person. Undead? He knew that it involved secrets. Han Fei had some impression of the Divine Sect. When he deduced the fish transformation technique, Han Fei knew that this sect was founded by humans who turned themselves into sea demons. The name of Peace Pirates was ridiculous. Peace, how did you get to the top 3? The Merman Pirates were clearly a pirate team composed of sea demons. It seemed that not only humans wanted to be pirates, but also sea demons. There was nothing special about the rest. Except for the name of the devil. Girl pirates, which sounded very feminine, there was nothing creative about their names. Apart from the 36 mystic heavens, the martial emperor city, and the 10 great pirate groups, the rest were naturally the sea demons. The sea demons were mainly divided into the merman race, the undersea human race, the 100 demon race, and the giant beast race. Of course, Han Fei knew about the merman and undersea human race. If he guessed right, Xiao Xiaochan was in the merman race. As for the 100 demon race, they were a mixed blood race apart from the merman race, collectively known as the 100 demon race. There were also many sea demons who considered themselves talented and refused to submit to other forces, calling themselves the 100 demon race. Indeed, in this vast sea, who was willing to submit to other races? Therefore, the members of this race that was actually not a race differed greatly in strength. As for the giant beasts, they were a special kind of sea demon. They were few in number and didn't have a good relationship with humans, sea demons, and pirates. However, the giant beasts had their strong points. They could swim freely in the raging sea and often attack human routes. The giant beasts didn't like to transform into human shapes, but no one knew if they could. They were usually huge and brawny. In fact, they were extremely intelligent. However, this intermediate venerable didn't know much about them. There were no conflicts between the merman, undersea human race, and 100 demon race. They often visited each other, but it was difficult to find their routes. In name, the 100 demons and the undersea human race lived in the outer sea, while the mermen occupied the inner sea, which seemed to show their dominance. From this information, Han Fei knew that the merman race was indeed very powerful. After all, there were 13 mystic worlds in the inner sea, but so many kings couldn't take down the merman race, which showed how powerful they were. Humans didn't have many battles with the pirates, the undersea human race, and the 100 demons. However, it was another story when it came to the mermen and giant beasts. The most eye-catching part of this complicated network was the martial emperor city. This thing was like a bug that no one dared to mess with. Han Fei sneered. He had confirmed that the bulk of the predators wasn't here. The mad fourth king might be in the martial emperor city. Therefore, Han Fei was relieved. Without a king, he had no opponents here. Han Fei didn't panic at all. In addition to the division of forces in the 36 mystic worlds, Han Fei also obtained some other information. For example, the vortex he was in, which was where the Predator's pirate ship was called the Wild Abyss. It was said that this place was connected to the ancient wilderness. In the middle-aged man's memory, he didn't know that the Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world were in this wild abyss. To Han Fei's surprise, in the middle-aged man's memory, more than one person had entered the wild abyss. Yes, someone had entered from here, and even a king had entered and come out. However, no one had mentioned the existence of Yin-Yang world and Waterwood world. And if a king had once descended, where had they gone? Or had someone once visited the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world? But, ordinary people were too weak to know. Han Fei's heart sank. Since someone had entered and came out, it meant that the secret of the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world was likely exposed. However, for some reason, no one revealed it. Indeed, Han Fei also felt that there seemed to be a problem with Yin-Yang world. When Xiao Xiaochan was awakened, Chen Huangdian went to the Yin-Yang world. Later, other people also visited the Yin-Yang world to find Xiao Xiaochan. Then, if the wall of death was really unbreakable, and even kings couldn't enter it. Then how did Chen Huangdian's projection enter it? At that time, his projection was not only in the explorer realm, right? Why did he enter the yin-yang world and take Xia Xiaochuan away? Han Fei fell into deep thought. If the yin-yang world and waterwood world had always been exposed, why did no one mention it? Why didn't the other 36 heavenly palaces help? Why didn't the enemies of yin-yang world come to rob it? Han Fei felt that there might be some unknown secret behind this. And advanced venerables knew a lot of secrets. From this person's memories, Han Fei found part of the route of the predators, knew the location of the martial emperor city, and knew how to enter the inner sea from the outer sea. However, this way of entry required either the predator's route or someone else's. With his current strength, it was certainly impossible for him to forcefully use the route of the predators. What if he really encountered the mad fourth king? He wasn't strong enough yet. The top priority now was to restore his strength. Then, Han Fei saw some of his past experiences from the middle-aged man's memories. These people robbed humans and would attack the 100 demons and the undersea human race sometimes, or even the mermen. Anyway, the predators would simply rob anyone they could rob. However, the style of this pirate team, Han Fei discovered that although they were known as predators, they were not bloodthirsty. In the words of the mad fourth king, the people they robbed were their patrons. If they let them go this time, they could rob them again. Of course, this didn't mean that the predators were gentle. Every time they attacked, at least some people would die in their hands. This was completely based on their preferences. Among the 10 pirate teams, there were 2 that were much more brutal than the predators. Among them, the Peace Pirate Group ranked 3rd was a strange pirate group. They were pirates who robbed pirates and occasionally robbed others. This Peace Pirate Group's target was to end pirates. Therefore, robbing pirates was their specialty. And every time they robbed the pirates, they would kill them. The other pirate team was the Azure Pirates. In the middle-aged man's heart, the captain of this pirate team was obviously an evil cultivator, temperamental, cold, and brutal. It was said that none of the venerables caught by the Azure Pirates survived. Han Fei slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the dozen or so people on this ship. There were 5 venerables on this ship alone, which showed how powerful the predators were. As far as Han Fei knew, although the outsiders were generally stronger, the venerable realm wasn't that terrifying. At least, from the middle-aged man, Han Fei knew that each of the 13 mystic worlds in the outer domain only had about 400 or 500 venerables. In the 13 worlds in the inner domain, each world had about 700 or 800 venerables. There were indeed a lot of them. If this number of venerables was put in the yin-yang world, the yin-yang world would probably be gone. And this was just the number that the middle-aged man knew. It was probably the number of venerables that the worlds had revealed. It was hard to tell how many venerables there were exactly. However, to Han Fei's horror, there were so many strong masters in merely 26 heavenly palaces. Just the 10 pirate teams alone had 10 kings. Since the martial emperor city seemed to be the strongest force in the raging sea, they might have an emperor. In this case, how many venerables and kings were there on the merman's side? At the same time, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the yin-yang world and waterwood world were both so powerful at the end of the Age of Gods and the Age of Doom. Why were they reduced to hiding in the wild abyss? Han Fei estimated that this matter probably had nothing to do with the vast Ocean navigator. Otherwise, why were the 9 palace world and the golden crow world still in the raging sea? After organizing his thoughts, Han Fei glanced at these people and said, "Leave the boat, the resources, the weapons, and the battle suit. Then get lost." These people were attracted here because of the anomaly in the wild abyss, which might be related to him. Han Fei didn't want to expose too much. Just now, the middle-aged man guessed that he was a merman, and he didn't deny it. Just let these people guess. The pirates were stunned. Did this guy just rob us? Wait, why didn't he release our leader? Han Fei glanced at the middle-aged man, controlled by him, and said casually, "This man must die." On the Predator, the group of ferocious pirates were horrified. Their leader must die, but they could survive? Why was this person so strange? Seeing that everybody was still hesitating, Han Fei said unhappily, "Those who don't leave in 3 seconds will die." Swish. 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 Those people ran very fast. As the saying went, he who understood the times was a wise man. Since Han Fei let them go, why not go? After all, since he dared to kill their leader, it would be as easy as a breeze to kill them. Sure enough, after those people escaped, Han Fei threw this man to the ground and said, "Old Yuan, you just broke through to the advanced venerable realm. And your realm is unstable, so this person is yours." The old turtle put on a smile, but he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he asked, "Why did you let those people go? Isn't it like releasing fish into the sea? Sooner or later, they will come again." Han Fei smiled casually. "I'm new here. I don't have to offend a king. I'm here to find someone, not to fight a king. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem to kill 1 or 2 of them. This person's soul is controlled by me. I don't want to expose this ability." Han Fei reached out and grabbed the sun moon shells and weapons that were left in the air. After a quick glance, he found more than 80 dark moon wolf fish in the sun moon shells that had just died. Their dark moon beads had been used yet. Han Fei swallowed the dark moon pearls without hesitation. A moment later, when Han Fei's soul power increased by more than 3,000 points, he couldn't help but grin and sigh. So many venerables, but they only caught so little fish? How do they have the cheek to call themselves pirates? What a disgrace. The old turtle. As for the other resources accumulated by these people, they were basically useless to Han Fei. In addition to some escape pearls, there were also refining materials, spiritual fruits, and nearly 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. The moment he saw some ultra-quality spiritual stones, Han Fei thought, "There seems to be a lot of spiritual stones here." Putting away these things, Han Fei turned around and said, "All right, you've made a breakthrough. Help me guard outside for a while. I'm about to return to the peak of the venerable level, but you interrupted me." The old turtle said leisurely, "Go ahead. I'll swallow this person." Han Fei didn't even need to change places. During this period of time, he deliberately didn't leave the vortex. At least, he should show up in his peak state. After all, he didn't bring little fatty with him. If he was killed, he wouldn't be able to revive. 2 months passed. Buzz. When Han Fei came out of Forge the Universe, his strength had returned to the level of a half-king. As soon as his strength reached its peak, he immediately came out of seclusion. The old turtle was surprised. "So fast?" Han Fei said casually, "You're right. The increase in the disassembling degree of spiritual energy can indeed accelerate my recovery. By the way, do you want to release the power you're suppressing? The old turtle said, I'm afraid not yet, but I can give you some first. Han Fei thought to himself, who are you looking down upon? My current endurance is beyond your imagination, okay? In the next moment, Han Fei's body suddenly trembled. With a buzz, a tremendous amount of essence energy instantly spread throughout his body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. When Han Fei found that he was getting fat, he quickly shouted, Stop, stop. That's enough. This is affecting my performance. Hearing Han Fei shout, Stop, the old turtle hurriedly suppressed the power. Again. Han Fei couldn't help being horrified. Old Yuan. How much power did you release? The old turtle said leisurely, 2 or 3%. Han Fei. Han Fei was lost for words. How much energy did he have to bear to leave the cage? He couldn't even bear it with his current half-king strength. This energy was not just energy. This kind of power was like the fat in a person's body. You couldn't use it in regular fights. You could only absorb it slowly and exercise it away from time to time. As the old turtle said, unless he practiced the supreme mystic body art now, it would be extremely difficult to digest and absorb this thing. Han Fei didn't think too much about it. Since he couldn't digest it quickly, he might as well take his time. After all, he hadn't reached the peak of the half-king realm yet. No one had come for more than 2 months. It seemed that the death of a venerable wasn't a big deal for the pirates. Therefore, Han Fei released the predator pirate ship. There were many things to learn about this ship. The Avenger he created back then was far worse than this ship. The Avenger was a complicated boat array built from countless arrays. However, this ship was different. What this ship triggered was a defensive barrier, without any complicated arrays. Obviously, it wasn't that this ship didn't need arrays, but that the other party had placed arrays somewhere else. Besides, this ship had an energy cannon that could launch a half-king realm attack. What was that thing filled with? If you wanted to travel in the raging sea, you either had to take someone else's boat or own one. If he took someone else's boat, he could only go to the 13 worlds in the outer domain to take a boat and then went to the inner domain. This was too troublesome. After all, boats usually had fixed routes and he couldn't just go wherever he wanted. As for getting a boat on his own, there was a problem, which was that he didn't have a route. Although Han Fei knew the route of the Predator's pirate ship, wouldn't it be suicidal to go to their route? After all, every safe sea route was opened with manpower and recognized by the major races. Otherwise, as a human, wouldn't it be asking for trouble if you ran into the territory of the mermen? However, Han Fei had the vast ocean navigator. With it, he could open a route himself. Although the vast ocean navigator could only be used 3 times a day, he just needed a direction. In general, it was better to have a boat than not. Now, although Han Fei had snatched the Predator's ship, he hadn't made a decision yet, because it seemed safe to take a normal route. Those normal sea routes were also the normal trading routes in the 13 worlds. Resource transactions between the inner and outer sea areas made the 36 mystic worlds prosperous. It was exactly because of the prosperity of trade that pirates robbed others. From time to time, in the raging sea, those who dared to sail on these normal routes were basically not afraid of pirates. It could even be said that there were often people who specifically targeted pirates on the routes. After all, it was impossible for a pirate king to participate in ordinary robberies. Their actions were watched by pairs of eyes. Once a pirate king took action, he would often become the enemy of the world. Because of this reason, the strength of the 10 pirate teams had undergone many rounds of changes. In the middle-aged man's memory, the Azure Pirates were the only pirate gang that hadn't been wiped out yet, although their king often came out to rob. However, the Azure Pirates were hated by everyone, so they were ranked only 8th among the top 10 now. When Hanfei took out this ship, he couldn't help but put on a smile. It felt so good to be a captain again. Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and Xiao Sei and Yenner appeared in it. In Yenner's arms, there was a big white bunny. Yenner said in surprise, "Ah. Brother, are we finally out?" Hanfei smiled. "Yes, we'll have our own territory in the future. Look, this is my trophy, a big ship." "A big ship?" Holding the bunny, Yenner ran to the edge of the boat and looked at the surging waves, seeming a little excited. She was quite curious about such a world. Although she knew about the ghost ship in the past, she had never gone out. Therefore, this was the first time Yenner had seen a real ship. She ran from south to north, curious about everything. Yenner kept asking, "Brother, what is this? It's so high." "This is the mast." "What about this?" Hanfei said, "That's a pole. It's used to secure the side and the back." "Cables?" Yenner asked, "What are cables?" Hanfei said, "It's a rope or chain that fixes the mast." "What about this?" Hanfei said, "This is the anchor. When the boat stops, drop the anchor into the sea. The huge anchor hooks the boulders on the sea mountain and stops the boat." One asked and the other answered. After all, Hanfei was an old captain. He didn't even need to think to ask such simple questions. Then, Hanfei took out a big pot, which attracted Yenner's attention. At this moment, Hanfei really didn't want to be a pirate. In fact, he was here to find his sister, so he didn't want to be a pirate. Hanfei changed the sail to white, changed the shark head bow into a steel triangle, which was used to brave the wind and break the waves. Of course, at the center of the triangle was still that energy cannon that could unleash a half-king strike. While cooking the hot pot, Hanfei split his attention to refine tools and objects in the void and replaced the anchor, the mast, and the axles on the deck. Of course, Hanfei hadn't studied arrays yet. A moment later, while brushing oil on the barbecue, Hanfei said to Yenner, "Yenner, what is time armor? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Yenner squatted next to Hanfei, her mouth almost watering, and she said without thinking, "Well, there are many ways to use it. For example, you can put the displaced time in front of you. When others attack you, their attack will drop in another timeline. Also, you can slow or accelerate the time around. In this way, the power of others will be beyond their control." "Brother, what are we going to eat?" Hanfei said, "This is called charcoal roasted garlic prawns, iron squid, lobster hot pot. Don't be hasty. Let's wait for a while." "Hey, Yenner, how do you use the time bind?" Yenner blinked and said, "It's easy. Capture a section of time and bind people with it. Then make time overlap, forming an infinite time barrier. In this way, people will be trapped. However, strong masters can easily escape from it." Hanfei was excited. It sounded interesting. However, it was too difficult to Intercept a section of time. Han Fei asked, what about time conversion? Watching from the side, Xiaosei was speechless. You're already a half-king. Yet you're fooling a child? Aren't you ashamed? A moment later, the hot pot was ready, and Han Fei, Nianer, Old Yuan, and Xiaosei sat around it. Nianer had already started eating. Her garlic prawns had been roasted. At this moment, her mouth was full of grease. Han Fei used the divine deceit technique to turn his strength into that of a junior venerable. Han Fei said, remember our purpose of this trip. Don't cause trouble. Don't fight for no good reason. You can hunt sea creatures, but don't make enemies. With the strong, especially pirates. Well, that's it. From today on, I'll pretend to be a heavenly talent from a big family. Old Yuan, Xiaosei, you too are my lackeys now. When we stop at a place in the 13 worlds and get an identity, this trip will be half completed. Got it? The old turtle couldn't help but say, as long as you don't cause trouble. Xiaosei, okay. However, it's best to let little master stay in human society for a while to get used to the human world. After all, little master's real realm is actually not weak. She'll break through to the peak of the law. Enforce a realm soon. We can't wait for little master's strength to reach its peak before teaching her some life. Han Fei said indifferently, what's important is the communication between people. It's obvious that you don't know how to take care of the child. Find a school for your child and let her stay in school for half a year, which is more effective than 10,000 truths you teach her. Xiaosei glanced at Han Fei grumpily, thinking, it's you who should take care of the child, okay? Han Fei said, by the way, in order to avoid trouble, we'll leave here today and go to other places in the 36 mystic worlds. Less than half an hour after Han Fei said that, suddenly, Han Fei and the old turtle both turned their heads. Immediately, Han Fei got up and said, son of a *tch, it's only my first day out, and someone is already targeting me? Is this ship installed with a GPS device? Buzz. The void trembled, and 3 large ships broke out of the void in a row. These 3 large ships had very clean silver shiny armor. However, these didn't seem to belong to the predators. These ships were clearly different from the one he had snatched. They seemed cleaner and shinier. With a large piece of lobster meat in her mouth, Little Time looked at the big ship curiously. Brother, new ships are coming. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said casually, Nianer, remember, don't reveal your strength easily. In the next moment, with swishes, 7 or 8 women appeared in a row. The person in the lead was clearly a half-king. One of the women said, Sister Wu, look, this is the person I told you about last time. He's only a junior venerable, but he's extremely strong. The woman named Sister Wu looked at the cannon on Han Fei's hull and asked in confusion, is he a subordinate of Mad Fourth King? Why is the ship changed into this? The woman stepped forward and stopped in front of Han Fei's boat. Who are you? Tell me. Han Fei saw that there seemed to be light surging on the other party's 3 ships, which seemed to be something similar to an energy cannon. So, the other party was going to attack him? Besides, this time, they had a half-king. Han Fei looked at one of the ships in the distance. There seemed to be a woman standing at the bow of the ship. She couldn't be simple. Huff dash. Han Fei was lost for words. Was he so unlucky after leaving the Yin Yang world? He obviously ran into the Devil Girl pirates. Han Fei was lost for words. So, the 3 women he met last time were from the Devil Girl pirates? Han Fei felt that 10,000 iron-head fish were galloping in his heart. What a day! Why am I so unlucky? My strength was suppressed, and I had to spend 7 or 8 months restoring it. As soon as I came to the outside world, I encountered 2 pirate groups that had a bunch of strong masters. Why? Do you think there are treasures in the wild abyss? So you all want to hunt treasures here? At this moment, Han Fei was sure that there should be 2 strong masters on these 3 big ships. Judging from the size of the hull, the 3 big ships of the Devil Girl pirates were more than 3 times larger than his. For pirates, the hull should not be too big. For example, the dragon boat was huge, but it was also cumbersome. Compared to his ship, their ships were bigger, which was a symbol of high status. At this moment, the woman called Sister Wu was asking Han Fei. From the memory of the middle-aged man, Han Fei had read the basic information about the Devil Girl pirates. The Devil Girl pirates was a pirate team that only accepted female pirates. The king of the Devil Girl pirates was known as the Black Phoenix Demoness. She had 4 generals under her command, respectively leading the 4 strongest warships. These warships were named after their captains: Pearl, Dragon Dance, Cloud Rising, and Cold Moon. If Han Fei guessed right, this person should be one of the 4 generals of the Devil Girl pirates, the captain of the Dragon Dance, Long Wu. But Han Fei found that the woman standing on the big boat behind seemed as intimidating as Long Wu. Han Fei took a closer look. *CK, the glowing thing on the boat didn't seem to be an energy cannon. If it wasn't a pearl, what was it? Heh. If Han Fei guessed right, that ship should be the Pearl. Han Fei didn't know if it was because he had forcibly used the 9 palace luck ruler, but he was still plagued by bad luck now. 2 of the 4 generals of the Devil Girl pirates had appeared. Was it because he made too much noise when he came out? But why didn't he feel anything? Hey! I'm asking you a question. Someone laughed. He must be scared silly. Women, especially female pirates, they were both impatient and fierce. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then began to nag. Han Fei thought that if he escaped now, he could definitely make it in time. However, there were still Nianer, Xiao Sei, and Old Yuan here. They might attack them the moment he took them into the sea-quelling painting. Even if they could escape, the boat would definitely be gone. This was a boat that he had just snatched and hadn't had the time to study it yet. Han Fei was lost for words. How did these people discover him? How could they directly appear here with their ships? Unfortunately, he had no time to think about these questions. It was impossible for him to escape now. 2 half-kings shouldn't be a match for him. But the problem was that once he killed the 2 generals of the Devil Girl pirates, the Black Phoenix Demoness would definitely be furious and chase him to the end of the sea. Crunch. Standing next to Han Fei, Nieno looked at the Venerables and Han Fei while eating the garlic prawns. Brother, are these the legendary bad people? Han Fei was amused. Poor kid. Even bad guys only existed in legends. Long Wu and the others were puzzled. Why did this person come out with a child? Furthermore, this child looked several years old, but her strength had reached the peak of the venerable realm? Someone couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Sister Wu, did this jerk snatch a heavenly talent from a certain world? Someone nodded. This child is so cute and beautiful. It's obvious that she was not born by this guy. Someone agreed. Yes. Sister Wu, this child is so cute. He must have abducted her. Han Fei frowned and glanced at Nyener. Suddenly, he snorted. Hey, shut up. Abducted her? What are you talking about? I didn't know the Devil Girl pirates are gossips. A woman sneered. Humph. Brat, how dare you speak to us like this? Are you ready to be fed to the fish? A woman wasn't worried about the danger at all. She even taunted, what? The strongest of you is only an advanced venerable. What do you have to be proud of? The old turtle was pissed and was about to throw a tantrum. I am an M. Seeing the old turtle blurt out, Han Fei immediately said, Old Huang, that's enough. Don't take their words to heart. Han Fei rubbed Nyener's head and said, Nyener, be good. Whether they are bad people depends on what they do. Just keep eating. It's just a small problem. The woman who had been chased by Han Fei said, a small problem? I'm afraid you don't know your current situation? By the way, didn't you say that you were an old monster more than 4,000 years old? Also, when I saw you last time, I didn't see this old sea demon turtle and this child beside you. Han Fei rolled his eyes at her. What do you know? I don't even know you. How could I tell you the truth? Han Fei sneered and released all his spiritual energy. Han Fei said, okay. Since you want to know who I am, I can tell you that I'm just a legend that travels in the raging sea and chases delicious food. An explorer of delicacies, a master of smell and taste, so talented and intelligent. Clang. A big spear appeared in Long Wu's hand, and she looked at Han Fei coldly. Cut the crap or die. Han Fei paused and then waved his hand. You're boring. Fine, since you want to know, I have to reveal my secret identity. Ding. With a flash of silver light, Han Fei felt that the woman was about to stab him. Han Fei immediately roared, Han Fei, the king of cookery. A dash. The group of female venerables looked at each other in bewilderment and giggled. Someone sneered. Are you stupid? You call yourself a king? Who gave you the courage? Someone curled his lips. I hate braggers the most. Sister Wu, kill him. Hey, hey, hey. Han Fei waved his hand and immediately shouted, I said that you are a bunch of fools. I said that I am a king of cookery, not a sea establishment king. In terms of cooking, no one is comparable to me. Even the martial emperor of the martial emperor city have to admit defeat. Long Wu. The female venerables. Seeing the speechless faces of these women, Han Fei clasped his hand, and the garlic prawns that were still roasting on the grill flew towards Long Wu and the others. Han Fei sneered. How dare you laugh at me when you haven't eaten my food? Han Fei stroked his hair and put on a disdainful smile. Because Han Fei was already a half-king, he was really not afraid. Even if these people attacked him, he would simply kill them all. As for the Black Phoenix Demoness, where could she find him? W. Long Wu pinched a garlic prawn with her fingers. When the garlic fragrance wafted into her nostrils, the corners of her mouth twitched. How many years had it been since she ate seriously? Today, she was tempted by such a low-level shrimp. Long Wu reached out and was about to take a bite when someone said, Sister Wu, be careful. Long Wu said casually, do you think I'm afraid of poison? After that, Long Wu took a bite. Instantly, she felt that her mouth was filled with fragrance. She was refreshed. How could shrimp be so delicious? The girls watched Long Wu's reaction, and Long Wu saw that Han Fei and Yenner were looking at her eagerly. Yenner even took a bite of the shrimp and said, brother, why did you give all the foods to sisters? Han Fei said solemnly, Yenner, be good. You have to understand these sisters. They haven't eaten anything good in their entire lives. How pitiful. Are they? Yenna remembered that she could only eat energy back in the abyssal chasm. Those days were really bitter. She immediately nodded frantically. She even waved at Long Wu. Sister, you are really pitiful. Why don't you follow brother in the future? Brother will make delicious food for you. Look. There are chips. After that, Yenner took out a bag of chips. They were all made with sea cucumber. With that said, Yenner took a bite. Sister, it's delicious. Long Wu subconsciously took another bite of the garlic prawn, only to discover that she had taken another bite. Immediately, Long Wu snorted. Humph, just a cook. However, what she said next stunned all the female venerables. She said, the Devil Girl pirates will confiscate your ship. All of you, board the dragon. Dance. You know how to cook? Fine, you will have plenty of chances to cook. NT. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Hey. What do you mean? I, Han Fei, the king of cookery. You want me to cook for you every day? You. Seeing that Long Wu was glaring at him fiercely, Han Fei snorted. Fine. I can go to your ship temporarily and let you have a taste of ultimate delicacies. However, it's impossible for me to stay on your ship forever. The old turtle was speechless. If it were possible, he really didn't want to know Han Fei. This guy had been acting from the beginning to the end. His acting skills were so exaggerated. But people were still tricked by him. After all, he could really make delicious food. Xiao Sei, on the other hand, was speechless. This didn't feel right. Although Han Fei was very naughty the first time he saw him, he felt that Han Fei now. Would he really not lead little time astray? Nieno looked at Han Fei, the hot pot, and the ships. Brother, were we caught? The girls raised their brows. No, we just invite you to cook. You guys, including 3 men, can cook in the Devil Girl pirates' ships. This honor is unique. Han Fei looked at Yenner solemnly and said, Yenner, we're not caught. It's just that these sisters are attracted by the delicious food I made. They really want us to stay on their ships, cook for them now and then, and let them taste the true flavor of food. However, women are women. They always say things they don't mean. But I'm a helpful brother. Long Wu turned around. Shut up or I'll stitch your mouth. The dragon dance and the pearl had arrived, and Han Fei's boat was confiscated. Under the fierce stare of the female venerables, Han Fei had no choice but to take Yenner and the others to the dragon dance. Yenner said to him secretly, Brother, poor sisters snatched our hot pot. Immediately, the female venerables who were guarding Han Fei and the others blushed. We didn't snatch your hot pot, okay? We just confiscated it. In Han Fei's heart, the old turtle said, Are you going to stay on their ships forever? Han Fei said, I think they must be up to something about the wild abyss. Otherwise, why would 2 generals appear here? It's up to you. The dragon dance was of a higher level than the one Han Fei seized. Although the ship wasn't big, the materials used to build the hull were advanced. For example, the dragon dance was made of venerable bones and some other unknown materials. It seemed that any big ship with a name could be made of good materials. Of course, the hull wouldn't be too big. After all, the materials consumed were astronomical. Among the venerables who were guarding Han Fei and the others, someone said, "Han Fei, right? We made a cabin for you. Besides, you don't need a place to cook, right? Just cook on the deck. Let others go to the cabin. Take the little girl to meet our two captains." Han Fei didn't panic. He said to old Yuan, "Go to the cabin. I'll be back soon." Holding Yenner's hand, Han Fei wanted to see what the two captains were up to. A moment later, Han Fei crossed the dragon dance and came to the deck of the Pearl. At this moment, there were only two people on the deck who were Long Wu and a brawny woman who was wearing a gray and pale yellow battle suit. They looked sassy and valiant. Their oval faces didn't look fierce, but Han Fei could see brutality in their eyes. Seeing the two of them, Yenner said in a low voice, "Brother, the two sisters look so fierce." What Yenner said made Zhenju and Long Wu look at each other. "Do we look fierce? We're smiling, okay?" As the saying went, a child's words carried no harm. The two half-kings certainly wouldn't argue with a little girl. Han Fei said, "Yenner, I have something to talk to the sisters. I'll give you a toy. You can play with it." Then, Han Fei threw a third-order cube to Yenner. The cube might not be able to fool others, but it was enough to fool Yenner. After all, Yenner had lived in the time gap of the abyssal chasm alone for tens of thousands of years. Although not everyone liked the cube, it was better than nothing, right? Pa. 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 As Yenner spun the cube, Han Fei looked at the two of them and asked, "May I help you? Why did you ask me to bring the child over?" Zhenju said, "Your name is Han Fei, right? This is Pearl. Now that you know that it's a ship of the Devil Girl pirates, don't act like you're in your own home. I can keep you, and I can kill you too." "Huh?" Yenner suddenly raised her head and frowned. "Brother." Han Fei smiled. "Yenner, don't worry. The sister is just kidding." Han Fei stomped and created a soundproof array between them and Yenner, which surprised Zhenju and Long Wu. Long Wu asked, "Are you a spirit gatherer?" Han Fei said casually, "Sure, I need arrays to cook, okay? How can I cook if I don't know any arrays?" Zhenju and Long Wu looked at each other. A cook needs to know arrays? Did I hear him right? Han Fei said, "Just say away. I don't think the Devil Girl pirates are that unreasonable. You can take my ship, but I don't have anything else. If you want my Sun Moon shell, I can give it to you too." Zhenju didn't care about the Sun Moon shell at all. She said coldly, "Speaking of your ship, it's clearly a predator's ship. Although its appearance has been changed, the core of the ship is still there. What do you have to say?" Han Fei shrugged. "Believe it or not, I made them a meal and they gave it to me." Zhenju and Long Wu certainly wouldn't believe his crap. A meal for such a good ship? How could it be possible? Zhenju said again, "Do you really think you can survive by cooking?" Han Fei immediately waved his hand and said, "Okay. You won." I snatched the ship Otherwise, why would I appear on it? Longwu shouted, how could you snatch it? How could the three of you break the ship array? Han Fei thought to himself, so that's what you wanted to ask. However, Han Fei chuckled. That's not difficult at all. I let them catch me. And then take away the ship. Don't you understand such a simple trick? Hearing Han Fei's words, Long Wu and Jinju immediately confirmed the feasibility of this method. After all, there was also an advanced venerable on Han Fei's side. If they purposely let people catch them, it was indeed possible to snatch the ship without touching the ship array. So, Jinju continued, okay, you're quite honest. But how do you explain the turtle demon? You're a spirit gatherer and a real human being. Why are you with a turtle demon? And why does the turtle demon take orders from you? Han Fei said with a smile, I thought you wanted to ask why people and sea demons are together. Let me put it this way, old Yuan is my servant, and old Yuan's original body is not a sea demon. To be precise, old Yuan is a giant beast. Is he from the giant beast race? Longwu frowned but didn't say anything. She was a little surprised. This was the first time she had heard of a giant beast turning into a human. Longwu asked, then why are you here? Han Fei grinned and said, that's even simpler. We're here for Dao querying fish. Dao querying fish is one of the most delicious foods in the world. Nyener wants to eat a Dao querying fish to nourish her body and transcend a tribulation. Isn't it simple? Hearing that, Longwu thought that his words seemed to make sense. Everything seemed fine, but Han Fei seemed a bit unreal to her. She had never met anyone who could cook so well before. Jinju said, okay, but this girl is quite talented. How about letting her stay in the Devil Girl Pirates? If you agree, you can take the other two away now. See? Han Fei grinned, looked back at Nyener, and Nyener looked back at Han Fei. Curiously, Han Fei looked back at Jinju and smiled. No. Long Wu's face turned cold and she shouted, say that again? Han Fei still smiled. No. A suppressing pressure from Long Wu descended on Han Fei immediately. The smile on Han Fei's face turned cold, and a terrifying murderous look appeared in his eyes. Han Fei had even slaughtered a king and countless venerables. He could easily kill a half-king. He got on the ships of the Devil Girl pirates just to get some information. Otherwise, he would have killed these people long ago. Sure enough, when Han Fei raised his head, Jinju was slightly moved. She said, okay, stop it, Long Wu. The Devil Girl pirates are the most reasonable of the 10 pirate groups. It's your luck to meet us. Take this girl back. Han Fei immediately restored his smile. By the way, may I ask, why are the 2 great generals of the Devil Girl pirates appearing outside the raging sea? Jinju glanced at Han Fei casually. This has nothing to do with you. You'd better not pry into things you shouldn't. I'm only keeping you for the sake of this girl. Otherwise, humph. Han Fei couldn't help but secretly smile. So he could get on this boat because of Nyener? However, it didn't matter. After all, he was new here. It wasn't enough for him to understand this world through a person's memories. For example, the Devil Girl pirates weren't as terrifying as he imagined. When Han Fei returned to the dragon dance with Nyener, Nyener couldn't help but ask, brother, are we still eating? Han Fei smiled. Yes. Let's go cook. Han Fei didn't panic at all. It seemed that the dragon dance and the pearl didn't intend to leave this area for the time being. They must have a purpose. To stay here. Although it might be a waste of time to stay here, it couldn't be a small matter since they took this matter so seriously. Han Fei knew very well that this might involve some secrets of the wild abyss. Since it involved the wild abyss, it might be related to Yinyang world and Waterwood world. Therefore, Han Fei certainly wouldn't leave. Now, there weren't many people in the dragon dance, a total of 48. Among them, 32 were half-venerables, but none were below the half-venerable realm. It could be seen that the people on the dragon dance and pearl were all elites. Also, according to the situation when Han Fei first met them, these people were exploring the wild abyss while training soldiers. The dark moon wolf fish was very beneficial to these people, especially the half-venerables. If they had dozens or even hundreds of dark moon wolf fish, they might be able to directly make a breakthrough and become venerables. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on the deck with Nyener and casually took out a big pot. A dark moon wolf fish was pulled out by Han Fei. The big fish was thrown into the air, and as Han Fei snapped his fingers, knife chi swept across. The infinity water cut through the dark moon wolf fish in an instant. In an instant, tens of thousands of thin slices of fish floated in the air, glittering and translucent. The remaining fish heads, fish bones, fish skin, and internal organs were wrapped in a mass of water. At this moment, Han Fei flicked his finger and threw all of them into the sea. Hiss. A woman said, "Hey. The bones of the dark moon wolf fish are great refining materials. Why did you throw them away?" The one who spoke was a woman in the half-venerable realm, frowning. She meant that since Han Fei was caught by them, he should know that he and the things on him were all theirs. However, Han Fei raised his head and smiled. What's the use of the useless things? How can a member of the dragon dance be interested in such garbage? You, Long Wu and Zhenju had seen it. Long Wu said, "Zhenju, this person is too infuriating. He was captured by us. But he didn't seem to be worried at all. Is he really not afraid that we will kill him?" Zhenju said indifferently, "People are not afraid because they have confidence." Although this person said that he only knows how to cook, did you see his knife technique just now? In an instant, thousands of knives swept across and cut every piece of fish into the exact same size, and he acted as if he only did something trivial. It can be seen how exquisite his control of the knives is. Long Wu frowned. "I don't think it's a big deal. After all, he's a venerable. Besides, Xiafan said that this person can jump levels to fight." Zhenju shook her head slightly. "No, a person's temperament doesn't lie. This person controlled the knives so casually as if it was nothing more than a trivial matter. Also, when he talked to you and me, his tone and attitude showed that he was not afraid at all. Just now, when I said I wanted the girl, his momentum frightened me. This kind of momentum is not something a small family can nurture." Long Wu asked in surprise, "You mean, he's a peerless heavenly talent of a powerful family in the 36 mystic worlds?" Zhenju nodded slightly. "Yes. This person is either a hidden peerless genius of a certain family in the 13 worlds of the outer domain, or a peerless heavenly talent of a certain family in the 13 worlds of the inner domain. Do you really think it's so easy to snatch the Predator's ship?" Long Wu's face changed slightly. "Then why did you ask me via voice?" Transmission to keep them here just now? Zhenju smiled. I don't believe they're here just to hunt the Dao, querying. Fish. What if they're here for the same purpose as us? Or even. Forget it. Zhenju hesitated and didn't continue, because it was just her own guess. Longwu didn't notice the changes in Zhenju, but her face turned cold. Are they also coveting the wild abyss? It's hard to say. However, which world can use the knife best among the 36 worlds? Longwu said, it's hard to say. There are knife cultivators in every world. The people of the sword god world are good with swords, but so are with knives. Zhenju nodded slightly. That's true. Let's observe him for a few more days. This person likes to cook, right? Let him cook. Let's see what he's capable of. On the deck, Han Fei moved and ignited the spiritual fire, making the pot hot. At this moment, Han Fei grabbed a large mass of water from the void. As the water entered the pot, it sizzled and emitted smoke. A spoonful of fish oil was poured into the pot, covering the surface of the water. Han Fei pinched his fingers, and an array seal appeared. Fish slices that seemed to have wings flew in the sky, lined up, entered the pot from the left side, and then left the pot from the right. When the fish slices were out of the pot, they glittered with golden light. This was the shiny effect of the fish oil, but everyone on the boat was dumbfounded. Many people on the dragon dance looked over. So, can fish be cooked like this? Even on Pearl, a group of people were observing with their perception. Nien'er, who was closest to Han Fei, swallowed and clapped her hands. Brother, it looks so beautiful. Can I eat it now? Han Fei smiled. Eat? Nien'er, good things come out last. Don't rush, okay? Okay. However, Nien'er's eyes were all on the fish slices. Han Fei knew that this girl didn't remember anything. Han Fei didn't care. He sprinkled the water in the pot into the sea and then steamed it dry. The fish oil was poured into the pot, and the fragrance of garlic, peppers, and ginger filled the dragon dance. Hiss. Gulp. Oh my God, what is that? In the dragon dance, people were talking to each other in amazement. Someone sighed. Making a meal is like practicing an unparalleled technique. How can it be so smooth? Is this person really the king of cookery? Bah. He called himself the king of cookery. Gulp. At this moment, Han Fei put the fish slices into the pot again. Chi la. The sound rang again, and Han Fei said, Nien'er, the fish meat is fresh and tender. With a layer of oil, it will be more resilient. It won't break easily. In the fire. Buzz. After Han Fei said that, he tossed the pot, and a pillar of fire rose to the sky. In the flames, golden light flickered. Han Fei's lips curled, and a spirit-gathering array appeared in the void. When tremendous spiritual energy quickly gathered into the fish slices, this dish was finished. The onlookers all looked at each other in bewilderment. Does cooking require spirit concentration art now? This is simply a visual feast. Even Long Wu and Zhenju couldn't help but look at each other. Was their guess wrong? Was this guy really the king of cookery? Han Fei grabbed at the void and used clear water as plates. In an instant, hundreds of water plates floated in the air. 88 pieces of fish fell from each plate. With the plates as the center line, the fish meat was like a half-rolled lotus petal, directly landing in front of the people who were watching. Of course, he and Nien'er both had one serving, and the old turtle and Xiao Sei had come to the deck too. They certainly couldn't miss the delicious meal. At this moment, Han Fei said leisurely, since I've been on your boat and seen that you haven't eaten a single decent dish in your life. I really can't bear it. This million fish slices was made casually. Although its taste is average, it's 1,000 times or 10,000 times more delicious than your daily diet. Heh, no need to thank me. By the way, finish it in 100 seconds. Otherwise, the taste will be greatly reduced when it's cold. Then it won't be because I'm not good at cooking, but because you don't know how to enjoy it. Han Fei spoke arrogantly, despising these people's daily diet. Long Wu really wanted to teach this guy a lesson. However, she was the one who got him in the ship, so she said with a black face, "Eat it. It's not poisonous." Women were always reserved. Although she really wanted to eat it, she just picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Hiss. No. Is this still a fish? I didn't know that the dark moon wolf fish could be so delicious. Someone exclaimed, how much dark moon wolf fish did we waste? Someone was shocked. Is this the so-called great Tao of cooking? These women were eating faster and faster. No one stopped eating the fish. Meat. They didn't come back to themselves until the plate in front of them was empty and the water vapor evaporated. At this moment, the women on the dragon Dance and Pearl looked at Han Fei in a different way. Earlier, they hated this man, but now they didn't seem to hate him so much. Someone asked, "Hey, are you going to cook some more?" Han Fei smiled. "First of all, my name is not He. I, Han Fei, am the king of cookery. You can call me Han Fei or the king of cookery. Besides, delicious food needs taste. Eating a lot of things in a row is called gluttony. If you still want to eat the food I make, wait till tomorrow." With that, Han Fei took out 2 bags of crisps and shared them with Nyener. Someone said, "Didn't you say that people can't eat continuously?" Han Fei's lips curled. It's very simple. What you eat is not delicious for me. The girls. Even if he was a captive, he should be a high-level one. Otherwise, if he was as timid and scared as most captives, no one would take him seriously. One morning, 7 days later, Han Fei was fishing lazily on the deck with a fishing pole. Old Yuan and Xiao Sei stood behind him like 2 guards. Nyener sat next to Han Fei, eating crisps and playing with the cube. You won't be able to catch any fish this way. This is the wild abyss. Few creatures can survive here, and the dark moon wolf fish are few in number. They would have run away by the time you detected them. The success rate of fishing is almost 0. It was the first woman who Han Fei met here. At that time, 2 half-venerables called her Sister Fan. Without looking back, Han Fei said casually, "In this world, there is no fish. That can't be fished, but only people who don't know how to fish." "Hey, girl. What's your name?" Jiang Fan was almost a peak-level half-venerable. But Han Fei spoke to her as if he were talking to a subordinate. However, the old turtle and Xiao Sei were both stronger than Han Fei. However, the 2 of them were protecting Han Fei like his guards. Jiang Fan thought to herself, this person must be a heavenly talent from a powerful family. Otherwise, why would he have 2 venerables guarding him? The raging sea was definitely not small. Although there were many venerables in each of the 36 mystic worlds, there weren't many who could reach Han Fei's level. Jiang Fan was thinking, should I tell Sister Wu to take him down and exchange him for money? Clatter. Han Fei didn't care about Jiang Fan's response. He simply raised his hand and retracted his fishing rod. In the next moment, the void vibrated, and a big black fish broke out of the void. It was a dark moonwolf fish. Pfft! With a flick of Han Fei's finger, the dark moonwolf fish had no time to attack Han Fei before Han Fei cut its head apart. Slap! When the dark moonwolf fish landed on the deck, Little Time rushed up. Excitedly, pressed her little hand on the huge fish, and tried to take out the dark moon pearl on the fish's head. Han Fei smiled and said, "Nyener, use your strength to oscillate." Okay. Nyener grabbed the fish head and began to shake her hands. The power of the time dragon carp couldn't be underestimated. However, Nyener wasn't good at using it yet. In order to use the time technique as little as possible, Han Fei had been teaching her some simple techniques. Han Fei asked, "Nyener, do you want to eat something delicious?" Thinking of the taste of hot pot, Nyener immediately nodded. "Yes." Han Fei said, "Then hammer the dark moon wolf fish for half an hour except for its head." Okay. Bang. Although Nyener was only a few years old, the power of a peak-level law enforcer couldn't be underestimated. Han Fei drew an array on the side, covering the power that permeated the hull. The others all looked at Han Fei in surprise. How did Han Fei find the dark moon wolf fish in the wild abyss, where perception didn't work well? Long Wu's heart stirred. To fish in the wild abyss, what mattered was to control the spiritual threads with the power of the soul. After all, the suction force from the wild abyss was very powerful. The slightest carelessness would result in failure. However, judging from the situation just now, Han Fei's fishing range was more than 3,000 kilometers. In other words, Han Fei's sole power on the fishing line was extremely precise, allowing him to use the fishing hook to explore the surroundings. In the wild abyss, even Shi and Jinju might not be able to fish 3,000 kilometers away. It was fine for them to perceive such a distance, but fishing in such a large area was impossible. It could be seen that Han Fei's strength was definitely not as simple as the junior venerable realm. However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. Han Fei waved his hand and hung the hook with the chaotic chi as bait. At that moment, Long Wu felt terrible. Use chaotic chi as bait? Is this guy crazy? How many wisps of chaotic chi can a junior venerable have? If you use chaotic chi for fishing, what will you use to save your life? Buzz. Long Wu was about to ask when Jinju stepped to her side. Jinju shook her head slightly. As long as you control the power of the soul. Well, it's entirely possible to take back the chaotic chi. As the saying goes, the skilled are bold. He is not a fool. In fact, neither Jinju nor Long Wu knew that Han Fei's fishing range had reached more than 6,000 kilometers. Some creatures would only appear far away from the ships. Originally, Han Fei was only fishing for the dark moon wolf fish to acquire the soul power, because his soul power was only less than 5,000 points away from the 200,000 threshold. Logically speaking, Han Fei hadn't reached the limit of the half-king realm yet. At this time, it should be difficult for his soul power to break through the 200,000 point limit, but Han Fei wanted to give it a try. An hour later, Han Fei accidentally found a white shadow in the sea that quietly came. Hiss. All of a sudden, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't use the 9 Palace luck ruler when he was fishing today. Did his luck change? He knew what the white shadow was. It was a Dao-querying fish. When he was on the 10,000 Beast Island, Han Fei had eaten a Dao-querying fish. Although he only ate a little bit, he knew that this fish was extremely difficult to catch. Besides, he didn't have any epiphany last time. It didn't make sense that pure chaos chi appeared in the sea. No creatures who could cultivate to this level were fools. Therefore, 6,000 kilometers away, Han Fei had been pretending to be a big clam with chaotic chi as bait. This clam was a half venerable, but its breath was unstable, and it was crawling out against the turbulence. With Han Fei's current abilities and the usage of the water vein technique, he had planned to lure dark moon wolf fish, but he didn't expect to attract a Dao-querying fish. The Dao-querying fish was carefully probing and observing from a distance. Its half-hidden body looked a bit like when Han Fei learned the concealment technique. It was obviously hunting. Controlling the big clam, Han Fei suddenly became vigilant. As if sensing something wrong, the big clam quickly turned into a stone and stayed at the bottom of the sea. Seeing that the clam was so smart, the Dao-querying fish waited patiently. After about 15 minutes, Han Fei controlled the big clam to move tentatively. The Dao-querying fish seemed to be a little suspicious. How could a creature at this level so stupid? Why did it move so quickly, since it had sensed the danger? Therefore, the Dao-querying fish hesitated. Han Fei seemed to expect something. He controlled the big clam to hum and instantly broke through the void, appearing 500 kilometers away. The Dao-querying fish was stunned. What a fast escape speed! It turned out that this big clam was vigilant and deliberately revealed a flaw so that it could escape quickly. However, what kind of a creature was the Dao-querying fish? It was born with a great power of great Dao. It could perceive wherever the power of the great Dao exceeded the limit. Just now, when the big clam ran, its Dao runes were revealed. Therefore, a moment later, when the fish approached the big clam again, it became more careful. This time, when the fish was less than 10 kilometers away from the clam was about to escape, but the fish suddenly attacked at a terrifying speed. A white light flashed and the fish caught the big clam. However, the moment the white light flashed, the big clam instantly turned into a net. Han Fei grabbed the Dao-querying fish with the power of his soul and pulled the hook back. In an instant, the void trembled, and a white light appeared in the sky. Buzz! The moment the Dao-querying fish appeared, Han Fei suddenly threw the void lines at its body and activated the sky-stealing technique. Everybody on the dragon dance exclaimed. Someone was shocked. It's a Dao-querying fish. That guy caught a Dao-querying fish? Someone gasped. Since when can a Dao-querying fish be fished? Longwu was also shocked. Shenju, how did he catch it? Shenju smiled bitterly. We can't perceive his fishing range at all. This person is very strange. He caught a Dao-querying fish on the dragon dance without being afraid of us snatching it. Longwu frowned. Should we snatch it? Shenju shook her head. This person is strange and his identity is unknown. Yet. Have you ever seen someone take a child traveling out? He has two venerables as his guards, from which you can tell that he is not an ordinary person. It's not worth falling out with him over a Dao-querying fish. Let's wait and see. Then why did you keep him? Maybe he knows something that we don't? At this moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Dao Querying Fish. Introduction: a legendary creature that often travels in dangerous places. This fish is born with the power of great Dao. It devours spiritual energy and can disassemble the power of the great Dao in them. Therefore, the chaotic qi contained in its body is more than several times that of ordinary people. This fish is good at hiding and is extremely difficult to catch. It likes places with rich, great Dao power. Level greater than 81. Quality legend. Great Dao, sky fusing. Chaotic qi, contained greater than 12 wisps. Edible effect: it can increase perception and strengthen the Dao heart. Eating it, you'll have a certain chance of having an epiphany. Collectible: Dao Querying Heart. Absorbable. Note: if Dao Querying Heart is eaten too frequently, it will lose its effect. Dao Querying Heart? Qi La. Han Fei drew his knife. A thin hole appeared on the body of the Dao Querying fish, and a fish heart appeared in Han Fei's hand. Han Fei secretly activated the Dao Querying Heart. Calabash: absorb it. The most useful thing about the Dao Querying Heart was its Dao Querying Heart. Han Fei didn't care about the remaining parts of the fish. While stealing the soul power and vitality of the Dao Querying fish with the sky stealing technique, Han Fei absorbed the chaotic qi in the fish with the demon purification pot. The Dao Querying fish was disassembled into a few parts and wholly absorbed by Han Fei. Han Fei planned to leave the fish meat to make fresh mushrooms and fish. Of course, no one present could see what Han Fei was doing. In their eyes, Han Fei only caught the Dao Querying fish and took back the Dao Querying heart. At that moment, many people turned their eyes to Long Wu and Zhenju, as if asking, should we snatch the Dao Querying heart? But Han Fei didn't care. If they really dared to rob him, he would beat them to death. There was no such thing that he didn't beat women. In the world of cultivators, there was no difference between men and women, but only difference between the strong and the weak. However, Long Wu and Zhenju didn't say anything, and Han Fei had already put away the Dao Querying heart. Clang. Seeing that no one was looking for trouble with him, Han Fei took out his big pot and said, I'll only cook one dish a day, and you can only have a taste. You want to eat your fill? That's impossible. Humph. Someone was lost for words and mumbled, why are you so cocky? You're just a cook. Someone shook his head. But he is a special cook. He took the Dao Querying heart, but the two captains didn't say anything. But secretly, Long Wu was so angry that she couldn't help but ask, Zhenju, what do you like about them? Zhenju said casually, Long Wu, as you know, we must take everything that concerns the wild abyss seriously. I don't believe that someone came to the wild abyss just for food and drink. This person is suspicious. Su. Long Wu couldn't help but say, there are many suspicious people. They even snatched the predator's ship. They must be trying to steal our exploration. Result of the wild abyss. After a moment of silence, Zhenju said leisurely, at least, there's something wrong with their combination. Among the three humans, one is a child who is only a few years old but has reached the peak of the law enforcer realm, and the other is a turtle demon. Have you ever heard of a giant beast transforming into a human? Long Wu shook her head. Never. But someone has guessed that, right? Zhenju looked at Long Wu. Do you remember our purpose of coming to the wild abyss? Hiss. Longwu took a deep breath and looked at Jinju in surprise. Do you think they came out from inside? In the place where they were talking, a pure black shadow moved slightly. If this wasn't Han Fei's black fog body, what was it? A strange light flickered in the eyes of Han Fei, who was dissecting the Tao. Querying fish. He thought to himself, how did they know that someone would come out of the wild abyss? Jinju and Longwu believed themselves to be half-king experts, and not ordinary ones. Therefore, they didn't take Han Fei and the others seriously, nor did they think that Han Fei could hear them. Therefore, the two of them chatted casually. Jinju said, at least, in the past 10,000 years, the wild abyss has had the greatest uproar this time. Not just us, many people have come from the 13 worlds in the outer domain, including the predators. But we met these people. Perhaps they were heavenly talents from a certain world. But no matter what their purpose is, they are not simple. Therefore, we can just keep them here and let them make food if they want to. Let the Guardian go back and investigate them. If they are from the outer domain, do you think someone will come to rescue them? Longwu's eyes lit up. So, if we can't find any information about them, and no one comes to save them, it means that they are very likely related to the wild abyss? Jinju nodded. We can't be sure. Let Miss Black Phoenix do it. Huh? Longwu was dumbfounded. Do we have to trouble Lord Demonis for this trivial matter? Jinju couldn't help but look at Longwu. You think this is a trivial matter? Longwu smiled awkwardly. Okay. I'll do it now. Han Fei was a little confused. From their conversation, Jinju suspected that he came from the wild abyss? Why? How could they associate them with the wild abyss? Besides, just for this little bit of suspicion, Jinju was going to investigate him in the 13 worlds in the outer domain? And she would even call the Black Phoenix Demonis over? Was she out of her mind? However, from their conversation, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that the Devil Girl pirates were very concerned about the wild abyss. It was obvious that the purpose of the Devil Girl pirates that Jinju and Longwu talked about was related to whether or not someone came out of the wild abyss. From this point, Han Fei could be sure. First of all, the Devil Girl pirates were very sure that there were people in the wild abyss. Secondly, the Devil Girl pirates kept an eye on everything that happened in the wild abyss. Just now, they mentioned that the wild abyss was in quite a stir. Now, Han Fei suspected that the so-called noise was probably the energy that Old Yuan helped him suppress. With his current physique, he was almost blown up by the energy. When he found this slightly safer exit from the dangerous junction, there was indeed a terrifying force that instantly pulled him out. Logically speaking, with his current strength, it was almost impossible for a half-king like him to withstand that energy. He just withstood it by accident. Longwu asked one of the 3 ships to turn around and go back. Han Fei thought to himself, I've just come here, and you're already investigating me? Then how can I show up in the 13 worlds in the outer domain? At that time, if there was really a problem with him, the D wouldn't be able to catch him. But what if the other pirate teams and the people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain knew that he came out of the wild abyss? At that time, he would definitely become the target of everyone. Especially when he had a kid with him. With such obvious features, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, the Guardian couldn't leave. Han Fei couldn't wait anymore. No matter what the Devil Girl pirates' purpose was, they had been paying attention to the wild abyss. He had to keep his identity a secret. The locations of Inyang World and Waterwood World couldn't be revealed. Otherwise, with the current strength of Inyang World and Waterwood World, it was impossible for them to resist any force here. Even if only one pirate team went over, they would be in big trouble. The 10 major pirate groups here all had kings. Even the 10th place, the Devil Girl pirates, had 4 strong half-kings and countless venerables, let alone other forces. Buzz. Han Fei suddenly got up, glanced at old Yuan and Xiao Sei, and said, "Get ready. I'm going to send you into the sea-quelling painting. We don't need to stay in the Devil Girl pirates anymore. These women are doomed." However, just as the Guardian was about to leave, and Han Fei was about to attack, suddenly, Han Fei looked at the distant void, only to see a large area of void shattering. Swish! 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 5 black shark boats broke out of the void in a row. They were like making a space jump. Those who didn't know it would think they were spaceships. What stunned Han Fei was, how did these people locate him? Why did they suddenly appear without any warning? It must be noted that even Half-King's perception couldn't go very far away. Here. How did these ships know that the Pearl and the Dragon Dance were here? Ha ha ha. Long Wu, Wang Zhenju. I didn't expect to meet you here. Phew, Black Phoenix is not here. What a coincidence. The moment the black ships appeared, Zhenju and Long Wu shouted, "Activate the ship array and prepare to defend the enemy." As they talked, Zhenju's figure appeared on the top of the mast, and her battle suit instantly crystallized into a dazzling pearl battle suit. In her hand, she grabbed dozens of threads. The 3 big ships were led by the threads, and the ship arrays were fully opened. Long Wu drew her saber and shouted, "Phoenix King cannons, get ready." As a bystander, Han Fei saw that the pirates were all tense, but no one panicked. From Jiang Fan's eyes, Han Fei could tell that she was determined to fight to the end. It was as if their combat power had instantly soared to 120%. On the other side of the hull, a middle-aged man with a fierce look on his face and his coat unbuttoned held 2 black spikes in his hand and let out a cold laugh. Han Fei immediately recognized this guy. This guy is Mad Fourth King. Han Fei and the old turtle looked at each other. What kind of King luck did he have? As soon as they came out of the wild abyss, all they met were boss level monsters. It was said that the pirate kings wouldn't come out easily. Why was Mad Fourth King here? It seemed that the matter about the wild abyss this time might be beyond Han Fei's imagination. According to what Zhenju said just now, there were also some people from the 13 worlds in the outer domain here. The old turtle said, "You should be able to run away, right?" Han Fei shrugged. It shouldn't be a big problem. The result of the Devil Girl pirates would definitely not be good. After all, the other party had a king, while you only had 2 half-kings. No matter how powerful the 2 half-kings were, they couldn't be compared to a king. Now they could only rely on the array of ships to withstand the attacks of the predators. Long Wu roared, "Prepare to teleport." Ha ha ha. On the 5 ships of the Mad Fourth King's side, waves of laughter rang. Mad Fourth King laughed. "Long Wu, I'm here in person. Do you think you can run away? Just try to teleport. I won't stop you." At this moment, Zhenju shouted, "Don't bother with this lunatic's nonsense. It can't be so quiet if a king comes out." Prepare for void teleportation. Besides, if we can persist until Lord Demonis arrives, we'll be saved. Mad Fourth King rushed out and stood in the void. Wang Zhenju, maybe the Pearl and the Dragon Dance can hold on for a while. However, the Guardian is not a general-level main ship. It can't withstand my hammer strikes. Even if I don't attack, the Predator's Fish King cannon is not something they can withstand. Zhenju and Long Wu were shocked. Mad Fourth King was right. Their two ships could indeed resist the king for a while. However, the Guardian wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 10 minutes. Mad Fourth King said, Wang Zhenju, I don't have a deep grudge with the Black Phoenix. As long as you tell me what your team is looking for, maybe I'll let you go. Zhenju said coldly, what if I don't? Mad Fourth King laughed. You choose not to tell me. But do you think you can wait for the Black Phoenix to come? Well, since I've taken action, how can I give the Black Phoenix a chance? Even if the Black Phoenix is here, do you think she dares to challenge me? I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't agree, I'll destroy the Guardian first. As for the Pearl and the Dragon Dance, they will be mine. Ha ha ha, Mad Fourth King laughed hard, seeming to be happy to meet the Dragon Dance and Pearl. Han Fei was lost for words. Were the kings of the 36 mystic worlds so cheap? He remembered seeing Mad Fourth King appear around the martial Emperor city from the memories of the advanced venerable he controlled. The martial Emperor city seemed quite far away from here. Just as Mad Fourth King was laughing hard, someone seemed to say something to him. He glanced at Han Fei. The Mad Fourth King said, Oh, brat, you're bold enough to snatch the Predator's ship and kill my people? Who gave you the courage? Hearing that, the people in the Dragon Dance and Pearl all looked at Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. He didn't expect to meet Mad Fourth King so soon. He just wanted to find a person. Why did such a simple trip become so complicated? Han Fei shrugged and said, Your subordinates attacked us first. If I had known it, I would have killed all the people on that ship. A big mistake. What Han Fei said was true. Han Fei didn't think that the death of an advanced venerable would attract the Mad Fourth King over. Besides, it had been months since he snatched the ship. If he hadn't accidentally boarded the Dragon Dance, this wouldn't have happened. It could only be said that something unexpected might happen any time. Anything was possible in this world. In the future, he had to be more ruthless. Otherwise, others would think he was a saint. The corners of Mad Fourth King's mouth twitched. Brat, you're truly bold. But today will be the day you die. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked at Long Wu and Zhenju, and then at Mad Fourth King. But you'll have to take down the Dragon Dance first. Long Wu roared, Han Fei, shut up. Han Fei shrugged. Will they spare me if I shut up? What a joke. The flesh on Mad Fourth King's face shivered and he said solemnly, Wang Zhenju, if you tell me the purpose of the Devil Girl pirates and hand this person over, I can let you go. It's up to you. Well, you have 3 seconds. Zhenju was silent. She didn't really care whether or not to hand Han Fei over. The problem was that whether she handed him over or not, Mad Fourth King wouldn't let them go. Let them go? That was just Mad Fourth King lie. Pearl wasn't stupid. After 3 seconds, Mad Fourth King suddenly attacked the 2 cones in their hand stabbed out like a rainbow, splitting the seawater vortex. Clank. Clank. With 2 consecutive stabs, a shield was lit up outside the guardian and flickered. Han Fei could tell at a glance that in the face of this terrifying blow of a king, especially one like Mad Fourth King, the guardian couldn't even last for 50 seconds, or might be broken sooner. Han Fei had already said to the others via voice transmission, "Nyener, stay on my side. Let's go to play hide-and-seek with Earth 9. Nyener grabbed Han Fei's sleeve and said, "Brother. Are they bad people?" Han Fei smiled. "Obviously. Brother, are we going to beat the bad guys?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Nyener, it depends on their strength. If the bad guys are stronger than you, you'll have to wait till you become stronger than them. This is the right way to beat the bad guys." Nyener asked, "But won't bad guys do bad things during this time?" Han Fei said, "In every second we experience, someone is doing bad things. However, no one can pay attention to all bad things. Nyener, remember, wherever there are people, there will be trouble. There are good and bad things. This is the law of nature. It can't be stopped." "Okay." Xiaosei was already very nervous. Seeing that Han Fei was still lecturing Nyener, he couldn't have felt worse. At this moment, everyone heard Han Fei's sermon. However, no one paid attention to him. Mad Fourth King thought to himself, "When I capture this person, I'll torture him hard." Zhenju and Long Wu, on the other hand, found it strange. How could this man have the time to lecture a kid at such a critical moment? Is he stupid? Bang! 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 At the moment when Mad Fourth King attacked the Guardian, the 5 big ships on the opposite side opened their big fish mouths and fired their Fish King cannons. However, they were bombarding the Guardian. Obviously, Mad Fourth King wanted to take down the Guardian as soon as possible. Then, he could threaten Zhenju with the people on the Guardian, which would become a unilateral psychological suppression. Unless Zhenju had no feelings for her subordinates, otherwise, she could only surrender to him. However, Zhenju gave an order. "Phoenix King cannons, intercept them." Boom boom boom. Powers that were much more powerful than Half-King strikes collided in the void. The aftermath of the explosion shocked the entire sea area, causing waves to rise to the sky. Huh? At the moment when the Pearl and the Dragon Dance bombarded each other, Han Fei was surprised. The power of the Phoenix King cannon was actually a combination of the Pearl and the Dragon Dance. Among them, the Pearl launched the power of the scorching sun, and the Dragon Dance launched the power of ice and cold. The 2 powers combined and intertwined in the void, forming ice and fire. Han Fei frowned. Is it a coincidence, or? Mad Fourth King laughed. "Wang Zhenju, how many attacks can you launch with the energy reserve of the Pearl and the Dragon Dance? It won't last more than 10 seconds. Pearl, on the other hand, said without hesitation, "Sisters, Mad Fourth King are not credible. Either die or concentrate all your strength before Master Black Phoenix comes, there is no third way. Now, everyone, take out all your resources and help me." The old turtle asked, "Is the power they used similar to the yin-yang wheel of your yin-yang world?" Han Fei secretly said, "Yes, but not exactly the same." At this moment, in the ship array, Long Wu asked anxiously, "Zhenju, what should we do? Our array won't be able to hold out for more than 200 seconds. However, Xinju said indifferently, no. If we can't hold on, just teleport to the depths of the wild abyss. Longwu couldn't help being shocked. Are you crazy? The wild abyss is so terrifying. It's said that even kings will die there. Wouldn't it be suicidal if we teleport there? Xinju smiled. Xiao Wu, how long have you been a member of the Devil Girl Pirates? After a brief stun, Longwu replied quickly, 1,206 years. Xinju said leisurely, it's been more than 1,000 years. I should tell you some things. At least, before I die, I'll let you know why we've been exploring the wild abyss. Longwu was refreshed and looked at Xinju in shock. On the deck, Hanfei put on a smile. It seemed that there was indeed a secret. Xinju said, Xiao Wu, our Devil Girl pirates used to be called Grandine Academy. We were one of the 2 strongest academies in the Inyang world, which ranks 9th among the 36 mystic worlds. The wild abyss is very likely to be the place where our Inyang world hides. Pa. Before Longwu could say anything, Hanfei slapped his thigh and muttered, damn, awesome. Hanfei really didn't expect that he would meet people from the Grandine Academy the moment he left the Inyang world. Besides, the Grandine Academy had now become the Devil Girl Pirates? Oldren said that the Grandine Academy had disappeared in the war, so there was only the Thug Academy, which was the pure Sun Dao Palace in the Inyang world, but no Grandine Academy. Now, when Hanfei heard that the Devil Girl Pirates was actually the former Grandine Academy, then, everything explained. Why had the Devil Girl Pirates been paying attention to the wild abyss? Why had the Devil Girl Pirates sent 2 generals over when the wild abyss was in turmoil? It turned out that although these people were Devil Girl Pirates, they were originally from the Grandine Academy. The Devil Girl Pirates was a pirate team composed entirely of women, and the Grandine Academy was an academy composed entirely of women. Heh. Hanfei couldn't have felt worse. He had planned to kill the 2 women, but they turned out to be his teammates. However, after cursing, Hanfei didn't intend to reunite with them. After all, the time was not right. Outside, the Mad Fourth King was attacking. If the Black Phoenix Demoness didn't come within 100 seconds, the 3 boats would be doomed. But on second thought, even if he had the time, there was no need for him to tell them who he was. No matter how low the ranking of the Devil Girl Pirates was, they had a king. The Black Phoenix Demoness was a king, but what about him? The master of the Inyang world hadn't reached the Sea Establishment realm yet. Even if the Black Phoenix was willing to hand over the Devil Girl Pirates to him, what could he do with them? Could he control them? Therefore, Hanfei thought that instead of submitting to him, the Grandine Academy might as well exist independently as the Devil Girl Pirates. Although they were eager to find Inyang world, he didn't know why they wanted to find it. Besides, the existence of the Grandine Academy might be a last resort for him. With this in mind, Hanfei immediately straightened out his thoughts. It wouldn't be nice to reunite with them now. However, in this situation, Hanfei couldn't run anymore. They were his people after all. How could he just let the predators destroy the Grandine Academy? At this moment, Hanfei couldn't help but shout at Longwu and Jinju, hey! Run! What are you waiting for? Shut up! Longwu glared at him, and Jiang Fan, who was next to Hanfei, scolded, don't disturb the captain. If we run now, our route will be destroyed. Hanfei cursed, are you out of your mind? It's just a route. What's the big deal of losing it? Long Wu was about to scold him, but Jinju's eyes glittered and she stopped her. However, Jinju didn't do anything more. Instead, she continued to bombard with the Phoenix King cannons. Jiang Fan glared at Han Fei and said via voice transmission, "What do you know? This is our main route. Once our route is exposed, we may be chased by the other party, which will be a crisis for the Devil Girl pirates." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "You're all the F***ck going to die. And you're still talking about the route? If you lose the route, you can create one again, but if the 2 generals and more than 60 venerables die, it will be a big loss for you." However, the others despised what Han Fei said. Someone even shouted, "Men are truly unreliable. They're all cowards." That's right. Why don't you escape if you want? F***ck. Han Fei was stunned. What a bunch of blockheads. How do you have the cheek to say that you're from the Grandine Academy? The Thug Academy has such an excellent school culture. But look at you guys. Are you stupid? Ha ha ha. Mad Fourth King laughed. This kid is right. Wang Jinju, Long Wu, why don't you try escaping? What if you can really make it? Ha ha ha. On the predator's side, everyone laughed. Someone sneered. Women are just not decisive enough. If they had run away from the beginning, they might have escaped. Someone laughed. That's right. It's just a route. It's not as worthwhile as the Pearl or the Dragon Dance. Someone laughed. Actually, we won't let you die as long as you girls obediently return to the Predator's camp with us. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Sure enough, no matter in what realm, human nature was like this. On the Devil Girl pirate's side, at this critical moment, everyone looked awful. How could they be in the mood to refute them? At this moment, Han Fei took out 2 bags of crisps, one for Nyener, and one for himself. Crunch. Nyener, are you afraid? Nyener shook her head. No, brother, are these bad guys? Han Fei nodded. Yes, under normal circumstances, those who speak too much are not very strong. Nyener, let's keep our mouths shut when we're in combat. Nyener nodded. We just need to beat them. Han Fei said with a smile, we can't just beat them. Let's just eradicate them. I spared some people, which led to the consequences. Xiao Sei immediately felt terrible. Little Master is still a baby. Why are you teaching her this? Nieno looked at Han Fei curiously. Should we kill them? Han Fei nodded. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't kill, someone will kill you. The reason is so simple. For example, if someone wants to take your great Dao, you'll have to kill them. Speaking of this, Han Fei seemed to remember that back then, Shiman Linglan's spiritual heritage was snatched by someone. Glancing at Long Wu and Jinju, Han Fei continued to educate them, however. If the enemy is much stronger than you, it's obviously not worthwhile to fight them head on. At this time, no matter what the price is, we have to run. Don't be afraid of losing face. Those who are afraid of losing face are already dead. A real strong master should have self-knowledge. Long Wu immediately shouted, Han Fei, shut up. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Many people of the Devil Girl pirates were infuriated by Han Fei's mockery. The Mad Fourth King looked at Han Fei with interest. Boy, you are Interesting. Although you are weak, you can join us after I break the ship. Array of the Dragon Dance. Hearing that, many people on the Dragon Dance looked at Han Fei coldly, waiting to see what Han Fei would say. Crunch. However, Han Fei chewed a mouthful of crisps and said, "Nyener, there is another kind of person in this world. This kind of person is very scheming. He always wants to scheme against you and use you. There is a saying that you must remember. The best way to destroy a group of people, a force, and an organization is to destroy them from the inside." Nyener blinked her big eyes and scratched her hair, seeming not to understand. Han Fei didn't mind. At this time, he turned to look at Mad Fourth King with a faint smile on his face, saying disdainfully, "F***ck, who do you think you are? Join you? Do you deserve it? Son of AB***tch, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you yet, I would have gone out and rubbed your head against the seabed." Buzz. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. On the Dragon Dance, the women looked at Han Fei in shock. The ship array might be broken soon. And you're provoking their king? Do you want to be tortured to death? Long Wu was dumbfounded. Did he just scold a king? Holy shit. Even she, Long Wu, had never dared to scold a king, but Han Fei did it. Xunju still didn't speak, but her eyes became deeper. Nieno looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Brother, you just said that we should keep our mouths shut in combat." Han Fei smiled and said, "Nyener, what I teach you doesn't include me. That only works on others. Remember that." Okay. On the Predator's side, countless people were shocked. Did they hear it right? How dare he insult the Mad Fourth King? Is he crazy? Immediately, someone cursed, "That be asterisk starred, I'm gonna cut your tongue." Someone shouted, "Brat, how dare you insult the Fourth King? I'll make you regret being born in this world." Someone laughed creepily. "Little be asterisk starred, your life is over. I'm going to turn your skull into a wine cup." Even Mad Fourth King was stunned, and the flesh on his face was shivering. He laughed coldly. Good, what a sharp-tongued brat. Since you want to die early, I'll satisfy you. Buzz. Clank, clank, clank. Mad Fourth King attacked the Dragon Dance in person and roared, "Bombard through the Guardian. Let's see what you can do." Alas. Han Fei heaved a long sigh and turned to Nyener. "Nyener, let's go play with the rabbits. What do you think?" Nyener's eyes lit up, but then she said, "Brother, are you going to fight the bad guys?" Han Fei smiled. "Of course." Nyener immediately clenched her fists and said, "Good luck, brother." Buzz. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. Nyener, Old Yuan, and Xiao Sei were all taken in. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Han Fei had a small world that could accommodate living people, which immediately made many people interested. Mad Fourth King laughed out loud. "I didn't expect I would get a small world on this trip. It seems that my luck this time is extraordinary." Han Fei got up and said leisurely, "Mad Fourth King, right? Okay, with a king and 2 generals of the Devil Girl pirates as the witness, it's not bad." At that moment, Han Fei's expression suddenly changed, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the Half-King realm. Han Fei shouted, "My name is Han Fei. From today on, I solemnly announce that the Avenger pirates are officially established. When Han Fei proudly declared the establishment of the Avenger pirates, many people really thought he was a fool. However, Han Fei's momentum couldn't be underestimated. The murderous aura made both Xinzhu and Long Wu gasp. Although they were also in the half-king realm, Xinzhu and Long Wu felt their hearts palpitate. Han Fei turned to look at Xinzhu. He smiled and appeared outside the ship array with a swish. Han Fei's momentum was still soaring, but his voice was casual. He said with a smile, "The purpose of the Avenger is that I will kill whoever dares to mess with me." The mad fourth king narrowed his eyes and looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this guy crazy? How dare he, a mere half-king, challenge me? However, seeing that Han Fei's strength was still soaring, mad fourth king instantly broke through the void and his two cones penetrated the sky. Han Fei grabbed at the void with both hands, and two void blades collided with the cones. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Within hundreds of kilometers, the sea collapsed and the void shattered. A chaotic storm swept across the sea area. The people on the Pearl, the Dragon Dance, and the Predator's ships all exclaimed. On the Pearl, in particular, Long Wu exclaimed, "How is it possible? He. Even if he hid his strength, how could a half-king defeat a king?" As for the remaining venerables who had eaten Han Fei's food, they were all stunned. They thought that he was just a cook, but he turned out to be so powerful? Jiang Fan and the others were even more shocked. They had scolded Han Fei before. As for those who just said that Han Fei was a coward, they were even more shocked. A half-king attacking a king? That was unprecedented. Han Fei was the first. This was the first time they had seen such a person. Mad fourth king faces changed drastically. What a powerful force. The other party was only in the half-king realm, but the power he exerted was really in the sea establishment realm, and not the ordinary sea establishment realm. In an instant, the great Tao powers of the two sides collided. The power of Mad Fourth King's second blow suddenly soared. On the surface of his body, there was a pale yellow armor, and he seemed to be going crazy. Seeing this, Han Fei let a wisp of chaotic chi break and be fused into his body, and a sacrificing punch blasted out. Ha ha ha. Today, I'll enjoy the pleasure of slaughtering a heavenly talent. Boom. Han Fei punched out with the sacrificing punch, knocking Mad Fourth King away. More than 200 kilometers. However, Mad Fourth King just crossed his arms and blocked it, still yelling crazily. Now Han Fei understood why Mad Fourth King was called Mad Fourth King. It was because this person's strength was increased by nearly 50% when he activated his great Tao. This was even more powerful than the White Armor Emperor. The White Armor Emperor was powerful in defense, but the Mad Fourth King was very powerful in both strength and defense. However, how rich was Han Fei's combat experience? The moment the sacrificing punch touched Mad Fourth King, Han Fei knew that he couldn't beat him. Since he couldn't beat him, he might as well not fight him head on. Therefore, the next moment, the embroidery needle appeared in Han Fei's hand. The moment Mad Fourth King retreated, Han Fei activated the knock on the heavenly gate and left a finger-thick crack on the ship array of the Predators. With this gap, Han Fei performed the star teleportation and appeared directly on a ship of the Predators. The Mad Fourth King was a king after all. Although he didn't expect Han Fei to break the ship array in an instant, at this moment, he returned in an instant. But it was too late. When Han Fei landed on the ship, he grabbed at the void. with a hand, and a strange blue light circulated in front of him. With a slash, the hull of the boat was cut apart. A half-king activated the power of his great Tao, trying to block it when Han Fei took him to his front. With near-at-hand technique. Pfft! Han Fei pierced through the half-king's heart with one hand and tore the sky into two pieces. As for Mad Fourth King, he had almost touched Han Fei. But Han Fei smiled and said, "Explode. Rumble. Rumble." The terrifying explosion directly blew up the pirate ship. On this ship, nearly 50 people were killed. The explosion burst out of the half-king's body. Caught by Han Fei with the void lines, the half-king died without any chance of resistance. "Damn it! You must die." The Mad Fourth King roared and punched Han Fei away. At this moment, the members of the Devil Girl pirates were all dumbstruck. It was not that they hadn't experienced the Battle of Kings. However, what was terrifying was that Han Fei could destroy one of the ships and kill a half-king under the Mad Fourth King's nose. Long Wu asked in shock, "Is he a king?" Surprised, Zhenju shouted, "Void teleportation, let's go." The battle happened in a flash. In an instant, Zhenju realized that Han Fei's strength was beyond her imagination. Judging from the way Han Fei slaughtered the half-king, it was impossible for her and Long Wu to be Han Fei's opponents. But why did he pretend to be a chef and stay on her ship for 7 or 8 days? If the other party was really so strong, wouldn't he have overheard the conversation between her and Long Wu? She should have been scared. If Han Fei wasn't a good person, the secret of the Devil Girl pirates would have been exposed. But why did Han Fei attack at this moment? Han Fei could have waited until Mad Fourth King broke through their ship array and fought them. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. However, not only did Han Fei not escape, but he also declared that he established the Avenger pirates. He even fought a pitched battle with the Mad Fourth King himself. He was clearly creating a chance for them to escape. Therefore, Zhenju's first reaction was to run. Mad Fourth King was bogged down, and the predators had lost a ship. Even if the other 4 ships dared to break into their route, she wouldn't be afraid. As soon as Zhenju issued this order, the surrounding space trembled, and streams of light appeared on the surface of the 3 ships. Mad Fourth King certainly wouldn't let the 3 ships of the Devil Girl pirates run away. Taking down Dragon Dance and Pearl meant a lot to him. He roared, "Chase them." Han Fei charged back with his rod, launching a god scaring stab and knock on the heavenly gate at Mad Fourth King. Han Fei grinned and said, "F***ck, how dare you ruin my plan? The Devil Girl pirates are mine. Who do you think you are?" "AR." Mad Fourth King was furious. At this time, he was in a dilemma. If he was bogged down by Han Fei, even if his ships caught up with the Pearl and the Dragon Dance, it would be impossible for them to win. Now he needed to make a decision. Should he stay to intercept Han Fei, or give his 4 ships to Han Fei? He had to make a choice. Han Fei was not weak, and the Mad Fourth King had never fought Han Fei before. Not knowing that Han Fei could only be strong for 10 seconds, he was hesitating. He wanted to take down the Devil Girl pirates. However, he didn't want his ships to be destroyed. After all, he had brought nearly 100 venerables with him. If he chased them out, half of them might be killed. This price was something he couldn't afford. And Han Fei was also thinking, "I can't beat Mad Fourth King. My real strength will be exposed in less than 10 seconds. Therefore, He had to do what he wanted to do in the next few seconds, and then run away. Mad Fourth King thrust his cones into the sky, blocking Han Fei's attack. A terrifying power rolled up the surrounding space. Han Fei sneered darkly. You won't get what I can't get. Buzz. Han Fei waved his hand, and the infinity water rolled up the waves and turned into infinite water blades, crazily attacking the 4 ships of Mad Fourth King. Seeing this, Mad Fourth King roared and launched tens of thousands of cone shadows at Han Fei, which almost enveloped him. Around Han Fei, there were arrays, and he held a big shell shield in his hand. This was not an ordinary shell, but the shell of the white armored emperor. Han Fei broke a piece of it and refined it into a big shield. However, due to his limited strength, this shell was still a little bit away from a sea quelling bizarre treasure. However, its defense power was comparable to a sea quelling bizarre treasure. Clang. 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 Buzz. At this moment, the 3 ships of the Devil Girl pirates had already teleported away. As for the Mad Fourth King, he was held back by Han Fei alone. The infinity water had just been blasted through by the Kingfish cannons. Unfortunately, the Pearl and the Dragon Dance had escaped. Seeing this, Han Fei summoned the infinity water. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Han Fei retreated while fighting and cursing, Mad Fourth King, be careful. The Avengers have targeted you, and you will never have a day of peace. Go to hell. Bang! With a thrust of the cones, Han Fei's fist mark was pierced through, so was Han Fei. However, as blue light circulated, Han Fei appeared hundreds of kilometers away, unscathed. Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Mad Fourth King. The great Tao of time? Han Fei sneered. Old lunatic, bye-bye.